Chapter 282. Hee, this scene is really familiar. Amidst the surging heads of the allied army of the prince's mansion, a chuckle sounded. Zhou Pingyang stepped forward with an ancient sword on his back and a shocking sword intent. Beside Zhou Pingyang were Li Huanglong, Zhao Mingtian, Xang Luoshu, and the other masters of the royal palaces. It's indeed familiar. I remember last time, you guys came with such a ferocious aura and fled in a sorry state. Wei Yuanzhou let out a hollow laugh. Wei Yuanzhou, I originally thought that the position of the ancient emperor would land on your head. I didn't expect you to be willing to submit to a brat who is still wet behind the ears. No wonder you have been trampled under the feet of the ancient emperor for so many years. Although Zhao Mingtian's words were directed at Wei Yuanzhou, he was sizing up Qin Yu. What is it? Are you disappointed that we didn't have an internal conflict as you expected? The grin on Wei Yuanzhou's face grew wider. Previously, the ancient emperor had tried to kill the 10 martial emperors, as he knew he did not have long to live. Unfortunately, he had failed. Therefore, he and Wu Huangfeng had to lend Qin Yu a hand in this battle. Although Qin Yu had obtained the succession of the 3 martial emperors, granting him a shocking strength, his cultivation was still too weak. If Qin Yu were to be surrounded by the masters of the royal palaces, he would be in great danger. Shen Feng, a genius with a divine physique. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Zhou Pingyang had a light smile on his face. His gaze was also sizing up Qin Yu, achieving the martial progenitor realm at such a young age. His talent was astonishing. If Qin Yu was given enough time, he would surely grow into a terrifying existence. At the very least, the 7 great martial realms were too small for Qin Yu. Since you're all here, I'll give you one last chance. Now, either you submit to me or die. Make your choice. Qin Yu said calmly. This extremely powerful army of over 6,000 martial ancestors did not give Qin Yu the slightest bit of pressure. In Qin Yu's past life, he had killed countless alien tribes in the extraterritorial battlefield. He had even witnessed many battles between the 10,000 martial emperors. In his eyes, this small number of people was completely insignificant. Ignorant kid, do you really think you can order us around just because you're the ancient emperor? Li Huanglong said with a sinister voice, an icy aura that froze the space around him. Then go to hell. Right after he finished saying those words, a vast amount of natural energy from the Sumeru Gate began to support Qin Yu. Qin Yu's figure. As the divine light flickered, an ancient spear covered with divine runes appeared in Qin Yu's hand. Ancient godly weapon, the spear, heavens and earth force, is that the inheritance of the 3 emperors' transformation? He actually obtained the War Emperor's supreme divine technique. This kid, Zhou Pingyang, Li Huanglong, Zhao Mingtian, and Xang Luoshu were astounded. They were from the top 5 royal palaces. Thus they were more familiar with the secrets of the ancient imperial palace. He was naturally able to recognize that what Qin Yu was using was the Battle Emperor's divine ability inheritance. Activate! Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and the others immediately yelled. Among the 3,000 people, 2,000 each took out a formation flag and inserted it into the rift, while the remaining 1,000 stood guard outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the formation flags were activated, countless runes filled the rift and formed a giant formation. With the Sumeru Gate as the center, the area within 20,000 li was encapsulated. What kind of formation is this? At that instant, the martial progenitors of the martial imperial palace could feel a great pressure descending upon them. They immediately became alert as an uneasy feeling rose in their hearts. Yin and yang. Zhou Pingyang's eyes glistened as he observed the giant formation. The formation consisted of one white and one black, forming a combination of yin and yang. A mysterious aura was emitted from it. It was vast and chaotic, as if the heavens and earth had just been created. The martial progenitors of the ancient imperial palace were bathed in the glow of yin and yang, causing their auras to become mysterious. Be careful. This is a godly formation that has been lost since the ancient times, the yin and yang formation. It uses the heavens as the yang and the earth as the yin to gather the force of the heavens and earth, capable of slaying deities and eliminating demons. They even have such a godly formation that has been lost for a long time. The ancient imperial palace is indeed impressive. A faint voice transmitted into Zhou Pingyang's ears, who turned out to be the black-robed man of the Nine Ghosts Hall, the force of the heavens and earth. Zhou Pingyang wore a stern look. Although the force of the heavens and earth was different from the martial monarch realm, it was significantly stronger than the force of the martial progenitor realm. Initially, they had the upper hand, as they had the advantage in terms of numbers. However, it would no longer be that easy to claim the ancient imperial palace. It's impossible for a martial progenitor to control the force of the heavens and earth. That kid is the core of the formation. The black-robed man transmitted his voice once again. Zhou Pingyang took a closer look and realized that the yin and yang formation was indeed resonating with Qin Yu. Using the powers of the three emperors to control the force of the heavens and earth in the ancient imperial palace, before merging them with the yin and yang formation, upon having this thought, Zhou Pingyang's eyes flickered coldly. Forget about the formation. Let's kill him first. Zhou Pingyang transmitted his voice to Li Huanglong and the rest of the palace masters. Whoosh! At that instant, Qin Yu stepped forward and lashed out with the godly spear in his hand. Son of a bitch, let's see who can save you today. Zhao Mingtian's eyes flickered coldly as he faced the attack head-on. His body was covered in ancient runes as an underworld aura swept across the place, as if an ancient underworld beast from hell had appeared. A man and a beast, they used frightening divine abilities and secret techniques to attack Qin Yu from all sides. They wanted to kill Qin Yu and avenge their friend. Zhao Mingtian was not afraid of a mere first-layer martial progenitor, even if he had obtained the succession of the three emperors. Soul-sealing divine light. The two of them met in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu moved his left hand, and two beams of divine light shot out. The succession of the emperors? Zhao Mingtian was shocked and immediately dodged. However, at that moment, a miserable howl was heard. The ancient underworld beast was sealed by the divine light, and then a vortex of divine light appeared and swallowed it up. Qin Yu's ghostly pupils flickered and then fell silent. Damn it! Zhao Mingtian, who had suffered a great loss because of his carelessness, was furious. Although the ancient underworld beast was an immortal creature of the netherworld, its sealing technique was the only thing that made it wary. The ancient underworld beast had been greatly suppressed in the battle of the emperors of the ancient underworld. Zhao Mingtian did not expect that Qin Yu had not only obtained the succession of the Emperor of War, but also the inheritance of the divine light. Watch out! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Zhao Mingtian felt a shocking sword power slashing toward him from the sky. The target was behind him, the incarnation of the divine light. He looked at Qin Yu, who was not far away, with a cold and indifferent gaze. At that moment, Zhao Mingtian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold, and the secret technique that the divine light had once performed appeared in his mind. Puff! As soon as he moved, he felt the sky being torn apart. A bone-chilling spear light pierced through his glabella and instantly crushed his soul. A figure appeared behind Zhao Mingtian. It was Qin Yu. Boom! Almost at the same time, The destructive sword light slashed on Qin Yu's body, and a deafening explosion sounded. Sword intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth raged out, and huge waves rose up in the void like the surface of the sea. Chapter 283. When the destructive sword tide dissipated, Qin Yu's figure was revealed. After receiving Zhou Pingyang's destructive sword strike, Qin Yu was completely unscathed. The force of the heavens and earth formed an ancient seal around Qin Yu, protecting him like an ancient deity. It was the immortal Stone Emperor's seal. The Tianji martial emperor is dead. No way. A martial progenitor who has gone through the 9th cycle of the Nirvana realm was killed in a single blow. What the hell? Looking at Zhao Mingtian, who had lost his life force and soul, all the martial ancestors of the Allied army felt a bone-chilling chill in their hearts. A martial progenitor who had gone through the 9th cycle of the Nirvana realm was considered a renowned figure in the 7 great martial realms. However, he had been killed by Qin Yu with a single strike. How could they not feel a chill down their spines? Even Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and the others of the ancient imperial palace were dumbfounded. Although they already knew Qin Yu's strength was extraordinary from the battle 3 days ago, they were still shocked. However, he never would have imagined that Qin Yu's strength was actually this powerful. His strength was comparable to the strength of the ancient emperor at his peak. The immortal Stone Emperor's seal, even the succession of the Stone Emperor, Zhou Pingyang, who was emitting a terrifying aura, wore an astonished look. The immortal Stone Emperor's seal on Qin Yu was even more unbelievable than Zhao Mingtian's death. Qin Yu had actually obtained all of the ancient era's 3 great ancient emperors' divine abilities. He finally knew why Wei Yuanzhou and Wu Huangfeng did not compete with Qin Yu for the throne. No one had ever obtained the succession of the 3 ancient emperors in the history of the ancient imperial palace. Whoosh! While the crowd was still immersed in their astonishment, Qin Yu's figure dashed toward Zhou Pingyang and the others at a rapid speed. The force of the heavens and earth was being controlled by him at that instant, resulting in a terrifying aura. Trying to defeat all of us by yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kill. Zhou Pingyang, Li Huanglong, Xang Luoshu, and the others collected their thoughts. Their expressions darkened as the laws of the heavens and earth surged violently. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and the other elders simultaneously activated the Grand Formation. Immediately, countless black and white light pillars fell from the sky within the Yin-Yang Two Forms formation. They were like a meteor shower. Every black and white pillar of light contained the terrifying power of Yin and Yang, causing the sky to tremble. Pum, pum, pum. The 6,000 soldiers of the martial imperial mansion immediately attacked the black and white pillars of light. Violent laws and Yin and Yang forces violently collided. The void within tens of thousands of miles was immediately turned into a zone of destruction. The ripples of the laws and the flows of Yin and Yang mixed and surged like chaos. Swish, swish. Qin Yu sneered when he saw the yin-yang qi in the air. His body glowed with divine light as 9 divine light clones materialized and pounced on Zhou Pingyang and the others. Qin Yu's main body was staring at the Book of Kangluo. The songling demon flame of the Book of Tsang Luo made the golden flame sky incinerate fire restless, as if it wanted to devour it. Qin Yu knew that the godly flame had its own spirit. However, Qin Yu did not expect the golden flame sky incinerate fire to want to devour the other godly flames. Sword slash. Zhou Pingyang slashed out with his sword. The sword radiance was as dazzling as the stars as it tore through the air and slashed at one of the divine light clones. I seal. A shocking chill spread out as the profound, cold, heavenly ice shone behind Li Huanglong. The ice spread out in the air and pounced on the divine light clones. In the blink of an eye, the space around them had turned into a world of ice. The other masters of the martial imperial manor also unleashed their attacks and joined forces to attack the divine light clones. As for the other martial ancestors, they did not sit back and watch the show. Instead, they attacked the elders of the ancient imperial hall while resisting the yin and yang pillars of light. They should be able to deal with Qin Yu with the help of the lords of the martial imperial mansions. Now, they had to kill the person controlling the yin-yang two forms formation. Demonic flame. San Lo Shu, who was targeted by Qin Yu's main body, was covered in white flames. He clapped his hands together and separated them. The azure flame devil spirit was summoned. With a torrent of flames, it swept towards Qin Yu. Fire burn! Qin Yu did not avoid it. The golden flame sky incinerate fire that was like lava and a majestic dragon's aura covered the area. The two spiritual fires with astonishing power collided with each other, burning each other with the power to burn mountains and boil seas. The azure flame demonic spirit appeared in the azure spirit demonic flame, and it seemed to want to cut the golden flame sky incinerate fire apart. However, a mysterious dragon's shadow appeared in the golden flame sky incinerate fire, and it fought with the azure flame demonic spirit. It was the golden flame sky incinerate dragon. To be exact, it was the dragon soul of the golden flame sky incinerate dragon. Dragon clan flame? Kang Luoshu realized that the azure spirit demonic flame, which he had always treated as his trump card, was being devoured by the golden flame sky incinerate fire. Although the devouring was small, Kang Luoshu immediately noticed it, and it shocked him. The golden flame sky incinerate fire was too overbearing. Whoosh! The golden flame sky incinerate fire was destroyed, and a figure charged towards Kang Luoshu at lightning speed. It was Qin Yu. As long as Kang Luoshu was destroyed, the azure spirit demonic flame would be easily devoured. Die! Using the dragon's aura of the golden flame sky incinerate fire, the azure dragon patterns in Qin Yu's body wrapped around his flesh and bones. His aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation rose to the nirvana realm of the martial ancestor realm. Divine light flashed as Qin Yu threw out a sealing divine light with his left hand, and the sky-splitting divine spear in his right hand was surrounded by lightning. The azure dragon battling the heavens, the sealing divine light, and the law of lightning were all used. Boom! Like a soul-shaking thunderclap, the worldly laws around Tsang Luoshu were torn apart. His entire body was instantly covered in destructive lightning and divine light. When the lightning and divine light dissipated, Kang Luoshu had turned into a dried corpse, and his blood had disappeared. Seeing that Qin Yu had killed another lord of a top-tier king's palace, in an instant, the alliance army of the martial imperial manor that had suffered heavy casualties while resisting the yin and yang light pillars became restless. If the lords of the top-tier king's palaces were killed one after another, they would be the ones facing the calamity. Damn it, let's attack together. Zhou Pingyang immediately charged toward Qin Yu after shattering the godly light clone with a single slash. Li Huanglong and the other lords of the king's palaces followed suit. Qin Yu's godly light clone was nowhere as powerful as the ancient emperor. After all, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the first layer martial progenitor realm. Thus the strength of the godly light clone was no match for the ancient emperor. Great timing! Qin Yu was surrounded by a murderous aura as he executed the law of speed, and the law of slaughter as he charged toward the 30 lords of the king's palaces. His aura was utterly terrifying. None of the alliance army of the king's palaces would leave this place alive. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu clashed with Zhou Pingyang and the others. The shocking battle spread across the sky. Qin Yu, who was fighting against 30 lords of the king's palaces, did not seem to be at a disadvantage. With the mystical abilities of the three martial emperors, the force of the heavens and earth from the ancient imperial palace, and the enhancement from the azure dragon battling the heavens, and the yin and yang formation, Qin Yu's strength was enough to defeat everyone at the scene. Even if Zhou Pingyang and the others teamed up, they would not stand a chance against Qin Yu. Chapter 284. In the midst of an intense battle that was filled with murderous intent, 8 out of the 30 masters of the royal palaces were slain by Qin Yu's spear. This caused Zhou Pingyang and the others to feel even more uneasy. The situation before their eyes was out of everyone's expectations. Not only them, 10 masters of the royal palaces had fallen. Over 1,000 martial progenitors of the royal palaces had fallen too. Although most of them were low-ranked martial progenitors, it was still a huge blow to the royal palaces. The morale of the royal palaces was greatly shaken. No one was unafraid of death. They had thought they could easily replace the ancient imperial palace when they had arrived. However, the current situation had given them a solid slap in the face, causing them to bleed profusely. Currently, under the effects of the yin-yang two forms formation. None of the martial progenitors of the ancient imperial palace were injured, let alone dead. As time passed, the power of the yin-yang two forms formation grew even more terrifying. At this rate, they would surely be wiped out. Die! Qin Yu pointed with his left hand and summoned the immortal binding rope, trapping one of the masters of the royal palaces. His right hand shuddered as the sky-shattering spear tore the space apart like a dragon emerging from the ocean. Whoosh! The thick layer of ice in the sky was shattered. The defense that Li Huanglong had set up was torn apart. His heart was penetrated by the sky-shattering spear, sealing his flesh and soul. For out of the 5 masters of the royal palaces had died. Rumble! At the moment when Qin Yu beheaded Li Huanglong, Zhou Pingyang and the other masters of the prince's mansion also unleashed their strongest killing moves to attack him. Apart from Zhou Pingyang and his crew, the martial progenitors who had undergone the Nirvana tribulation took the opportunity to attack too. These people practiced different methods of cultivation. Thus, they were obviously not from the ancient imperial martial realm. The sky began to distort due to the power of the laws of destruction, causing pitch-black cracks to appear continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The indestructible ancient emperor's seal did not show any sign of cracking after being attacked by the Nirvana martial progenitors. As for the power that penetrated the indestructible ancient emperor's seal and landed on Qin Yu's body, even though the power of the divine dragon tyrannical body was significantly stronger, it did not inflict any damage to Qin Yu. Heavenly prison. Divine light flickered, and the sky splitter spear dissipated. Qin Yu's hands rapidly formed seals. A pitch-black cage that was 3,000 meters wide descended from the sky, trapping all the people who were attacking Qin Yu. An extremely ominous aura emanated from the pitch-black cage, filling the void. Zhou Pingyang and the others were under great pressure. Their battle prowess was greatly suppressed. Whoosh! Qin Yu took a step forward and charged into the heavenly prison as well. He condensed a spear and stabbed it at Zhou Yangping. Zhou Pingyang was the only lord of the 5 great imperial mansions. As long as the 5 of them died, the martial imperial family's alliance army would be like a bunch of dragons without a leader and would become a pile of loose sand. The divine sword has been unsealed, and the sword spirit has fused into the body. Zhou Pingyang, who was being stared at by Qin Yu, felt a bone-chilling sense of danger. He shouted loudly, and the ancient sword in his hand exuded a divine might. Then it suddenly disintegrated, and a resplendent sword light entered his body. That ancient sword was a quasi-divine artifact that had already nurtured a sword spirit. Now that the sword spirit had fused into his body, Zhou Pingyang, who was originally a sword, had a sword body. Although Qin Yu's strength was no weaker than that of the ancient emperor, Zhou Pingyang was trapped in this cage. However, being trapped in this prison, Zhou Pingyang had no way to escape. He could only try his best to use his hand as a sword and slash out with his strongest sword. Crack! The thunder god's spear and the destructive sword light collided violently in the void. Heaven and earth shook violently, and the sun and moon dimmed. The surrounding lords of the imperial mansions who had taken the opportunity to attack Qin, you were directly sent flying by the destructive attack that swept out. Then a clear and audible explosion sounded. The destructive sword light shattered, and Zhou Pingyang, who had formed a sword with his hand, was torn in half by the spear. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. At this point, the lords of the 5 great imperial mansions had completely fallen. The lords of the imperial mansions, as well as the people from the other forces of the martial world, were even more terrified. As for Qin Yu, they no longer had the heart to continue fighting. But now, they were trapped in this prison. Even if they wanted to escape, they could no longer do so. Kill. However, Qin Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. After killing Zhou Pingyang, he immediately rushed towards them. With the support of the 3 emperors' superpower and the power of heaven and earth, one by one, the top martial ancestors died in Qin Yu's hands. In less than 15 minutes, all the lords of the imperial mansions were dead. Even their saint souls did not manage to escape. As for the people from the other forces of the martial world, Qin Yu did not show any mercy and sent them on their way. The lords of the imperial mansions are all dead. His strength is too terrifying. There's simply no one who can deal with him. What should we do now? The death of Zhou Pingyang and the other lords of the imperial mansions had caused the alliance army of the imperial mansions, which had lost close to 2,000 people, to lose their will to fight. The alliance army of the imperial mansions had their own plans, and their alliance was not very reliable. Now that the lords of the imperial mansions had died, the alliance army was naturally in chaos. The 3 emperors' superpower can draw the power of heaven and earth from the entire Sumeru realm. If no martial emperors come, no one will be able to deal with him. Initially, I thought that the ancient emperors had passed away, and the opportunity to devour the ancient imperial martial world had come. Who would have thought that an even more ferocious person would appear? His strength is only so terrifying in the ancient imperial hall. Once he leaves the ancient imperial hall, he will not even be half of his strength. Let's retreat first. Let's go. Those who were relatively calm were the people from the other forces of the martial world. After they discussed with one another, they immediately decided to retreat. Do you think that you can still leave now? Qin Yu's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He saw through the situation and immediately detected the intentions of the people from the other forces. The divine light clone and the earth-shattering battle broke out again, and the martial ancestors fell one after another. Ghost Spirit Curse. Suddenly, a black figure pounced towards Qin Yu at lightning speed. It was the black-robed man from the 9 Ghosts Hall. Devour. Qin Yu flipped his hand. A ferocious dragon had appeared on his palm that emitted a godly glow. The mysterious ancient curse executed by the black-robed man was instantly devoured. Slash! Before the black-robed man could react, the sky-shattering godly spear tore the space apart and killed him. Set up the lunar formation. Qin Yu transmitted his voice when he saw the martial progenitors of the martial emperor palace showing signs of fleeing. Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and the elders of the ancient imperial hall immediately changed the formation. The yin and yang formation that was formed by the intersection of yin and yang underwent a great change. Although it was still a circular formation covering a few 10,000 li, the center of the formation was pitch black. The The lunar chi inside the formation was rolling rapidly, making it impossible to see one's own fingers. Outside the formation was a circle of white light. The circle of white light emitted a mysterious ripple, which seemed to be able to influence the heavens and earth, trapping the martial progenitors of the martial emperor palace. Qinyu, who was surrounded by the rolling lunar chi, wore a cold look. His body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales, while his figure was shrouded in a black mist. It was none other than the nine hells' purgatory. Now, the lunar formation was able to block their vision and divine sense. Qin, you could finally unleash his full strength and slaughter the martial emperor palace. Chapter 285. The Tying Chi swept across the sky, blocking one's sight and sealing off one's divine sense. It was as if one was trapped in a bottomless black hole, unable to tell the direction. Bang, bang, bang. Within the lunar energy, there was a pitch-black shadow that was as quick as lightning. Wherever the figure passed, the martial progenitors would lose their lives regardless of their cultivation. It was Qinyu who was killing martial progenitors in a frenzy. With Qinyu's current strength, he could even kill an advanced martial progenitor with a single move. While Qinyu was massacring, the elders of the ancient imperial palace did not stay idle either. They all used their full strength to activate the Tying formation. Pillars of Tying light descended upon the Tying area like a storm. Under the combined attacks of Qinyu and the Tying formation, the martial progenitors of the alliance suffered great casualties. After a full 4 hours, puff, Qinyu struck out with his spear, killing a Nirvana martial progenitor instantly with a headshot, causing his soul to dissipate. At that moment, every martial progenitor of the alliance was killed. After killing the martial progenitor, the black dragon scales on Qinyu's body disappeared, and the mystical ability of the three emperors dissipated too. As the force of the heavens and earth dissipated, the Tying formation dissipated as if it had lost its support. Both the yin and yang formation and the Tying formation required the force of the heavens and earth. Now that Qinyu had withdrawn the mystical ability of the three emperors, the force of the heavens and earth had disappeared. Thus the formation could no longer be activated. As the Tying Chi dissipated, the sky regained its brightness. The sight that took place caused the elders of the ancient imperial palace to fall into a dead silence. Corpses were piled up in the sky, floating in the air by some force. Normally, the sight of over 6,000 corpses would not be too shocking for a martial progenitor. However, these corpses were all martial progenitors, just like them when they were alive. However, not a single one of them was left alive, as they had all turned into corpses. In other words, more than half of the martial progenitors of the ancient imperial martial realm had died here. Elder Wei. Qinyu stood in the sky as he remained calm after killing a few thousand martial progenitors. Ancient Emperor Wei Yuanzhou regained his senses and immediately flew over. His attitude was extremely respectful. The thousands of martial progenitor corpses before him had completely subdued him. Take 500 palace elders and go to the various rebellious mansions. Seal all the passages to the shattered continents under their control. Once the other forces in the martial arts world who had interfered knew the result of the battle, they would definitely take action. At this time, it was only natural for him to take control of the entire ancient imperial martial world. The ancient imperial martial world was indeed vast and boundless. However, after so many years of cultivation, the resources from all over the place had basically been swept clean by the various royal mansions. Therefore, the ancient imperial martial world's shattered continent was what made the other martial realms greedy. There were more than 2,000 broken continents in the ancient imperial martial world, and they were rich in resources. As a result, The number of martial ancestors in the ancient imperial martial realm far surpassed that of the other martial realms. Yes, Wei Yuanzhou immediately left with the martial progenitor realm elders. Elder Wu, seal these people's fates with a sealing crystal and spread it out. After that, take the other elders and spread them out at the boundary of the martial arts world. If any martial progenitor realm cultivator is discovered, chase them away. Remember to bring the teleportation talisman with you. If anything happens, I'll provide assistance. Qin Yu would like to see what would happen with the example of the martial progenitor realm cultivators, who would dare to come again. Yes, Wu Huangfeng respectfully received the order and left. After all the elders left, Qin Yu's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, looked toward a certain direction. Then he entered the Sumru Gate. Do you want me to take care of him? As Qin Yu entered the ancient imperial palace, a voice entered Qin Yu's ears. It was none other than the skeleton ghost king. In the direction that Qin Yu was looking at, a martial progenitor realm cultivator was hiding, but he had yet to show himself. There's no need for that. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Before the battle, there were other forces that had interfered. As a safety precaution, Qin Yu had asked the skeleton ghost king to guard him. There was indeed someone hiding in the dark, but perhaps it was because the outcome of the battle was too shocking. The cultivator had yet to make his move. Since the cultivator had yet to make his move, Qin Yu was too lazy to expose the skeleton ghost king. His strength is quite similar to the kid from the 100 Beast Palace, but not long after Qin Yu returned to the Sumru realm, a figure appeared from the rift in the distance. The figure was wearing a black robe with a third eye on his forehead. It was none other than the master of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Changsheng. According to the plan, Mo Changsheng would eliminate the cultivators of the other martial arts worlds after the ancient imperial palace was eliminated. Zhou Pingyang would then show himself and subdue the emperor palace of the ancient imperial martial world, allowing him to dominate the ancient imperial martial world. However, Qin Yu's sudden rise had completely ruined his plan. It was not possible to utilize the force of the heavens and earth to strengthen one's cultivation. Mo Changsheng subconsciously recalled Qin Yu from the Battle of the 100 Beast Palace. One had used a secret technique to strengthen his cultivation, while the other had used the force of the heavens and earth to fight enemies several levels higher. However, the methods they used were completely different. As the elder of the ancient imperial palace took control of the various emperor palaces in the ancient imperial martial world, the outcome of this battle quickly spread throughout the entire ancient imperial martial world. The few forces from the outside world who were eyeing the ancient imperial martial world also received the news and sent people to the ancient imperial martial world. However, they were chased away by Wu Huangfeng and the others. Those forces were naturally displeased. After all, they had many martial ancestors who were still alive. They were prepared to join forces and barge into the ancient imperial martial world. However, as the scene of the thousands of martial ancestors' corpses spread, the entire ancient imperial martial world was shocked. The other forces from the ancient imperial martial world were silent. The scene of thousands of martial ancestors dying in battle was enough to shock any force from the 7 major martial worlds. Even the major forces from the imperial domain were shocked. What kind of power was needed to kill thousands of martial ancestors? This caused the restless forces from the outside world to settle down immediately. They tried to find out more about the background of the ancient imperial palace. At this moment, they would not believe that the ancient imperial palace did not have a powerful backer. As for the new emperor of the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu, who had suddenly appeared, they were all curious. The forces in the outside world were curious as well. They suspected that Lin Fan was sent by the backing of the ancient imperial hall. After all, the aptitude of a divine body had not appeared in the 7 major martial worlds for thousands of years. Such a genius was hard to come by even in the 3 major imperial domains. Perhaps only the ancient families and sacred grounds in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain would have a divine body. 7 days later, in the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. In these 7 days, Qin Yu did not care about the turmoil in the outside world. He was fine as long as they did not attack the ancient imperial martial world. Roar! Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed, and he immediately entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. A loud dragon roar reverberated in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. After a few months of seclusion, the dragon soul had finally awakened. After refining the origin dragon blood of the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, the dragon soul's cultivation had reached the martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, it had reached the 7th level martial ancestor realm. The current dragon soul's cultivation was gradually approaching that of his previous life. In his previous life, his cultivation was only at the peak of the nirvana realm. He had not reached the martial monarch realm. Chapter 286. I can finally take on a human form. The dragon soul's scales glowed, and countless mysterious dragon runes flickered. A vast dragon chi circled around it. After a while, the dragon soul's body condensed and turned into a human figure. It looked like a teenager in his teens. He was dressed in black and had a cold gaze. His aura was extraordinary. The transformation of the dragon soul did not depend on the strength of the cultivation, but the grade of the dragon body. After refining the origin dragon blood of the golden flame sky incinerating dragon, the dragon soul's grade had reached heaven grade. Peak heaven grade. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Not only did the dragon soul's cultivation improve, but its body had also reached the peak heaven grade. In this way, the dragon soul only needed to evolve once more to reach the divine grade. By then, the dragon soul would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. In his previous life, Qin Yu's cultivation was too powerful. The dragon soul could only come in handy when it sensed the dragon blood. Therefore, every time the dragon soul devoured the dragon blood, it would merge it with the dragon body, so that the dragon body would continue to evolve. In the future, it would be able to reach the level of the immortal ancient Shinran. However, in this life, the dragon soul wanted to walk the path of battle. Its dragon body and cultivation would naturally go hand in hand. With my current combat strength, I can already fight against a nirvana martial ancestor. The dragon soul clenched its fists, and a bright smile appeared on its young face. It seems that you will reach the martial emperor realm before me. Qin Yu smiled and asked, by the way, the golden flame sky incinerating dragon should have woken up, right? Although the golden flame sky incinerating dragon blood had greatly damaged its vitality, it had been a few days. The dragon soul's origin dragon world had 5 times, no, it had 10 times the flow of time now. It was about time for the golden flame sky incinerating dragon to wake up. It has been awake for a long time. Behind the dragon soul, chaotic dragon chi filled the air, and the origin dragon world appeared. The 2 stepped forward and entered the origin dragon world. In the origin dragon world filled with chaotic dragon chi, there was a huge flame dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The magma-like flames burned crazily, causing the void to twist and distort. The origin dragon realm had grown more than 10 times its original size as the dragon soul's rank and cultivation grew stronger. On the ground, mountains, rivers, and plains evolved. There was even spiritual chi surrounding it. It was like a paradise. Human. Seeing the appearance of Qin Yu and the dragon soul, The golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, which was originally resting and recovering, suddenly went berserk. Lava flames burst out of the dragon's eyes. The huge dragon had seemed to want to swallow Qin Yu whole. The golden flames heaven incinerating dragon sensed that Qin Yu and the dragon's soul had devoured its dragon blood origin. This naturally made the golden flame heaven-burning dragon furious. Without the origin dragon blood, its cultivation would stop at this level. It would never be able to improve again. Qin Yu smiled. Before he had achieved the martial progenitor realm, the golden flame heaven-incinerating dragon was no match against him, let alone now. Qin Yu opened his right hand, and the golden heaven-incinerating flame burned in his palm. Within the flames, there was also a drop of sparkling and translucent dragon blood. A tiny fiery dragon was swimming inside the dragon blood. The drop of dragon blood was the core of the golden flame heaven-burning dragon's origin. It was also the blood that Qin Yu had used to refine the origin dragon seal. The enraged golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon's eyes widened as it stared at the drop of dragon blood. I'll give you one more chance. Submit yourself to me and become my contracted beast. I'll return the origin dragon blood and your origin skill to you. If you don't agree, you can die now. Qin Yu said calmly. The golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon breathed out flames as it stared at Qin Yu unwillingly. After a while, the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon lowered its head after sensing the murderous intent from Qin Yu's body. Don't worry, you'll be glad for the decision you've made today. Qin Yu struck out with his palm. A mysterious seal formation appeared between the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon's eyebrows. Qin Yu and the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon immediately had a telepathic connection, just like the skeleton ghost king. After forming the contract seal, Qin Yu returned the origin dragon seal and origin dragon blood to the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon. The power of the flames has increased. After absorbing the origin dragon blood, the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon's weak aura immediately recovered. At this time, the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon also realized that its origin dragon flame had become much stronger. It seems that you still don't know that your origin flame can evolve by devouring the fire seeds of other spiritual flames. The golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon had become stronger because it had devoured the Tsangling demonic flame last time. The golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon was stunned. It had never left the ancient emperor's secret realm, so it didn't know that its origin dragon flame could devour other fire seeds. Its race didn't seem to have this ability either. Could it be that something had changed? Eternal Dragon Country. The first step is considered a success. Qin Yu flew one round in the origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul, and then left the origin dragon world. The Dragon Soul also appeared from the ancient dragon seal. Dragon Soul, you have to change your appearance and aura. Qin Yu looked at the Dragon Soul's appearance and said, in his previous life, many of his old friends and enemies had seen the Dragon Soul's appearance. If he were to run into an old acquaintance like Xing Luo, then his identity might very well be exposed. Understood. The dragon's soul nodded, and the extraordinary aura on its body immediately retracted, turning it completely into an ordinary person. Its face, which was originally cold and somewhat similar to Qin Yu's previous life, also turned into a baby face. The power of heaven and earth. Seeing Qin Yu sitting cross-legged and the power of heaven and earth surging around him, the Dragon Soul was surprised. Qin Yu could actually use the power of heaven and earth? With a thought, Qin Yu directly threw the Dragon Soul's memories after its seclusion to the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul was not Qin Yu's contracted creature. The relationship between the two of them was far more than the telepathy between contracted creatures. although the dragon soul was cultivated from the body of the immortal ancient Shenron. However, what he used was a trace of Qin Yu's origin soul energy. Therefore, the two of them, to a certain extent, could be considered as the same body. Sometimes, Qin Yu only needed to think, and the dragon soul would understand Qin Yu's meaning. The heavenly imperial palace of the spiritual state is the descendant of the three ancient emperors. The skeleton ghost king has reached the martial emperor realm. The myriad ghost palace sent a martial emperor to succeed the throne of the ancient emperor. The dragon soul digested the information in Qin Yu's memories. Although he had not been in seclusion for long in the real world, the changes in the outside world were huge. Half a month after Qin Yu quelled the chaos in the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the second level of the martial ancestor realm. During this period, no other forces in the other martial realms attempted to interfere with the ancient imperial martial realm. The ancient imperial martial realm returned to peace after a long period of chaos. At this moment, in the 100 martial realm, which was quite far away from the ancient imperial martial realm, seventh martial uncle, in the myriad ghost palace, Bailey Xionghuang, who was a peak nirvana realm martial ancestor, bowed respectfully to a white-haired elder. "How is it? Have you found the whereabouts of the ancient immortal token?" The white-haired old man opened his eyes, and a terrifying pressure that seemed to materialize appeared, causing even the void to sink. "Not yet." Bailey Xionghuang's face turned slightly pale. Chapter 287. "It's been so long. You still haven't found them?" The white-haired old man looked at Bailey Xionghuang. Immediately, Bailey Xionghuang felt like he was being pressed down by a giant mountain. Even breathing became difficult for him. "Xionghuang, you're the one most likely to reach the martial emperor realm in our lineage. That's why your master went to such great lengths to conceal the fact that the ancient immortal badge had disappeared from your hands. Otherwise, you should know what kind of situation you'd be in right now, right?" The white-haired old man said sternly. "Seventh martial uncle, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the 7 great martial realms upside down, I'll find those too. I won't let down my master's nurturing." Bailey Xionghuang quickly said, "You don't have much time left. It's best that you find them and retrieve the ancient immortal badge before Qingyu Island spreads the news. Otherwise, no matter how much your master wants to protect you, you won't be able to escape death when the ghost emperor looks into it." The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Yes." Bailey Xionghuang heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Have you investigated the ancient imperial martial world properly? What happened?" The white-haired old man asked again. "I've sent people to investigate. Some time ago, an ancient ruin appeared in the ancient imperial martial realm. It seems like a martial emperor expert broke through space and came here. Many martial ancestors of the ancient imperial martial realm died because of it. However, no one knows the origin of that martial emperor expert." Bailey Xionghuang said, "Martial emperor?" A strange look flashed across the white-haired old man's eyes. Back then, even though they were separated by several martial realms and were infinitely far away, it still made his hair stand on end. Was it really just a martial emperor? "Speaking of the ancient imperial martial realm, I've recently received some information." As Bailey Xionghuang spoke, he moved his right hand. 3 talisman crystals appeared, and 3 images appeared. The first image was of several thousand martial ancestors of the ancient imperial martial realm dying in front of the ancient imperial palace. The second image was of Qin Yu participating in the ancient imperial palace's test after changing his appearance. The third image was the battle at the 100 Beasts Palace, when Qin Yu controlled 2 ancient formations to fight against him. His name is Shunfeng. A few months ago, he joined the ancient imperial hall with his divine body. A few days ago, he became the new ancient emperor of the ancient imperial hall. Among these martial progenitors, almost all the high-ranked martial progenitors were killed by him, and his cultivation is only at the first layer martial progenitor realm. Bailey Xionghuang pointed to the two images and said, "You're saying that this Shunfeng is Qinyu?" The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. "I can't be sure right now, but both of them have amazing secret techniques that can rapidly increase their strength and even allow them to surpass 7 or 8 minor levels. Moreover, the time when Shunfeng appeared in the ancient imperial palace and the time when Qinyu disappeared from the 100-Beast Palace were only a few days apart. Another thing is that this Shunfeng seemed to have appeared out of thin air. We were completely unable to find out anything about his identity and origin. It was only Bailey Xionghuang's speculation. It was not easy to gather information from the ancient imperial hall. Send out the secret guards. Carefully investigate this man's background. But no matter whether he is Qinyu or not, don't make it public yet. The ancient imperial hall's backer is no ordinary faction. If we offend them, we might end up in a huge mess." The white-haired old man said after pondering for a moment. A martial progenitor with the strength of a peak martial progenitor was nothing in his eyes. However, if the ancient imperial hall was aware of it, the palace might interfere, and the matter would be blown out of proportion. They would not be able to keep the ancient immortal badge a secret either. If that happened, it would not bring any benefits to their faction. "Seventh Martial Uncle, don't worry. I know what to do." Bailey Xionghuang acknowledged the order and left. After the ancient imperial martial realm had settled down, Qinyu had been cultivating in seclusion. He had left all the matters to Wei Yuanzhou and Wu Huangfeng. With the two founding elders of the ancient imperial hall around, the palaces in the ancient imperial martial realm had been purged. However, the various cities and forces in the ancient imperial martial realm were not in chaos. Qinyu continued to train peacefully until a piece of news spread. An imperial tomb has appeared in the Divine Moon martial realm. After hearing the news from Wei Yuanzhou, Qinyu came out of seclusion. It had been 2 months since the battle between the martial imperial mansion's army. Qinyu's continuous improvement of his dragon bloodline talent had been fully displayed. In just 2 months, Qinyu's cultivation had broken through 2 levels, reaching the 3rd level martial progenitor realm. With a divine physique that was 40 times stronger, Qinyu had made rapid progress even with the difficulty of cultivating in the martial progenitor realm. It can't be, right? There's actually an Emperor Realm Master's tomb in the 7 martial realms. Dragon Soul, who was cultivating beside Qinyu, was in disbelief. Imperial tomb. Only the ancient tombs left behind by Imperial Masters were qualified to be called such. There are even inheritances of the 3 ancient emperors. It's not impossible for an imperial tomb to appear. Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately left the palace. Ancient Emperor Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and a few other top elders were already waiting outside the palace. However, when they saw Dragon Soul, who had appeared with Qinyu, they were a little surprised. They did not know where Dragon Soul had come from. An imperial tomb has really appeared in the Divine Moon martial realm. Qinyu took a few steps forward and asked directly, "That's right. The news has spread throughout the 7 great martial realms. Even the major forces in the chaotic heaven imperial realm seem to have been alarmed." Wei Yuanzhou nodded with excitement on his face. The ancient imperial martial realm and the Divine Moon martial realm were neighbors. Now that such an opportunity had appeared, there was no reason for them to let it go. According to the report from the secret agent, That imperial tomb should be the tomb of the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor, who passed away 300 years ago. Wu Huangfeng added. Divine Moon Spirit Emperor? Martial Emperor? Qin Yu was startled. Was it not the Emperor realm? Although the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor did not step into the Supreme Emperor realm, rumor has it that his combat strength when he was alive seemed to be comparable to an ordinary Emperor realm master. Many people say that the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor was only one step away from stepping into the Emperor realm. Wei Yuanzhou nodded and explained. Just touching the Emperor realm? Qin Yu muttered to himself. He originally thought that if he could get the Emperor's soul left behind by a real Emperor realm master, then there would be a way to restore his eldest senior brother's damaged soul origin. However, if it was just a martial Emperor soul, he did not know if it would be so useful. However, regardless of whether it was useful or not, as long as there was an Emperor soul, Qin Yu would not let it go. I'm afraid that the Divine Moon Martial Realm is not a peaceful place now. Go and prepare. Take 20 top elders and follow me to the Divine Moon Martial Realm. Qin Yu thought for a while and ordered. With his current status, it was not suitable for him to act alone. Moreover, with Wei Yuanzhou and others accompanying him, they might be able to help. Yes, Wei Yuanzhou and others left excitedly. If Qin Yu were to go with them, they would have a lot more confidence. Not long after, Wei Yuanzhou and others were ready and followed Qin Yu out of the ancient imperial palace. Chapter 288. The situation in the mystic moon martial world was similar to that in the ancient imperial martial world. Although the mystic moon martial world was not dominated by a single force, it was divided into 4 top forces that ruled the 4 regions. These 4 top forces all had some relationship with the mystic moon spirit emperor. Therefore, the mystic moon martial world was also a martial world that rarely experienced turmoil. However, with the appearance of the mystic moon imperial tomb, the peaceful mystic moon martial world immediately became chaotic. Countless forces and martial artists flocked over. Those who dared to come at this time were naturally the top forces of the 7 great martial worlds. Even the top forces of the chaotic sky imperial realm had quietly infiltrated. Even the 4 great forces of the mystic moon martial world did not dare to stop them. Swoosh! A cloud of white mist streaked across the sky, leaving a white cloud tail behind. In the cloud, there were 21 figures. They were Qin Yu and the others who had left the ancient imperial palace. That cloud was called the Flying Heaven Cloud. It was a top flying sacred artifact. Its speed was comparable to a Nirvana martial ancestor. It was an excellent choice to ride the flying cloud. After all, no one knew what would happen in the mystic moon martial world, where countless experts from the 7 great martial worlds gathered. They had to be in peak condition. A day later, the flying cloud appeared at the western edge of the mystic moon martial world, in front of a vast blue sea. Qin Yu kept the flying cloud and looked into the distance of the blue sea. Above the surface of the sea, there was a huge, pale white moon rising, and the moonlight scattered like stardust. The reflection of the moon on the sea formed a strange scene of 2 moons arching. At a glance, the moonlight scattered, and divine light filled the sea. The sea seemed to have become a dreamy fairyland. This Emperor Aura, it seems that his cultivation was at least at the peak of the martial Emperor realm when he was alive. Qin Yu carefully sensed the Emperor Aura. The barbarian god in the barbarian god ruins was not at the same level as the moon Aura. In this world, there was no lack of monstrous geniuses who could fight enemies above their level, whether it was the martial ancestor realm, the martial emperor realm, or even the emperor realm. It was the same. Therefore, even if they were both in the martial emperor realm, or even in the same martial emperor realm, there was a huge gap in their combat strength. Just like some people who entered the Tao through shortcuts, their foundations were unstable. Some people, on the other hand, had accumulated a lot of power and rose to power in one move. Even though their cultivation levels were the same, their battle prowess was incomparable. At this moment, there were already countless figures standing on the surface of the sea. As far as the eye could see, there were human heads everywhere. Each of them possessed a shocking aura, indicating that they were all peak martial progenitors. Many people had even dived to the bottom of the sea in an attempt to get a glimpse of the bright moon. However, when they entered the sea and raised their heads to look at the surface, the bright moon had disappeared without a trace. The bright moon could only be seen on the surface of the sea. A very strong restriction pressure. Should I use the heaven evasion stealing technique to sneak in and take a look? The dragon's soul stared at the reflection of the bright moon and the sea surface, and its eyes flickered with a strange light. Qin Yu glanced at the martial progenitors on the surface of the ocean and shook his head slightly. Although the heaven evasion stealing technique could allow one to pass through restrictions and boundaries under the watchful eyes of so many people, he was afraid that he would not be able to hide it from everyone. It was better not to act recklessly for now. It would be troublesome if he were to become the target of the crowd. Fiery Phoenix Valley Demon Spirit Sect, Fiery Flame Sect, Black Star Sect, 10,000 Ghost Palace, Earth Emperor Sect. As I thought, almost all the top factions of the martial world are here. Wei Yuanzhou, Wu Huangfeng, and the others were observing the martial progenitors on the surface of the ocean. These martial progenitors had basically achieved the Nirvana realm. Even though some of them had yet to achieve the Nirvana realm, their strength was comparable to the top martial progenitors. In other words, almost 80% of the top martial progenitors of the 7 great martial worlds had gathered here. 10,000 Ghost Palace. Hearing Wei Yuanzhou mentioning the 10,000 Ghost Palace, Qin Yu secretly scanned his surroundings and saw the 10,000 Ghost Palace. The leader of the 10,000 Ghost Palace was none other than Bailey Xionghuang. Suddenly, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were startled. They could sense that an imperceptible energy fluctuation was probing them. Who's there? Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul initially thought it was the 10,000 Ghost Palace. However, after taking a closer look, they realized that the origin of the energy fluctuation was unpredictable. It did not belong to the 10,000 Ghost Palace. This caused Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul to be cautious. It seemed like someone else was hiding in the dark. It's the people of the ancient Imperial Palace. Does that mean he's the new emperor of the ancient Imperial Palace? The one with the god-flesh talent, Shun Feng, 3rd layer martial progenitor realm. His cultivation isn't much different from the rumors. Indeed, but I'm not sure if he's the one who killed the martial progenitors of the ancient imperial martial world. While Qin Yu was observing his surroundings, the top factions of the 7 great martial worlds were observing Qin Yu too. The battle of the ancient imperial palace had shocked the 7 great martial worlds. Many factions were curious about the new emperor of the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu. They finally had the chance to meet him in person. Could it be him? In the 10,000 Ghost Palace, Bailey Xionghuang looked at Qin Yu suspiciously. He could not tell whether or not Qin Yu had changed his appearance. However, the Qin Yu before him gave him a strange feeling. This caused the suspicion in his heart to become even more intense. After observing for a while, Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at Bailey Xionghuang indifferently. After looking at each other for a while, Bailey Xionghuang withdrew his gaze. It did not matter if Shun Feng was Qin Yu or not. It was not the right time to alert the enemy. He would have the chance to confirm it when the Divine Moon Imperial Tomb opened. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For figures flew over from the void a few thousand feet away. from the insignia on their clothes, one could tell that they were the four great forces of the divine moon martial world. Not only the seven great martial worlds, but even the chaotic sky imperial domain has sent experts. Are you sure you want to follow the original plan? Among the four, a beautiful woman in a sky blue robe spoke with a grave expression. Since we have already started, how can we give up halfway? A burly man in armor crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes were resolute, and there was no change in his expression. Oh, the more people that come, the better the effect of the blood sacrifice. How can we give up now? A man with a gloomy gaze and thin facial features said with a cold smile, Madame Lon, don't be so worried. It is normal for any danger to appear in an imperial tomb. Therefore, even if everyone dies in there, no one will suspect us. A soft chuckle could be heard as a young man holding an ancient fan in his hand said indifferently, As long as the plan succeeds, our four great sects will be able to break through to the Emperor realm and develop in the three great imperial domains. The burly armored man looked at the bright moon with a fiery look in his eyes. The appearance of the divine moon imperial tomb was not a coincidence. It was something that they had planned. Chapter 289. 5 days were gone in the blink of an eye. Over the past 5 days, more cultivators had gathered. There were over 10,000 of them. However, most of the cultivators that had arrived were only standing at the shore. Only the peak martial progenitors were allowed to step onto the surface of the ocean and approach the moon. Bang! On this day, the martial progenitors who were either meditating or observing the moon were startled. An ancient door covered with spiritual inscriptions appeared in the bright moon that was emitting a vast pressure. The door slowly opened as an aura that was 10 times stronger than before swept the place. A huge wave was formed on the surface of the ocean, as if a giant beast was opening its mouth to devour everyone. The entrance has appeared. Quick, go inside. As the ancient door opened, the power of the barrier around the bright moon immediately weakened. Many martial progenitors who could not wait any longer immediately made their moves and flew into the ancient door. It felt like thousands of bees were swarming into a hive. Ancient Emperor, Wei Yuanjiu, Wu Huangfeng, and the others blurted out when they saw Qin Yu's lack of reaction. Let's take a look first. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he glanced at the bottom of the ocean. Someone's controlling the forbidding aura. The people of the ancient imperial palace did not notice it, but the dragon soul was aware of it. The appearance of the door and the forbidding aura surrounding the moon were being controlled by someone. Apart from Qin Yu and the dragon soul, the 10,000 Ghost Palace, the Demon Spirit Sect, and the rest of the top factions did not make a move. It was obvious that they were aware of the abnormality of the door too. Let's go. After waiting for a total of 15 minutes, when even the other ordinary martial ancestors had entered the ancient gate, Qin Yu finally made his move. He led Wei Yuanjiu and the others, who could not wait any longer, toward the moon. However, their target was not the door. Dong! As they approached the moon, Qin Yu flicked his finger, firing godly rays into the moon. A clear echo came from the vivid and lifelike moon, as if a war drum was being beaten. When he saw the ripples on the bright moon, Qin Yu's figure flashed, and he charged into the ripples. Although Wei Yuanjiu and the others were surprised, they still immediately followed in. After Qin Yu and the others entered, the ripples immediately disappeared, and Hao Yue regained its tranquility. He actually saw through the array core. Damn it! At the bottom of the deep sea, the faces of the four masters of the Shunyue martial world changed. Never had they imagined that someone would actually be able to directly breach the spirit formation core they had set up. Illusion barrier? Seeing this, Bailey Xionghuang immediately led the myriad Ghost Palace's people and charged forward. After carefully sensing it, he took out an ancient sword and slashed down. A clear opening appeared on the bright moon, and the people from the myriad ghost palace disappeared into the opening. The other top factions also followed suit and entered the bright moon. He actually saw through the divine moon spirit emperor's illusion, who is the new emperor of the ancient imperial palace. No matter what his background is, we have to change our plan. Let's split up. One group will blood sacrifice those who broke into the illusion barrier, and the other group will stop the people from the ancient imperial palace and the myriad ghost palace from getting close to the forbidden area. Don't worry so much. The spirit emperor's forbidden area is not that easy to enter. After we trigger the restriction, it's still unknown whether they will be able to come out alive. At the bottom of the deep sea, the masters of the 4 top factions of the Sheniwe martial world split into 2 groups. One group entered the ancient gate, and the other group disappeared into the bright moon. Who would have thought that the divine moon spirit emperor, who was most likely to become a martial emperor, would pass away here? After all the martial progenitors entered the place, a figure appeared from the rift. It was a young woman with a beautiful face, and her clothes were as white as snow. She had an extraordinary temperament. After murmuring softly, she stepped into the air and entered the bright moon. Roar, roar, roar. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and his crew, who had entered the bright moon, found themselves in a spacious wilderness. Surrounding them were countless ferocious beasts with ferocious auras, glaring at them with bloodthirsty gazes. Southeast, let's get this over with. Qin Yu unleashed the martial arts of the 3 martial emperors. A godly glow was emitted as the heaven-shattering godly weapon was formed. Without the support of the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the 3rd layer martial progenitor realm. However, his strength was nowhere close to the level where he could easily slay the peak martial progenitors in the battle at the ancient imperial palace. The dragon soul that had just transformed grinned as its battle intent skyrocketed. It immediately lunged at the beasts, Wei Yuanjiu, and the others did not waste their time either. The rules of the heavens and earth became restless as they executed their moves, resulting in a fierce battle. The beasts possessed the strength of the peak martial progenitor realm, but their intelligence had yet to be awakened. It was as if an ordinary beast had been forcibly injected with the cultivation of the martial progenitor realm. Soon, Qin Yu and the others killed their way out of the horde of beasts and rushed toward the southeast. The people of the ancient imperial palace were astounded by the dragon soul's strength of the nirvana realm. After all, the dragon soul seemed to be younger than Qin Yu. After breaking through the encirclement of the ferocious beasts, Qin Yu and the others encountered many natural dangers and dangers. Luckily, the dangers did not reach the level of the martial monarch realm. Thus Qin Yu and his crew were able to overcome them with ease. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, as they flew past a certain rift, the rift suddenly shuddered. Streaks of ancient spiritual inscriptions instantly filled half of the void. Teleportation runes? Qin Yu immediately reacted. Someone was setting up a teleportation formation. Thus he immediately fired his spear. The dragon soul performed a hand seal and executed the rules of space to seal off the rift. Bang! The rift shuddered violently as the teleportation runes exploded, destroying the teleportation formation. However, Wei Yuanjiu and the elders of the ancient imperial palace had already been teleported away. It seemed like the enemy was only targeting him. This ripple. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed. From all directions, there were dozens of auras that were rapidly closing in on them in an encirclement. It seems like they know who you are. A cold flicker flickered in the dragon soul's eyes. He had already sensed the people surrounding them. Since there are no martial monarchs, they must be suspecting me. With a thought, A spiritual array disc appeared in Qin Yu's left hand. Array flags shot out and turned into countless ancient runes that spread out and merged with the rift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, one figure after another rushed over from the distance. Just as Qin Yu and the dragon soul had sensed, they were from the Myriad Ghost Palace. The people from the Myriad Ghost Palace were also quite strange. They were all wearing dark ancient armor and black helmets, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Qin Yu, long time no see. Bailey Xionghuang stepped out with a cold smile as he stared coldly at Qin Yu. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Qin Yu said indifferently. It seemed like his guess was right. Bailey Xionghuang was just suspicious of him. "Ha ha! Do you think that we can't find you just because you've changed your appearance? Don't be too naive." Bailey Xionghuang's eyes flashed, and the cold smile on his face deepened. He immediately gave the order. "Attack!" Chapter 290. Bang, bang, bang. The martial progenitors of the 10,000 Ghost Palace immediately unleashed a shocking murderous intent and the power of laws. To everyone's surprise, not only were their cultivations the same, even the Tao of laws they had comprehended was the same. The underworld ghost rule. Because of that, after activating their powers of laws, their auras immediately increased explosively. This was the reason why the Underworld Ghost Palace was able to boost their strength. Qin Yu performed a hand seal as his figure emitted a brilliant glow. An ancient seal over 10 zhang wide appeared and encapsulated him and the dragon spirit. A deafening explosion took place as the imperishable stone emperor seal shuddered vigorously, but managed to resist the attacks. So this is the power of the three emperors. Bailey Xionghuang stared at Qin Yu with flickering eyes. Even though Qin Yu's cultivation was not as strong as the information he had received, however, the power of the three emperors was not as terrifying as the rumors had described. Judging from the current situation, the imperishable stone emperor seal would not be able to resist the attacks of the 10,000 Ghost Palace for a long time. It was only a matter of time before Qin Yu fell into a dangerous situation. This caused Bailey Xionghuang to feel slightly excited. If the power of the three emperors was not as exaggerated as the rumors had described, how had Qin Yu managed to slay thousands of martial progenitors in the ancient imperial martial realm? Unless Qin Yu had some kind of secret technique that could significantly improve his cultivation. As such, they were able to confirm Qin Yu's identity. That being said, it did not matter if Qin Yu was the person they were looking for. Bailey Xionghuang had no intention of letting Qin Yu live when he decided to make his move. He would rather kill the wrong person than to let him go. Since Qin Yu had disappeared from the martial emperor's mausoleum filled with forbidding auras, the factions behind the ancient imperial palace would not be able to find him. As such, they would not target the 10,000 Ghost Palace and cause a huge commotion. Die! Qin Yu's eyes flickered coldly. Qin Yu had initially planned to let the 10,000 Ghost Palace go for now. However, since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Qin Yu would naturally not be lenient. These dozens of shadow guards were all at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. They were definitely the top experts of the Myriad Ghost Palace. Once these people were killed, the strength of the Myriad Ghost Palace would definitely plummet. Since the Myriad Ghost Palace suspects you, then they must know about the battle between the allied armies. Knowing that you have such combat strength, he still dared to make a move. I'm afraid he has some powerful trump card. The dragon soul looked at Bailey Xionghuang with indifferent eyes, cold killing intent filling the air. Ha! Today, even if a martial emperor comes, he will still die. Divine light gathered in Qin Yu's right hand as the sky-splitting spear materialized. A killing intent law soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Whoosh! Taking a step forward, Qin Yu appeared in front of a shadow guard. The sky-split spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and it carried a destructive might as it tore through the ghastly nether ghost laws and swept towards Chunxi. As for the attacks from the other shadow guards, Qin Yu was able to ignore them with the power of the immortal Stone Emperor's seal and the divine dragon body. Nether ghost. The shadow guard immediately uttered a groan. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was far inferior to his, that spear light contained a sense of danger that made his hair stand on end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, 9 shadow guards appeared around him. The auras of the 10 shadow guards merged with one another, summoning a 10-zhang-tall skeleton with a cultivation of the peak Nirvana realm. Thump! The spear glow containing the sealing light was blocked by the skeleton. However, as the sound of the explosion echoed, the ghostly runes on the ghost soldier skeleton were sealed. The giant skeleton immediately disintegrated and turned into a pile of white bones. The power of sealing. Bailey Xionghuang and the shadow guards were astounded, killing a peak martial progenitor skeleton with a single move. The power of the 3 emperors' skills had greatly exceeded their expectations. The initial disdain in their hearts immediately dissipated. Roar! At that instant, a deafening dragon cry could be heard as a chaotic dragon aura spread from behind the dragon's soul. Following this, the heaven-scorching golden flames dragon dashed out from the primary dragon world. A magnificent dragon aura swept the place, shocking the heavens and earth. Dragon tribe. Bailey Xionghuang was stunned seeing the lifelike, heaven-scorching golden flames dragon before him. It was his first time seeing a living creature like the dragon tribe. However, it did allow Bailey Xionghuang to confirm Qin Yu's identity. He clearly remembered that the secret techniques that Qin Yu had executed during the battle at the 100-Beast Palace seemed to be related to the dragon tribe. Kill. An ancient mirror appeared in the dragon soul's hand as it landed on the heaven-scorching golden flames dragon's head. Its childish face was filled with a cold, murderous intent. The heaven-scorching golden flames dragon uttered a roar as it executed its natal skill, the heaven-scorching golden flames dragon. At that instant, the area within 1,000 li was turned into a world of flames. The heaven-scorching golden flames dragon's power had already been enhanced. With the enhancement of the godly origin mirror, everything in its path was set ablaze. Even the peak martial progenitor realm secret guards had to use their full strength to resist it. A godly weapon. Bailey Xionghuang's eyes glistened when he saw the godly origin mirror in the dragon soul's hand. Normally, only martial monarchs would possess a godly weapon. Even he, who was from the heaven-suppressing ghost monarch's lineage, did not have one. The dragon soul was only a martial progenitor, yet he was able to command the dragon tribe and had a godly weapon. Who exactly was he? Rumble. Under the attacks of Qin Yu, the dragon soul, and the heaven-scorching golden flames dragon, the secret guards were immediately suppressed. Some of them even suffered casualties. Qin Yu's sealing divine light and the dragon soul's space-time ability, if one were to be hit by them, then there would be no chance of survival. 10,000 Ghosts portrait, evil spirits of purgatory. As the secret guards of the 10,000 Ghosts Palace found themselves in a disadvantageous situation, a ghastly aura filled the place. It was Bailey Xionghuang executing his strongest move, the 10,000 Ghosts drawing. However, the ghastly aura of the 10,000 Ghosts drawing had merged into a 100-zhang-tall demon from hell. It had reached the peak martial progenitor realm. It was obvious that Bailey Xionghuang had purposely improved the power of the 10,000 Ghosts drawing after Lin Changqing, had shattered it with brute force. Heaven-battling Azure Dragon. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since they had fallen out with each other, there was no need for him to conceal his strength any further. His flesh and bones were clearly covered in blue dragon runes, which spread to his limbs and bones. Since Qin, you had ranked up to the martial progenitor realm. The azure dragon battling the heavens, devouring the heavens dragon seal, and other mystical abilities were no longer as eye-catching as they were in the past. That being said, even though the dragon aura had been withdrawn, its power was more refined and shocking. Qin Yu's cultivation of the third-layer martial progenitor realm had reached the peak martial progenitor realm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The space was shattered into pieces as the spear was thrust forward. The 10,000 zhang tall demon from hell was instantly destroyed, which turned into a destructive ghost order that swept the place. It's you indeed. Bailey Xionghuang's expression became hideous seeing this, as if he had turned into a demon. It must have been tough for you to come all the way here to die. Qin Yu's figure shuddered as he summoned over 10 clones of godly glows. This time, with the help of the heaven-battling azure dragon, the strength of the clones of godly glows had reached the peak martial progenitor realm. The people of the 10,000 Ghosts Palace immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Chapter 291, God-Slaying Sword. Bailey Xionghuang's expression changed drastically as an ancient sword appeared in his hand. A vast and unparalleled sword power shot up into the sky as if it could shatter the heavens and the earth, formed by the power of the great path of heaven and earth. The dragon soul's eyes flashed as it recognized the sword. The ancient sword was not a physical object. It was formed by the great path of heaven and earth that a martial emperor had comprehended to an ordinary martial ancestor. The ancient sword was much more terrifying than a real divine weapon. So, this is your trump card. I thought that a martial emperor would come. Qin Yu smiled disdainfully. If a real martial emperor had come, Qin Yu would have been afraid. However, it was a spiritual weapon formed by the power of the great path of heaven of the martial emperor. Qin Yu, on the other hand, did not care about them at all. Swoosh, swoosh. With a thought, Qin Yu sent all the divine light clones to attack the secret guards. The divine light clones pierced through the sky like shooting stars. It was quite dazzling. However, the might emitted by those divine light incarnations caused the hearts of all the people from the 10,000 Ghost Hall to tremble. A sense of death appeared in their hearts. Slash! Bailey Xionghuang's power of law surged and burned like flames. He shouted ferociously and slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. A circle of dazzling sword light flashed in the void. The sword light seemed to have a spirit as all the divine light clones were slashed at the waist. The sea of fire was also slashed open. The power of the great path of heaven and earth of the martial emperor was undoubtedly powerful. The laws of heaven and earth were as fragile as glass in front of the great path of heaven and earth. How is this possible? However, in the next moment, Bailey Xionghuang cried out in shock. The divine light clones that had been slashed at the waist recovered in the blink of an eye. They did not seem to have suffered any damage, which naturally shocked Bailey Xionghuang. After all, what he was using now was the true power of the great path. But now, he could not deal with the divine light clones. Could it be that this was all an illusion? Go to hell! Bailey Xionghuang was in a frenzy as he continued to slash with his sword. However, the result was the same. No matter how many times the divine light clones were slashed, they would recover immediately. Whoosh! The void shook slightly, and a figure appeared beside Bailey Xionghuang, like a ghost. It was Qin Yu's real body. Qi. Bailey Xionghuang's reaction was not slow either. He slashed out with his ancient sword, and the sword light tore through the void, wanting to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu's divine spear pierced out, and at the spear light, a ferocious dragon head opened its mouth and swallowed the sword light. It was the heaven-devouring dragon seal. At the same time, Qin Yu pointed his finger at Bailey Xionghuang. Divine sealing light appeared and sealed him away. The soul-devouring curse was unleashed right after, intending to devour Bailey Xionghuang's soul. Rumble! However, at this moment, the ancient sword suddenly trembled. After the power of the Great Path went berserk, it suddenly exploded. The sword intent that could destroy the world swept out for thousands of miles. When the sword intent of destruction dissipated, Qinyu, the dragon soul, and the heaven-incinerating golden flame dragon, who were protected by the indestructible Stone Emperor's seal and an ancient spell formation, were revealed. Although they had blocked the explosion of the Great Path's power, they had still suffered some setbacks, and their auras were somewhat chaotic. However, the myriad ghost palace's secret guards were not so lucky. Under the sweep of the Great Path of heaven and earth, their bodies were directly crushed and their souls scattered. Qinyu felt that it was a pity that the indestructible ancient Emperor's seal dissipated. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to find out more about the martial emperors that the myriad ghost palace sent this time. It seemed that the other party was prepared. Once Bailey Xionghuang showed signs of having his soul searched, the ancient sword would directly explode. With a thought, Qinyu turned the ancient spell formation in the void back into a flag and returned to the spirit array disc. This ancient spell formation was set up by Qinyu before the start of the battle. Its purpose was to prevent any martial emperors from making a move. Before entering this mausoleum, Qinyu was a little concerned about the person who used a secret technique to spy on him in the dark. After stopping for a while, Qinyu and the dragon's soul left this area and headed in the direction where the emperor's might was stronger. When the ancient sword exploded, in the myriad ghost palace that was several martial realms away from the Shenhua martial world, a figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. It was Bailey Xionghuang's seventh martial uncle. The spiritual sword exploded. Bailey Xionghuang, you found that kid? The white-haired old man's eyes flashed. This time, he knew of Bailey Xionghuang's plan to lead the secret guards to the Shenhua martial world. Now, the spiritual sword that was condensed from his Great Path sword energy exploded. It must be that Bailey Xionghuang had confirmed Qinyu's identity. Otherwise, Bailey Xionghuang would definitely not have unsealed the power of the spiritual sword. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man immediately got up and left the palace. At this time, in the Shenhua martial world's illusory boundary, the two figures were covered in a layer of faint moonlight. They easily passed through all the restrictions and barriers and arrived at an ancient palace. In the entire illusory boundary, only this ancient palace was real. Those two people were the masters of the four major forces of the Shenhua martial world, the beautiful woman in blue palace dress and the burly man in battle armor. The two broke the boundary and entered the core area of the palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, a huge picture of a bright moon was engraved. Without hesitation, they each took out more than 10 jade bottles and opened all of them. Crystal clear blood of various colors flowed out and poured on the altar. Each of the blood had a strange fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Obviously, they were not ordinary. Chi, chi, chi. Immediately, all the spiritual inscriptions on the ancient altar lit up. All the blood flowed along the spiritual inscriptions and gathered at the bright moon. The bright moon picture immediately bloomed with dazzling moonlight. Spirit summoning. When the beautiful woman in palace dress and the burly man saw this, they both chanted a mysterious incantation. The bright moon that emitted dazzling moonlight seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force. It floated up from the ancient altar and floated in the air. In the next moment, a figure vaguely appeared in the bright moon, exuding an imposing aura. Success. When the beautiful woman in palace dress and the burly man saw the figure in the bright moon, their eyes were filled with respect and greed. That figure was the emperor soul of the Shenhua spirit emperor, who had passed away 300 years ago. As it absorbed all the blood, the Emperor's soul seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep. Two moon-white eyes pierced through the void. Immediately after, the Emperor's soul stepped out of the bright moon and stood in the void. The beautiful woman in palace dress and the burly man immediately restrained their auras. They were like statues and did not dare to move at all. This Emperor's soul had lost its memories from when it was alive, and it was awakened by the blood sacrifice technique. Once it smelled the aura of a living person, it would immediately go berserk, devour flesh and blood, and refine the living soul. Fortunately, they were well prepared when they came. They had the power of the Shunyue Spirit Emperor from when he was alive, so they could hide it. Sure enough, after the Emperor's soul circled around the beautiful woman in palace dress and the burly man, it turned into a ray of moonlight and rushed into the distant void. The beautiful woman in palace dress and the burly man immediately followed behind it. Not long after, the Emperor's soul encountered over 10 martial progenitors who had entered the illusionary formation. Upon seeing the martial progenitors, the moon-white eyes of the Emperor's soul immediately turned red with a hint of bloodlust. Chapter 292. Rumble. Moonlight burst out from the monarch spirit's body and covered the martial progenitors in the sky. An earth-shattering battle took place. However, the battle soon came to an end. The flesh and souls of the peak martial progenitors were devoured, turning them into dried corpses. After devouring the flesh, blood, and souls of the martial progenitors, the blurry figure of the monarch spirit became more solid. The aura on his body had also clearly increased by several notches. Even the scarlet, bloodthirsty light in his eyes had become much denser because of this. The monarch spirit did not stop there, but continued to fly through the illusory formation. Under the control of the woman and the bulky man, the martial progenitors who entered the illusory formation encountered the monarch spirit one after another. Those who encountered the monarch spirit died on the spot. A bloody massacre took place in the illusory formation. Inside the mystic moon imperial tomb, Chinyu and the dragon soul, who were flying toward the direction of the monarch aura, they had now appeared in a foggy area. An ancient palace appeared in the foggy area, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. The aura of the monarch pill. After Qin, you had circled around the gray foggy region for over half a circle. He executed the art of fleeing heaven and brought the dragon soul through the forbidding auras and into the ancient palace. It can easily pass through the forbidding auras? What kind of secret technique is that? After Chinyu and the dragon's soul entered the ancient palace, two figures quietly emerged from the ground. They were the man with a gloomy gaze and a skinny face from the four great factions of the Mystic Moon martial realm, and the young man with an ancient fan in his hand. This is troublesome. He will surely discover the monarch's spiritual pill. The skinny man's gloomy gaze was filled with a clear, murderous intent. Isn't that great? We won't be able to break the forbidding aura of the palace for the time being. Let him retrieve the monarch pill for us. The young man with an ancient fan wore a cold grin. The monarch spiritual pill was crucial to their plan. No matter how powerful Chinyu's background was, they could not let him take the monarch's spiritual pill away. Inside the ancient palace, Chinyu broke through the forbidding auras and entered the inner hall. An ancient bronze medicinal cauldron floated in the inner hall. Inside the medicinal cauldron, there was a strong pill fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. It was the fluctuation of an emperor pill. Medicine King's divine cauldron. There were 4 ancient words on the cauldron, emitting a vast and majestic aura. This was definitely something that had existed for a very long time. A top-tier divine artifact. The dragon soul-sized up the bronze cauldron. It was quite rare for a cauldron to be able to reach the level of a top divine artifact. Battle Dragonate trigrams, seal. Qin Yu's hands moved continuously, striking out a series of profound ancient seals, sealing the Medicine King's divine cauldron. This Medicine King divine cauldron was far inferior to the good fortune immortal furnace that Qin Yu used in his previous life. But for the current Qin Yu, it was more than enough. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was steady, he never used spiritual pills to increase his cultivation. However, there were other types of spiritual pills. For example, for healing injuries, recovering true qi, and other healing assistance pills, Qin Yu still had to refine them. These spiritual pills were essential in a battle. Now, with this Medicine King's divine cauldron, it would be of great help to Qin Yu in his alchemy. Opening the Medicine King's divine cauldron, a dazzling moonlight shone out. A moonlight white spiritual pill the size of a longan, surrounded by moon patterns, floated up and down in the divine cauldron. Emperor Spirit Pill. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. This was an Emperor Pill. The so-called Emperor Pill was a spiritual pill that was useful for martial emperors and emperors. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he still couldn't refine an Emperor Pill. The monarch spiritual pill was made from 3,749 precious spiritual ingredients and the power of the moon. If Qin Yu guessed correctly, this Emperor Spirit Pill should have been used by the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor in the past to help stabilize his Emperor soul when breaking through to the Emperor realm. The reason why it was left behind should be because the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor passed away before he could break through to the Emperor realm. Of course, it was impossible for Qin Yu to guess the specifics. However, this Emperor Spirit Pill was just right for his eldest senior brother. With the help of the Emperor's soul and this Emperor Spirit Pill, his eldest senior brother's soul source. Not to say that it could completely recover, but at least it could stabilize the situation. Someone is setting up an array outside. At this time, the dragon soul's expression changed slightly as he said aloud. Looking at the fluctuations, it should be the person who set up the illusion barrier when we entered. After carefully sensing, Qin Yu put away the Medicine King's divine cauldron and left the ancient palace. Boom! When Qin Yu came out through the layers of barriers, a murderous intent, like a giant beast with monstrous killing intent, blasted towards Qin Yu. Even the sky trembled at this moment, as if it could suppress everything. Qin Yu directly entered the state of the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens and stabbed out with his spear. The heaven-punishing killing array burst out with the spear, sweeping up the monstrous killing intent and directly crushing it into dust. He actually reached the 9 Nirvana revolutions in an instant. Is this the legendary divine ability of the 3 emperors, the thin and gloomy man who set up the formation, and the youth with the ancient fan? Were both shocked, even though they had heard countless rumors about Qin Yu during this period of time. When they saw it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. If such a secret technique were to be spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? 9. Nether Purgatory. Heaven-swallowing dragon seal. Heavenly stellar divine light. Qin Yu did not waste any time and used his divine abilities and secret techniques one after another. The array set up by the thin man and the youth with the ancient fan could not stop Qin Yu at all and was blasted apart. This guy used a forbidden technique. Although the thin man and the youth with the ancient fan were also 9 Nirvana revolutions martial ancestors, the thin man and the youth with the ancient fan were completely suppressed. In front of Qin Yu, they were completely suppressed and did not have the strength to fight back. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, they had no choice but to use the forbidden technique left by the mystic moon spirit emperor. 9 moons illuminate the sky. Majestic and vast moonlight emerged from the 2 of them. 9 silver moons appeared in the sky. They were connected from head to tail and trapped Qin Yu in a circle. In the 9 moons, There were countless scenes that were constantly evolving. Any scene could evoke the desire in one's heart and make one indulge in it. This kind of little trick is useless against me. Qin Yu's eyes were like lightning, and he was not affected at all. He directly broke out of the moon and stabbed with the divine spear. The sealing divine light burst out, and the thin man and the youth who were about to take the opportunity to escape were immediately sealed by the divine light. Then their souls were devoured by the soul-devouring curse. Soon, Qin Yu learned about the plan of the four major forces in the mystic moon martial world. As early as 200 years ago, the four major forces had discovered the mystic moon imperial tomb. It was also because of the treasures in the mystic moon imperial tomb that they grew rapidly. Thus, they divided the mystic moon martial world, and each of them did not interfere with the other's development. After their forces grew stronger, the ambitions of the four major forces also began to expand towards the martial emperor realm. However, because of their limited aptitude, they had been unable to touch the martial emperor realm. Therefore, they set their sights on the emperor spirit of the mystic moon spirit emperor. Chapter 293. Of course, after hundreds of years, even the emperor spirit of the mystic moon spirit emperor had lost a lot of its vitality. In order to restore the emperor spirit to its peak state, the four forces let the mystic moon spirit emperor's imperial mausoleum appear to attract the forces of the seven great martial realms. Then, they used an evil technique to awaken the emperor spirit and let it devour the flesh and soul of the martial ancestors to recover. After the emperor spirit devoured all the martial ancestors that entered the illusory boundary, they gave it the emperor spirit pill. After that, the four of them refined the emperor spirit and broke through to the martial emperor realm. The original plan had been quite successful. The appearance of the imperial mausoleum had successfully attracted tens of thousands of martial ancestors. But unfortunately, their illusory boundary was broken by Qin Yu, allowing many top forces to enter the real imperial mausoleum. Even worse, the emperor spirit pill that they had not been able to get was discovered by Qin Yu. That was why they wanted to attack Qin Yu. In the end, not only did they lose the emperor spirit pill, but they also lost their lives. Should we stop them? The dragon soul asked after looking through the memories of the two people. The mystic moon spirit emperor's cultivation had probably reached the half-step martial emperor realm. Otherwise, he would not have refined the emperor spirit pill. But using the blood sacrifice spirit summoning technique to awaken the emperor spirit of a half-step martial emperor realm and let it devour flesh and soul. This was not a joke. If something went wrong, the emperor spirit might become sentient. At that time, it would be troublesome to deal with it. Let's go to the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum first. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and headed towards the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum, according to the plan of the four forces of the mystic moon martial realm. In the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum, there was the body and blood of the mystic moon spirit emperor. Therefore, even if the emperor spirit was sentient, it would definitely go to the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum. As for the other two people of the four forces, they were hoping to break through to the martial emperor realm with the help of the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum. 14 hours later, Qin Yu flew to the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum. The forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum was surrounded by hazy moonlight. Under the moonlight, a huge stone tomb floating. The stone tomb was 1,000 miles wide, and it was surrounded by moon-white ancient runes. It was like a giant beast from the ancient times. Qin Yu flew out, passing through layers of barriers, and entered the ancient tomb. The treasures inside the ancient tomb had long been more or less plundered by the four major forces. Only in the depths of the ancient tomb, where the people of the four factions could not enter, were the emperor's bodies and emperor's blood not taken away. What a rich spiritual energy! No, this is innate spiritual energy. There's an innate spiritual vein inside. Looking at the depths of the ancient tomb and the white spiritual energy that filled the air, the dragon soul's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Of all the things in the world, anything that had the word Sciention in it was rare. The amount of natural energy contained in a palm-sized ball of natural energy was equal to that of 1,000 feet wide energy vein. Now, the innate spiritual chi inside was so dense that it was in the form of mist. It was likely that there were innate spiritual veins inside. Qinyu also smiled. Such pure Sciention spiritual chi would be of great benefit to his cultivation. With a single step, Qinyu passed through the restrictive spell and entered the innate spiritual energy. Innate spiritual pond. Qinyu and the dragon soul went deep into the spiritual mist, although there were no innate spiritual veins inside. But in the center of the spiritual mist, there was a spiritual pond that was only about 50 feet wide. The rolling natural spiritual energy inside was like spring water. He could even vaguely hear the gurgling sound of water. It was no wonder that the people of the 4 major forces of the Shunyue martial world wanted to come here to break through to the martial emperor realm. Qinyu waved his sleeve, and the natural spiritual energy in the air was absorbed into his body. The situation of this area was revealed to him. There was no emperor's coffin in this area. The emperor's body of the divine moon spirit emperor was also simply placed there. But unexpectedly, the body of the Shunyue spirit emperor was a ferocious beast. The ferocious beast skeleton was more than 400 feet long and 160 feet tall. It was like a huge mountain of bones. Perhaps it was because it had been nourished by the natural spiritual energy all year round. The ferocious beast skeleton was quite glossy and was still ferocious. Azure demonic phoenix. Qinyu recognized the ferocious beast's body. The azure demonic phoenix was a ferocious beast with a thin phoenix bloodline in its body. It was said that after continuous evolution, there was some hope that it could become a true phoenix bloodline. There was a drop of crystal-clear blood floating in the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix. There was a faint azure flame burning in the blood, and a noble aura was emitted. At this moment, the dragon soul's expression changed slightly, and the chaotic dragon chi appeared. The golden flame sky-incinerating dragon appeared from the origin dragon world. Its magma-like eyes were burning with desire as it stared at the drop of blood of the azure demonic phoenix. "Can you give this drop of demonic blood to me?" The golden flame sky-incinerating dragon tilted its head and begged Qinyu. "Is it useful to you?" Qinyu asked. "Yes." The golden flame sky-incinerating dragon nodded heavily. "Then I'll give it to you." Qinyu did not refuse. After all, the stronger the golden flame sky-incinerating dragon was, the more beneficial it would be to him. Besides, if Qinyu wanted to establish the eternal dragon nation, all the dragons that he subdued in the future would have to be as strong as him. Otherwise, eternal dragon would be nothing more than a useless decoration. The golden flame sky-incinerating dragon was very excited. It immediately took out the azure demonic phoenix's blood and swallowed it. Then it returned to the origin dragon world and began to refine it. "What do you plan to do with this skeleton? Give it to the skeleton ghost king?" The dragon soul asked as it looked at the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix. In terms of combat strength, the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix was definitely stronger than the body of the barbarian god emperor. But in terms of potential, the barbarian god emperor's body, which could absorb the power of blood to break through continuously, was far superior to the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix. "No, I plan to refine it into a monarch weapon." Qinyu shook his head slightly. Although the All Heavens War Emperor transformation could evolve into various divine weapons, It was just a secret technique. However, this was, after all, only a secret technique. The divine weapon it created could not be compared to a real divine weapon. Qin Yu's cultivation was not high now, so the divine weapon evolved from the secret technique could still be used. But when his cultivation reached the martial emperor realm, or even the emperor realm, the power of the heavens war emperor transformation would be far inferior to a real divine weapon and emperor weapon. Emperor weapon, integrate it into the nine-nether dragon spear. The dragon soul was slightly stunned. It understood the meaning of Qin Yu's words. Isn't this a little too big? After all, the nine-nether dragon spear was only a saint weapon now. It could not even be considered a divine weapon, let alone a supreme emperor weapon. Let's take it slow. Qin Yu obviously knew that it was impossible to refine an emperor weapon in one step, but the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix could help the nine-nether dragon spear build a good foundation. After all, this was the skeleton of a half-step emperor beast. In fact, the foundation of the nine-nether dragon spear was not bad. It was condensed from the dragon spine of the nine-nether hell dragon. Unfortunately, the nine-nether hell dragon was seriously corroded by the corpse ghost chi, causing its skeleton to be damaged. Otherwise, the nine-nether dragon spear would have become a divine weapon long ago. It would not be a mere saint weapon now. With a thought, Qin Yu immediately stored the skeleton of the azure demonic phoenix into the ancient seal of the divine dragon. The golden heaven incinerating fire burned, constantly burning the impurities of the skeleton. Chapter 294. After looking around and seeing that there were no treasures in the core area, Qin Yu went to those forbidden areas. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared on Qin Yu's palm and merged into those ancient forbidden areas and barriers. These forbidden areas were left by the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor and were extremely powerful. In order to prevent any accidents during cultivation, Qin Yu was controlling those ancient forbidden areas. 15 minutes later, Qin Yu returned to the Khanate spiritual pool and sat cross-legged. The dragon soul had been cultivating there for a long time. Ancient battle dragon art. Activating his technique, Qin Yu absorbs the Xiantian holy energy like crazy. Very soon, his body is covered by the holy energy. Boom. But not long after, Qin Yu and the dragon soul, who were cultivating, opened their eyes and looked up at the same time. A loud explosion could be heard coming from above the tomb. According to the memories of the leaders of the two forces of the Divine Moon martial world, there was an ancient altar above the Spirit Emperor's ancient tomb. The illusory barrier was derived from the ancient altar. Originally, the Emperor Spirit of the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor was in the ancient altar. However, when Qin Yu inspected it earlier, he discovered that the Emperor's soul had already disappeared. It must have been awakened by the blood sacrifice spirit summoning technique. It seems that the illusory barrier was broken. The dragon's soul sensed carefully. So, they will be here soon. The plan of the four forces was to bring the Emperor's spirit to the ancient tomb as soon as the illusory barrier was broken. They planned to use the power of the Emperor's spirit to break the forbidden area of the core area and refine the Emperor's spirit. Qin Yu and the dragon soul looked at each other and immediately got up and disappeared into the void. This aura. At this time, in a forbidden area of the imperial tomb, the mysterious woman in white was picking an emperor-grade spiritual herb. Her bright eyes flashed as she looked at the entrance of the imperial tomb. The woman in white thought for a while, picked the spiritual herb, and disappeared from the forbidden area in the Spirit Emperor's ancient tomb. The situation was as Qin Yu had expected. Sure enough, not long after, a valiant and frightening aura rapidly approached him. In the blink of an eye, the tomb was broken open. That person's eyes were scarlet red, and his entire body was surrounded by Emperor Soul. He directly rushed towards the core area. Behind the Emperor's spirit, the beautiful woman in palace attire and the tall and sturdy man, who were surrounded by moon-white light, quickly followed behind. They're not here yet? That's not right. If he didn't obtain the monarch spirit pill, why would he send us a secret order? The beautiful woman and the burly man immediately realized that something was wrong when they didn't see the thin man and the young man with the ancient fan. Both of them became cautious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sovereign spirit that had barged into the core area of the restriction was bound by ancient spirit rune chains that appeared out of nowhere. No matter how violently the Emperor's soul struggled, it was unable to break free from the sealing power of the spirit grain chains. Sealing divine light. With a shout, Qin Yu's figure appeared. Then, he repeatedly tapped the air with his hands. Rays of divine light runes continuously entered the sovereign spirit's body, suppressing the berserking sovereign spirit. Ancient imperial palace? Could it be that he, the beautiful woman, and the burly man were startled when they saw Qin Yu's sudden appearance? Since Qin Yu had appeared, the thin man and the young man with the ancient fan were nowhere to be seen. If they still had no idea that it was Qin Yu who had sent them the secret order, they would be too stupid. Stop him. When he saw that Emperor's soul being suppressed and sealed by Qin Yu unceasingly, the beautiful woman and the burly man immediately charged toward Qin Yu. With the current situation, no matter what, they could not allow Qin Yu to suppress and seal the Emperor's soul. Otherwise, their plan would be for naught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if Qin Yu did not notice the arrival of the beautiful woman and the burly man as he focused on suppressing the sovereign spirit. The sovereign spirit had devoured the blood, flesh, and souls of a few thousand peak martial progenitors. Thus its strength had reached the half-martial monarch realm. Even with Qin Yu's current strength, he had to use his full strength to suppress the sovereign spirit. Whoosh! The reason why Qin Yu did not attack was because of the presence of the dragon soul. The dragon soul dashed forward and spread its arms. Its left hand was burning with the heaven-scorching golden flames, while its right hand was filled with the power of space-time. Rumble! Golden flames swept across the place, turning into a sea of flames. The beautiful woman and the burly man had no choice but to slow down to resist the powerful heaven-scorching golden flames. Violent power of laws clashed in the air, turning half of the ancient tomb into a battlefield of destruction. Roar! The dragon soul's body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales as its aura grew stronger. It charged forward to engage in a melee battle. It relied on its space-time ability to affect the heavens and earth, as well as the terrifying flesh of a peak heaven-grade dragon. Although the dragon soul's cultivation was weaker than the woman and the burly man, its strength was not weak. In fact, it was not at a disadvantage when fighting against two at the same time. Withdraw. In the shocking battle, Qin Yu was not affected at all. He continued to perform hand seals to seal the sovereign spirit. Finally, the sovereign spirit was completely suppressed and sealed into the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. Whoosh! Glancing at the dragon soul that was still fighting fiercely, Qin Yu took out the heaven-shattering spear and joined the battle. With Qin Yu joining the battle, the woman and the burly man were soon unable to hold on any longer and tried to escape. Qin Yu would not give them the chance to do so, and immediately killed them. It seems like I still need to improve my battle skills. The dragon's soul exclaimed as the scales on its body disappeared after seeing the two people killed by Qin Yu. Although the dragon soul's strength was comparable to the Nirvana martial progenitor realm, it was not very experienced in battle. In addition to its offensive skills, it only had the space-time ability, which it had not fully comprehended yet. Therefore, they could not be like Qin Yu, who was able to easily suppress them all by himself. The space-time Tao is publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest Taos. Once you've fully comprehended it, You will not have any advantage in terms of numbers. Qin Yu did not agree with the Dragon Soul's decision to train its other skills. The Dragon Soul could already execute the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon skill. The more dragons it subdued in the future, the Dragon Soul would have more offensive skills. Therefore, it was better to focus on comprehending the space-time Tao instead of wasting time on other battle skills. The Dragon Soul had only comprehended the space-time force at the very beginning. It could not even see the real power, let alone touch it. That's true. The Dragon Soul nodded after being slightly startled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yu controlled the forbidding aura in the tomb and placed it outside the tomb. The two returned to the innate spiritual pool and continued to cultivate the rules of space-time. The Dragon Soul executed its innate skill, causing the power of time to slow down 10 times as it circled around Qin Yu. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, one had a 40 times god physique, while the other had the flesh of the dragon tribe. As the two of them frantically absorbed the energy, the innate qi in the innate spiritual pool was being absorbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time gradually passed. 3 days had passed in the outside world. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul had cultivated for a total of 30 days. The qi in the innate spiritual pool was completely absorbed. Chapter 295. As a result, the Dragon Soul's cultivation had reached the nirvana first cycle of the martial progenitor realm. Qin Yu's cultivation had improved rapidly too, reaching the 7th layer martial progenitor realm in a row. After all, it was an innate spiritual pond left by a half-martial martial highness. Thus the qi it contained was shocking. It's time to go. The Dragon Soul withdrew its space-time force as the two rose to their feet and left the ancient tomb. They had benefited greatly from their trip to the Mystic Moon Mausoleum. Not only had they obtained the monarch spirit, their cultivation had improved tremendously too. After leaving the ancient tomb, Qin Yu found Wei Yuanzhou and the others who were trapped in a forbidding aura somewhere in the mausoleum. Seeing that Qin Yu was planning to leave, Wei Yuanzhou and the others did not dare to stay any longer. The danger of the mausoleum was far greater than they had expected. Without Qin Yu's presence, they did not dare to venture any further. Bang! As soon as Qin Yu and the others appeared above the blue ocean, a vast and unparalleled pressure came crashing down without any warning. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The Tao of the heavens and earth, martial monarch realm. At that instant, Qin Yu performed a hand seal with his right hand to execute the immortal rock emperor seal. A few defensive formations appeared on the formation disc in his left hand, which transformed into a few dozen barriers protecting his figure. The Dragon Soul immediately executed its space-time ability to influence the rift. Rumble! The movements of Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul could not be said to be slow. However, the force of the Tao of the heavens and earth was even faster, which struck Qin Yu and the others almost instantly. A loud explosion took place as the immortal rock emperor seal trembled vigorously and became unstable. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were knocked into the bottom of the ocean from the sky. Puff! Wei Yuanzhou and the others were severely injured, causing their auras to weaken as they were knocked flying while vomiting blood. It was the white-haired old man from the 10,000 Ghost Palace. The white-haired old man simply stood there, yet the magnificent monarch aura he was emitting felt like he could dominate the entire heavens and earth. The white-haired old man pointed with his finger. An unparalleled sword light transformed into countless tiny sword lights that pierced through the bodies of Wei Yuanzhou and the others. However, those sword lights did not cause any harm to Wei Yuanzhou and the others. This was a soul-searching technique. The white-haired elder was searching through the memories of the ancient imperial hall and the others. Not only the ancient imperial hall, but all the forces that came out of the mausoleum had their souls searched by him. He was looking for the person who had made Bailey Xionghuang use the Great Path spiritual sword. However, they didn't find any clues. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qinyu, who had crashed into the deep sea. In the memories of Wei Yuanzhou and the others, he did not see Bailey Xionghuang. But at the same time, he didn't see Qinyu's memories. According to Bailey Xionghuang's plan, the biggest suspect was naturally Qinyu, who had become the Emperor of the Ancients. Bang! The surface of the sea exploded as a figure broke out from the sea. He stood in the air and indifferently looked at the white-haired old man. It was Qinyu who had been blasted to the bottom of the sea. Qinyu did not take the opportunity to escape. Although he had comprehended the law of speed, his speed was definitely not comparable to a martial emperor's. Furthermore, this white-haired old man was only a rank 3 martial emperor. With Qinyu's current strength, he wasn't afraid of him. Whoosh! The white-haired old man took a step forward and rapidly approached Qinyu. He pointed his finger at him. This time, the sky within 1,000 miles was filled with destructive sword might. This white-haired old man had entered the path of the sword. Thus, the power of the great path of heaven and earth directly transformed into sword might. Indestructible Stone Emperor's seal. Heaven's War Emperor transformation. Qinyu's eyes were cold as he rapidly formed hand seals with his hands. The indestructible Stone Emperor's seal became more and more solid. Even the profound ancient runes on it could be seen clearly. At the same time, intense divine light revolved around Qinyu's body. Tens of thousands of ancient swords appeared around him. They floated up and down in the sky, forming a sword tomb. One could clearly see that there were countless divine swords and emperor's swords shuttling back and forth in the sword tomb. Every ancient sword, even broken swords, emitted a supreme sword might. They were like invincible swordsmen, invincible in the world. Qi, qi, qi. The destructive sword might that engulfed 10,000 miles of the sky collided with the invincible sword might of the sword tomb. It was as if a demonic beast that had taken human form had encountered a demon emperor that had become a demon emperor since ancient times. Its might was immediately suppressed to the extreme. After the indestructible Stone Emperor's seal trembled, it blocked the sword might. This time, Qinyu's body didn't even sway, in the slightest. This is the eternal sword tomb. The white-haired old man's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stood rooted to the ground in disbelief. The eternal sword tomb was a forbidden area in the divine land of the heaven domain. It was left behind by an invincible sword immortal from ancient times. It was one of the few, strongest divine weapons in the heaven domain. All the sword cultivators in the heaven domain regarded the 1,000 Ghost Sword Tomb as the holy land of Sword Dao. All the sword cultivators wanted to see the eternal sword tomb with their own eyes. They wanted to see the invincible aura left behind by that ancient sword cultivator. In the long history of the heaven domain, almost all the famous sword cultivators in the 9 states had comprehended Dao in the 1,000 Ghost Sword Tomb. As a member of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, the white-haired old man had naturally been to the Eternal Sword Tomb. It was precisely because of this that he felt so shocked. The Eternal Sword Tomb that Qinyu created had the same power as the Eternal Sword Tomb in the forbidden area of the divine land of the heaven domain. Is this kid a direct disciple of the heavenly imperial palace? After the white-haired old man recovered from his shock, a strange light flashed in his chilling eyes. The force of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island hadn't spread to the spiritual state. However, he knew a lot about the heavenly imperial palace, which was one of the top forces in the heaven domain. It was rumored that the heavenly imperial palace had a supreme secret technique that could create all the divine weapons in the world. However, not many people had actually seen it. Only the core members of the imperial palace of the heavenly emperor knew about it. And now, Qin Yu actually managed to create the eternal sword mound. Naturally, the white-haired old man guessed that Qin Yu was a direct disciple of the heavenly imperial palace. Is that the new emperor of the ancient imperial palace? He actually managed to block the attack of a martial emperor? No wonder he killed thousands of martial ancestors. He's so fierce. Speaking of which, what's the purpose of that martial emperor? It seems that he searched the souls of all the martial ancestors who came out of the imperial mausoleum. How can we guess the thoughts of a martial emperor? We'd better back off, lest we get caught in the crossfire. In an area thousands of miles away from the sea, countless forces were watching the confrontation between Qin Yu and the white-haired old man in the sea with their own means. Since the news of a martial emperor coming to the sea spread, the forces of the 7 martial realms had gathered there. They didn't dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. "Brat, did you kill my 10,000 Ghost Palace's men?" After looking at the eternal sword tomb, the white-haired old man's eyes flickered with greed. It didn't matter if Qin Yu was a direct disciple of the heavenly imperial palace or not, since he had encountered him here. There was no reason for him to let go of such a secret technique. Chapter 296. Are you going to let me go if I say no? Qin Yu said calmly, "Let me perform a soul search. I'll let you go once I'm sure that you didn't kill the people of the 10,000 Ghost Palace." Despite saying so, the power of the sword Dao emitted from the old white-haired man's body grew stronger. You think you can perform a soul search just because you want to? Do you think you are? Qin Yu wore a cold grin. He had already seen through the old, white-haired man's greed. "You're courting death." The old, white-haired man's eyes turned cold as the power of the sword Dao in his right hand transformed into an ancient sword. The sword slashed forward with a tremendous might, causing the heavens and earth to resonate with it. A giant pitch-black crack appeared in the sky as the sword glow swept past, emitting a terrifying destructive aura. It was a sign that the sky was unable to endure the sword's might. Azure dragon battling the heavens. Qin Yu was not afraid. Cyan dragon marks covered his entire body and permeated into his flesh and blood. It vaguely transformed into an azure Shinran that merged with Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the limit of the Nirvana realm in the martial progenitor realm. A tremendous aura swept across the place. Following this, the sky-shattering spear transformed. Qin Yu was like a dragon emerging from the ocean. He swung his spear, while the eternal sword tomb appeared at the tip of the spear and faced the attack head-on. The power of the old white-haired man's sword Dao filled half of the sky. Qin Yu was unable to use any tricks to attack, thus he decided to face the attack head-on. Rumble! The destructive sword glow and the sharp spear glow collided with one another, resulting in a deafening explosion. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. A 10,000-li-deep pit appeared above the ocean, with huge waves surging into the sky, turning into a destructive tsunami. Crack! Qin Yu, who had launched a head-on attack with his spear, was attacked by an indescribably vast power. It felt like he was fighting against the entire heavens and earth on his own. However, at the next moment, the Skysplitter spear and the eternal sword mound, which were condensed from divine light, directly exploded, turning into divine light that filled the sky and dissipated. The indestructible stone Emperor's seal also dissipated after countless cracks appeared on its surface. Qin Yu's body trembled as he once again descended from the sky. The white-haired old man's attack was indeed extremely astonishing. However, the Eternal Sword Mound, Indestructible Stone Emperor Seal, and Dragon God Tyrant Body were able to cancel out the damage. The injuries that Qin Yu had received were not very serious. However, Qin Yu's complexion was clearly much paler, and his spirit was also clearly weakened. This is when the white-haired old man saw this. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu stabilized his body and swallowed a divine pill. His mental power recovered significantly. Although he had not received much of an injury from the white-haired old man's attack, he had still managed to escape. However, the destruction of the Eternal Sword Mound and the Sky Splitter Spear had caused him to suffer quite a bit of backlash. The Heavens War Emperor transformation used one's spirit, essence, and spirit to evolve thousands of divine weapons in the world. With the foundation and knowledge of the martial emperor realm from his previous life, Qin Yu was able to evolve many divine weapons. The divine weapons that he had evolved also came with various super skills. However, this convenience was also the heaven-punishing battle emperor's only weakness. Once the divine weapons that he had evolved were completely destroyed, the spirit, essence, and spirit of the divine weapons that he had evolved would naturally be destroyed as well. I see. As a martial emperor, the white-haired old man naturally discovered the secret of the Heavens War Emperor transformation. However, the greed in his eyes did not diminish because of this. Instead, it became more intense. There was no other reason. Qin Yu, who was only a LV-7 martial ancestor, had used the secret skill of the three sovereigns to block his previous attack. Although the white-haired old man had not used his full strength in the sword move just now. However, even an ordinary martial emperor would not be able to withstand it. Even if Qin Yu had used the secret skill to raise his cultivation to the limit of the martial ancestor realm, he was still far from a martial emperor realm. However, Qin Yu had managed to block his attack despite his cultivation. This was enough to show how shocking the secret skill of the three sovereigns that Qin Yu had used was. Slash. The white-haired old man made his move once again. This time, he held the mystical sword in his hand and closed in on Qin Yu as he swore he would kill him. As a martial monarch realm expert, how could he fail to defeat a martial progenitor after using the secret skill 5 times? Dragon Soul. However, at that instant, Qin Yu's slightly pale face wore a cold grin. Bang, 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 bang. Following this, a few dozen giant glowing formations were fired into the sky from the bottom of the ocean. As the mystical runes spread out, they merged with one another and formed a 900-jong giant ancient formation. A monstrous and terrifying killing intent permeated the ancient array. The killing intent was so dense that one could touch it directly. If one were to glance down from above, they would discover that the giant ancient formation had transformed into a ferocious dragon, hanging between the heavens and earth. Whoosh! With a flicker, the dragon soul that had been missing all this time appeared beside Qin Yu from the ancient formation. The reason why the dragon soul had not shown itself was because it was setting up the 9 Heavens Battle Dragon formation. The 9 Heavens Battle Dragon formation was one of the few deadly formations in the ancient battle dragon technique. In other words, it was one of the strongest formations that Qin Yu could execute for now. Its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the ancient space-time deadly formation. The reason being that the 9 Heavens Battle Dragon formation was a combination of the heaven-destroying killing formation and the space-time mystical ability. What kind of formation is this? The white-haired old man who had initially attacked with his sword stood in the air and inspected the 9 Heavens Battle Dragon formation with a doubtful look. The aura of the 9 Heavens Battle Dragon formation had caused him to feel a sense of danger. The white-haired old man was astounded too. A mere martial progenitor was able to make him, a martial monarch, feel threatened? Godly formation? No, it's not as simple as a godly formation. At this moment, there was also a figure that was quietly observing the battle between Chinyu and that white-haired old man. The figure was none other than the mysterious white-shirt lady. The white-shirt lady was hiding within the bright moon. However, neither Chinyu nor the white-haired old man were aware of her presence. Whoosh! Chinyu did not give the white-haired old man any time to observe the Nine Heavens Battle Dragon formation. He summoned the ancient sword tomb and the sky-shattering spear once again, which transformed into a ray of light and attacked the white-haired old man. Whoosh! Following Chinyu's attack, the Nine Heavens Battle Dragon formation that was filled with a terrifying, murderous intent transformed into an ancient dragon. It lunged at the white-haired old man with a magnificent aura. You're overestimating yourself. The white-haired old man let out a cold laugh as a destructive sword intent erupted from his body like a volcano. The surrounding rift began to vibrate vigorously like the surface of the sea. It did not matter how powerful the ancient formation was. Chinyu was dreaming if he thought he could defeat him with the formation alone. Bang! In an instant, Chinyu had already thrust his spear forward with a terrifying aura. The sound of explosions could be heard in the air, lingering in the ears. Die! The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with intense, murderous intent. The spiritual sword that was filled with boundless sword force emitted a destructive sword radiance as it slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying spear radiance, the destructive spiritual sword, and the murderous ancient formation collided violently in the air. The entire world shook violently as a destructive shockwave that was hundreds of feet wide swept out in all directions. It was so powerful that even the bottom of the vast sea was revealed. The boundless sea was submerged in the boundless land as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 297. Although Chinyu was rocked by the destructive shockwave, he did not take half a step back. Borrowing the power of the Nine Heavens Battle Dragon formation, he managed to block the white-haired old man's sword ray. You actually blocked it. Cold killing intent flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes. For the ancient formation to be able to make him feel danger, its power was indeed extraordinary. I would like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Countless profound ghost curses appeared all over the white-haired old man's body. Boundless power of the ghost Tao radiated from those profound ghost curses. The way of the sword and the way of the ghost overlapped with each other, causing the might of the two great Taoists to rapidly increase. Whoosh! However, without any warning, a figure appeared like a phantom. A powerful punch landed on the white-haired old man's body. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, and the vast sea roared. The white-haired old man, who was about to unleash his killing move, sensed something. It was as if he had been rammed by an ancient beast, and he was sent flying several hundred meters away. His aura was fluctuating, as if he had received some sort of injury. A skeleton appeared before Chinyu. It was the Skeleton Ghost King. The current Skeleton Ghost King was incomparably different from when it had just fused with the barbarian god Emperor's body. The several thousand martial ancestors that Chinyu had killed in the battle of the ancient imperial palace were their vital energies. The Emperor's soul in the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor's tomb had devoured over 10,000 martial ancestors' vital energies. They had all been devoured by the Skeleton Ghost King. The Skeleton Ghost King was originally a rank 1 martial emperor. Now, it had reached the peak of rank 2 martial emperor. It was not much weaker than the white-haired old man's rank 3 martial emperor. Furthermore, the Skeleton Ghost King was a martial emperor puppet. Its defense was comparable to a divine artifact. If they were to truly fight, even if the Skeleton Ghost King was no match for the white-haired old man, it would not be easily defeated. A rank 2 martial emperor's contracted life form, the white-haired old man stabilized his body, unable to conceal the shock on his face. That skeleton puppet had already gained its own intelligence. It could be said to be a true martial emperor. Such an existence was actually willing to become a martial ancestor's contracted life form. How could he not be shocked? Could there be an emperor expert behind Qin Yu, rank 3 martial emperor? The skeleton ghost king saw through the white-haired old man's cultivation. However, the hollow eyes of the skeleton flickered with an extremely excited light. If he devoured the white-haired old man's qi and blood, his cultivation was most definitely capable of reaching rank 3 martial emperor. His strength would undergo a metamorphosis. There was a huge gap between each rank of the martial emperor realm. The skeleton ghost king admitted that with his current strength, the most he could do was block the white-haired old man. It was simply impossible to kill him. However, with Qin Yu around, the situation was completely different. Qin Yu was someone who truly possessed heaven-defying battle prowess that allowed him to fight enemies above his level. It was not impossible for the two of them to take down the white-haired old man. You hold him back first, then cooperate with me later. The skeleton ghost king and Qin Yu were telepathically connected. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't need to send a message to the skeleton ghost king. Understood. The skeleton ghost king didn't have any objections, and mysterious beast patterns appeared on its bones. The barbarian race's secret technique was used, and a vast emperor's aura swept through the world, shaking the 9 heavens. Qin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his aura became more and more terrifying. As the divine light flickered, the eternal sword tomb and sky splitter spear became more and more solid. It was as if an ancient divine weapon had appeared in the world, and its divine aura was invincible. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent was clearly emitted from Qin Yu's body. The aura triggered the 9 heavens battle dragon formation, and the two faintly resonated with each other. The killing intent and might overlapped and increased. In an instant, the killing intent filled the world, and the sun and moon lost their light. The sky darkened. An extremely terrifying destructive fluctuation was constantly brewing. The dragon's soul didn't join the battle, and its figure flashed, returning to the ancient dragon seal and rapidly forming seals with its hands. Immediately, a mysterious space-time energy was emitted, and it filled Qin Yu's body. It caused the surrounding space around Qin Yu to become distorted and turbulent. This power, what secret is he hiding? The white-haired old man's ferocious expression turned solemn. At this moment, the fluctuation emitted by Qin Yu had far surpassed the 3 emperors' divine ability. Furthermore, the dangerous fluctuation was coming from the rank 2 martial emperor skeleton ghost king. He had no choice but to treat it seriously. Unseal. Thinking of this, the spiritual sword in the white-haired old man's hand dissipated, and he formed seals with his hands. Frightening ghostly aura emerged from his forehead, and it covered half of the sky. Within the ghostly aura, a bone sword that looked like it was made of white bones appeared. Waves of bone-chilling, ghostly cries came from the bone sword. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying ghost hidden within it. Divine artifact. Just from its aura, one could tell that the bone sword was a true divine artifact. Boom. At this moment, the skeleton ghost king had already attacked. Its fists, covered with ancient beast runes, pierced through the air. Unparalleled emperor's aura swept out, and it was like a meteor shower as it continuously bombarded the bone sword. Ghost King sword, one sword slaying ghosts and gods. The white-haired old man shouted, and the ghostly aura that covered the sky merged with the ancient sword. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the white-haired old man slashed the sword in the air. A dazzling sword ray that was hundreds of feet wide filled the sky. It was like a mountain that was suppressing everything in the world. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the sword ray passed, all the incoming fist rays were destroyed, and they turned into destructive energy that wreaked havoc in the world. The white-haired old man rushed forward and slashed at the skeleton Ghost King with his sword. The sword ray exploded, and countless sword rays that resembled starlight drowned the skeleton Ghost King. Those sword rays were hard to distinguish between real and fake, and they were like a dream. However, every sword ray contained a destructive killing intent that couldn't be ignored. Ghost eyes of destruction. The skeleton Ghost King didn't panic. A ghastly ghost pupil appeared in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton. The ghostly eye closed and closed, and in the blink of an eye, rays of ghostly light pierced through the sky. All the sword rays were seen through. The skeleton Ghost King punched out, and all the sword rays were shattered. Ghost eyes of destruction? A peerless secret technique of the ghost race. The white-haired old man's eyes flashed. The Tao of heaven and earth that he comprehended mainly focused on the Tao of the sword. However, he cultivated the Tao of the ghost race. In other words, he cultivated both the ghost race and the sword. He naturally knew about the ghost eyes of destruction that could break all laws and seal all spirits. However, this was the first time he had seen the real ghost eyes of destruction. After all, the ghost race had already disappeared during the ancient era. The ghost eyes of destruction had also become a legendary item. Whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton Ghost King attacked once more, and the ghost eyes of destruction flashed. Rays of evil light appeared and broke through the white-haired old man's ghost Tao sword moves. I can't drag this out any longer. Although he had the upper hand against the skeleton Ghost King, the white-haired old man's expression became more and more dark. The skeleton Ghost King had the help of the ghost eyes of destruction, so it would be difficult to defeat it in a short amount of time. Qin Yu, who hadn't made a move yet, was emitting a terrifying aura that made him feel uneasy. Chapter 298. Do it! At this moment, the skeleton Ghost King received Qin Yu's order. Ha! The skeleton Ghost King was already prepared. The beast marks on its body shone, and it let out a sharp, ear-piercing shriek. Soul power that could be seen by the naked eye surged out and covered the surroundings. Soul confusion technique? Not good. The white-haired old man's face changed the moment he heard the shriek. He immediately tried to escape. However, he was still a step too late. The white-haired old man's emperor soul was affected by the shriek, and his body became sluggish. The soul confusion technique was the skeleton Ghost King's innate ability. It was a soul Tao secret technique. Puchi, almost at the same time, a beam of divine light pierced through the void at lightning speed. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. The white-haired old man's body was pierced through. His limbs and bones were instantly shattered by a destructive sealing power. It was Qin Yu's forbidden technique, the immortal sacrificial technique. The golden immortal technique that Qin Yu had just executed was not only a combination of his own laws and the dragon race's secret technique. There was also the Nine Heavens battle dragon formation and the Three Emperors secret technique. The destructive power that erupted from it was extremely powerful. Even though the white-haired old man was a rank 3 martial emperor, it was difficult for him to resist it. Damn it! Although his body was pierced through, the white-haired old man's emperor soul still came out of his body. The white-haired old man's emperor soul looked at Qin Yu with resentment and immediately entered the void. Seal. Qin Yu's heart moved. With him as the center, the void within 10,000 miles started to ripple like water. the white-haired old man's emperor soul that had just entered the void rushed out of the void along with the ripples. The dragon soul's space-time ability had completely sealed this area. In the sealed space-time region, there was still sealing divine light spreading out. Qin Yu had already made preparations in the void when he was preparing the immortal sacrificial technique. Since the white-haired old man was already in such a state, there was no way he would let him escape. The skeleton ghost king sealed the white-haired old man's body and crazily devoured his blood to strengthen his cultivation. He obviously hasn't awakened the bloodline of the three emperors, but he can still inherit the divine abilities of the three emperors. When did such a monstrous genius appear in the bloodline of the godly emperors? When this scene entered into the eyes of the white-clothed woman who had been observing the battle in concealment, she was unable to conceal her astonishment. A rank 3 martial emperor was subdued by a mere martial ancestor. If news of this were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? Even the monstrous geniuses of the immortal sacred grounds, supreme Taoism orthodoxies, and ancient divine dynasties in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain were all shocked. Even a martial progenitor would not be able to kill a martial monarch, right? I am a descendant of the sky-suppressing ghost monarch of the sky domain. If you dare to kill me, I will kill all 9 generations of your family. That white-haired old man was a rank 3 martial emperor, but now only the sovereign spirit had left his body, and the sovereign spirit was still sealed. Facing Qin Yu, he had no power to fight back at all. Therefore, he could only use Ghost Emperor Zhentian in an attempt to intimidate Qin Yu. Soul-devouring curse. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The name of Ghost Emperor Zhentian could intimidate others, but it could not intimidate him. The reason why Qin Yu did not immediately kill him was naturally because he wanted to search his soul and refine it. Who knows what had happened to Ghost Emperor Zhentian after thousands of years? Boom! Just as Qin Yu was about to search the white-haired old man's soul and refine it, the space-time energy that filled the air was suddenly shattered. Qin Yu quickly raised his head and saw a giant palm that was 1,000 feet tall pressing down on him. A mysterious mark was faintly discernible in the giant palm, and it was emitting an ancient and mysterious power. Martial Emperor. Qin Yu's body sank, and the sense of danger in his heart multiplied. Even the white-haired old man's sovereign spirit did not have time to destroy it and immediately retreated. This martial emperor was much stronger than the white-haired old man. He could not take it head-on. Boom! The skeleton ghost king, who was devouring the blood essence, reacted slightly slower and was directly suppressed by the giant palm. Even the destructive power of the ghost eyes of extermination. It was unable to withstand the power emitted by the mysterious mark in the center of the giant palm. Whoosh! Although the descending giant palm had suppressed the skeleton ghost king, the skeleton ghost king was injured. The white-haired old man's sovereign spirit was not injured because of it. After the space trembled slightly, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man wearing a cyan gown. He had a cold expression, and his eyes were faintly emitting cyan light. As Qin Yu expected, this cyan gown man was actually a rank 6 martial emperor. He was 3 entire levels stronger than the white-haired old man. That white-haired old man was only a single level stronger than the skeleton ghost king. Furthermore, Qin Yu had used all his abilities, and the skeleton ghost king had used its origin ability. Only then did the white-haired old man reveal an opening and kill him with a single strike. From this, one could imagine how powerful this cyan gown man was as a rank 6 martial emperor. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the image of an enormous savage beast appeared on the skeleton ghost king's body. The savage beast image was barely able to withstand the giant palm, allowing the skeleton ghost king to break free. That was the barbarian god's origin ability. The skeleton Ghost King had comprehended it from the barbarian god Emperor's body. This man is too powerful. Even if we join hands, we won't be able to defeat him. The skeleton Ghost King flew to Qin Yu's side. It already had the intention to retreat. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he sized up the cyan-gowned man. It was as the skeleton Ghost King had said. They had to think of a way to escape. Fifth senior brother. The white-haired old man who had just escaped death had a fearful expression on his face. If his fifth senior brother had arrived a bit later, he would have been dead. Then, right now, he was probably truly dead, and his soul had been destroyed. What's going on? You can't possibly be unable to defeat a rank 2 martial emperor's contracted puppet, right? Zhao Tian glanced at the skeleton Ghost King. As for Qin Yu, a mere martial ancestor, he was completely ignored by Zhao Tian. I was tricked by that little bastard. Although he's only a martial ancestor, his abilities can threaten martial emperors. In my opinion, he's most likely the person Bailey Xionghuang has been searching for, Qin Yu. The white-haired old man's lingering fear was replaced by a vicious expression. His martial emperor's body had been destroyed by Qin Yu and then devoured by the skeleton Ghost King. Even if he managed to fuse back into his body, his foundation would be greatly damaged. It would be difficult for him to make any further progress on the path of cultivation. Heaven-suppressing palm. Zhao Tian raised his eyebrows. He didn't waste any time and formed a giant palm once more. This time, the entire world was moving along with the 3,000-meter-long giant palm. It felt as if the void had completely solidified, making it impossible for anyone to escape or hide. The skeleton Ghost King's eyes flickered as the image of a desolate beast appeared once more. Emperor's aura surged as it tried to block the Tao of heaven and earth that was coming from all directions. Qin Yu did not resign himself to his fate. A ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. Within the immortal execution diagram, the god execution formation trembled as overflowing killing intent gathered. So what if the skeleton Ghost King was a rank 6 martial emperor? If the skeleton Ghost King wanted to eat him, he would have to see if his teeth were strong enough. Whoosh! However, right when Qin Yu was about to activate the god execution formation, a figure appeared before Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King. That person pointed with his finger. Divine light gathered and formed a finger imprint that pierced through the sky. Chapter 299. Crack! The fingerprint was only an inch long. It was as small as an ant in front of the giant palm. However, when the two collided, the giant palm was penetrated by the inch-long fingerprint. The frozen world returned to normal. The pressure on Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King was greatly reduced. The white-clothed figure was the white-clothed woman who had been watching the battle in the dark. But the most shocking thing was that the divine light fingerprints she had just used, Heaven's War Emperor transformation. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. The divine light fingerprint that the white-clothed woman had cast was the Heaven's War Emperor transformation. Judging from the power that the white-clothed woman had displayed, the Heaven's War Emperor transformation that she had mastered contained the profound. It seemed to be even more powerful than the Heaven's War Emperor transformation that Qin Yu had mastered. The Heavenly Imperial Palace. This thought immediately appeared in Qin Yu's mind. The cultivation of a martial emperor and the divine ability of the 3 emperors. Other than the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Qin, you couldn't think of any other possibility. You're from the Heavenly Imperial Palace? Zhao Tian frowned as he looked at the white-clothed woman. He had also guessed her origin. The white-clothed woman's cultivation was even higher than his. She had already reached the peak of rank 6 martial emperor. More importantly, the white-clothed woman didn't seem to have cultivated the art of retaining appearance. In other words, the white-clothed woman had cultivated to rank 6th martial emperor at such a young age. Such talent was truly shocking. Sun Shiyu of the heavenly imperial palace. The white-clothed woman was surrounded by a divine light. She had an extraordinary temperament. Just as I thought. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had guessed correctly. However, according to the ancient emperor, the heavenly imperial palace had never cared about the ancient imperial palace. Why would a martial emperor from the heavenly imperial palace appear at such a critical moment? Sun Shiyu? She's one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state. Sun Shiyu of the heavenly imperial palace. Zhou Zhaotian and the white-haired old man's expressions changed slightly. They seemed to have heard of Sun Shiyu's name. Does the heavenly imperial palace want to become the ghost emperor Holy Island's enemy? Zhou Zhaotian reacted. His gaze was sharp, and his aura rose steadily. Ghost Great Emperor Holy Island is famous in the Tian region, and Ghost Great Emperor Zhentian is an ancient great emperor. Why would Imperial Palace Emperor Tian want to become enemies with Holy Island? In the face of Zhou Zhaotian's rising momentum, Sun Shiyu appeared to be indifferent and did not care at all. If that's the case, why did you stop me? Zhou Zhaotian said coldly. Even though Celestial Imperial Palace isn't as good as Ghost Emperor Holy Island, we can't ignore the dangers of our people, said Celestial Imperial Palace. Sun Shiyu said indifferently. That brat killed a member of my Saint Island. Are you saying that you're going to shield him? Zhou Zhaotian's sharp eyes flashed with a cold light and killing intent. It's fine if you want to understand it that way. Sun Shiyu naturally knew that it was impossible to make Zhou Zhaotian give up with just a few words. However, Zhou Shiyu didn't care about offending Zhou Zhaotian. Although they were both rank 6 martial emperors, their statuses in their respective powers were completely different. Even if Zhou Zhaotian had some status on the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island, they wouldn't be important figures. However, she was the most outstanding genius of the heavenly imperial palace and one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state. Even the saints and princes of those ancient sacred grounds and ancient divine dynasties couldn't be compared to her. Therefore, even if the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island was stronger than the heavenly imperial palace, however, they would definitely not start a war with the heavenly imperial palace for the 2 of them. Humph! I'd like to see if the famous great saints of the spiritual state live up to their reputation. Zhou Zhaotian moved his right hand, and a 3-meter-long battle saber appeared in his hand. On the battle saber, ghostly runes spread out and connected with ghostly curses, exuding an invincible aura. Slash! A ghostly figure appeared behind Zhou Zhaotian. Then he held the battle saber tightly with both hands and slashed in the air. A pitch-black saber light, like a waterfall, appeared. Although the saber light didn't emit any shocking power, the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Destroy! Sun Shiyu stood indifferently in the void. As the divine light condensed, it turned into a dazzling golden pair of scissors. Ancient divine weapon, golden dragon scissors. Qin Yu recognized the origin of the golden pair of scissors that Sun Shiyu had transformed into. It was a famous divine weapon in the ancient times. As expected, the golden pair of scissors slashed through the void. Then, it turned into 2 lifelike golden dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws to bite the pitch-black saber light. With a crisp, cracking sound, the pitch-black saber light was directly shattered. However, the 2 golden dragons didn't stop attacking. They intertwined with each other and pounced toward Zhou Zhaotian with monstrous power. Zhou Zhaotian slashed with his battle saber repeatedly. The great Tao of heaven and earth went berserk, wanting to shatter the 2 golden dragons. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering battle reappeared. The entire Shenhue martial world shook at this moment. This battle was more than 10 times more terrifying than the battle between Qinyu and the white-haired old man. The vast sea had completely disappeared, and the deep sea had turned into a swamp. The land within a radius of more than 100,000 miles had become a ruined battlefield, and countless lives had been lost. Just the aftermath of a battle between high-level martial emperors was so terrifying. The two sides exchanged hundreds of moves. Zhou Zhaotian went all out, and every move he made was earth-shattering. Sun Shiyu, on the other hand, had been fighting calmly and even seemed to be at ease. She easily neutralized all the attacks. Even Qinyu, who was close at hand, wasn't affected at all. Qinyu, who was watching the battle, shook his head inwardly. Sun Shiyu wasn't serious at all. Otherwise, Zhou Zhaotian would have been defeated long ago. Although the two sides had the same cultivation, the difference in their true combat strength was too great. Let's end it here. After neutralizing the attacks, a divine seal condensed in each of Sun Shiyu's eyes. Immediately, the aura on Sun Shiyu's body changed. If it was said that before, it was calm and peaceful, but now it was like a raging sea, as if it could destroy everything. Boom! Zhou Zhaotian's pupils constricted. He had no time to react. He was hit by the two divine seals and was directly sent flying hundreds of miles away. He vomited blood and was seriously injured. Oh no! When Sun Shiyu raised her right hand and formed a seal with her 5 fingers, Zhou Zhaotian's hair stood on end. The hair on Zhou Zhaotian's body stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately flew away. The aura that Sun Shiyu emitted made him feel a deadly sense of danger. Sure enough, she was ranked as one of the 4 great saints in the spiritual state. Sun Shiyu had the power to fight enemies of a higher level. She was a genius that couldn't be treated with common sense. Sun Shiyu put down her right hand and withdrew the divine light on her body. She didn't chase after him. After all, Zhou Zhaotian was from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. If she really killed him, she was afraid that they would really hate her. Do you have a grudge against the Ghost Emperor Holy Island? Sun Shiyu turned around and looked at the skeleton Ghost King for a while. Then she looked at Qinyu. No grudge. Qinyu's disguise couldn't be removed yet. Then why did they send 2 martial emperors to find you? Sun Shiyu asked calmly. Maybe I killed the people of the 1,000 Ghost Palace in the Imperial Mausoleum. Qinyu said, it's just a small branch force. The Ghost Emperor, Holy Island wouldn't send 2 martial emperors. Sun Shiyu raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she didn't believe Qinyu's words. There must be a reason why the Ghost Emperor Holy Island is looking for you. Although I've driven them away, I'm afraid you can't stay in the ancient Imperial Palace anymore. But Sun Shiyu didn't ask further. She looked at Qinyu and said, Chapter 300. So, you will still help me get out of my current predicament. Qinyu looked at Sun Shiyu indifferently. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he guessed the purpose of her visit. Qin, you didn't think that the Sky Emperor Palace would send Sun Shiyu to help him for no reason. That's right. Since you inherited the position of the Ancient Emperor, you should know the Ancient Imperial Palace is just a branch of the Sky Emperor Palace. With your talent, staying in the small 7 martial realms is a complete waste of your talent. I'm here to take you back to the Sky Emperor Palace. Sun Shiyu nodded slightly and said, as far as I know, the Ancient Imperial Palace has encountered several life and death crises, but the Sky Emperor Palace has never helped. Why did you appear this time? Seeing that Sun Shiyu thought he was from the Ancient Imperial Palace, Qinyu didn't explain. The Ancient Imperial Palace was also the descendant of the 3 emperors. With this identity, It would be a good disguise for him. Not helping doesn't mean that we didn't send anyone. It's just that although you have encountered several crises, you have survived them safely, just like this time. That's why we didn't show up. Son, Shiyu said, after all, your branch seems to be on guard against us. Although I don't know why your branch is on guard against us. Qin Yu was slightly startled. She even knew the ancient emperor's thoughts. It seemed that the Sky Emperor Palace really knew a lot about the ancient imperial palace. Since the Ghost Emperor's sacred island has targeted you, they will definitely come again. So, there's no time for you to think about it. Go back and deal with the ancient imperial palace. In 3 days, I will come and take you back to the spiritual state. With that, Sun Shiyu took a step and disappeared into the void. As for whether Qin Yu agreed or not, she didn't care. If he didn't agree, she would just take him back. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu flew back to the ancient imperial martial realm with the skeleton ghost king. Are you going to the spiritual state? The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal asked. He could sense Qin Yu's thoughts. Yes. Qin Yu nodded slightly. To be honest, Qin Yu didn't mind going to the spiritual state. After all, the dragon clan no longer existed in the 7 great martial worlds. With Qin Yu's 7th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivation, it was time for him to leave the 7 great martial realms. Otherwise, even if he had 40 times the aptitude of a divine body, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If he wanted to break through to the martial emperor realm, he would need at least 10 years. Unless he could find another Khanate spirit treasure, like the Khanate spirit pool in the Divine Moon Imperial Mausoleum. For the people of Sky Imperial Palace to appear at this time, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. The Dragon Soul was a little worried about Emperor Tiandi's goal. He didn't believe that the Sky Emperor Palace only had Qin Yu's talent. Therefore, he sent someone to bring Qin Yu to the spiritual state and train him. It probably has something to do with the inheritance of the 3 sovereigns. Qin Yu also had this concern. However, according to the information on the wordless stone tablet in the ancient imperial palace, it seemed that the descendants of the 3 sovereigns could only comprehend the divine abilities of their ancestors. Occasionally, there would be a genius who inherited 2 great divine abilities. It was probably because he had obtained the divine abilities of the 3 sovereigns that he attracted the attention of Emperor Tiandi. On the way back to the martial world, Qin Yu found Wei Yuanzhou and the others who were treating their injuries. Out of the 20 of them, 12 were dead, and the other 8 were seriously injured. It was fortunate that they weren't all killed in the battle of the martial emperor realm. In the secret chamber of the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu stood in the air. Under his feet, countless mysterious and ancient secret runes covered the entire secret chamber. Wisps of golden flame rose from the secret incantations. As Qin Yu breathed, the golden flames floated rhythmically. There was an ancient altar in front of Qin Yu. A figure sat cross-legged on the altar. It was Qin Yu's senior brother, Lin Chongqing. After returning to the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu immediately made preparations to restore Lin Chongqing's soul origin with the sovereign spirit. Appear. When everything is ready, Qin Yu, whose eyes are extremely focused, opens his right hand. The sovereign spirit of the Divine Moon Spirit Emperor appeared in his hand. At this time, the sovereign spirit had been refined into a ball of crystal-clear spirit light. Qin Yu's mind moved. The ancient secret runes burning with golden flames in the secret chamber slowly gathered and merged into the spirit light. The originally sparkling and translucent spiritual light immediately turned into a faint golden color with countless secret runes floating within it. Seal. When the golden flame's secret runes completely merged with the sovereign spirit light, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and slapped the pale golden spirit light between Lin Chongqing's eyebrows. At this moment, Lin Chongqing seemed to be in great pain. His face became twisted and ferocious, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his face turned red. Even with Lin Chongqing's willpower, which was once in the Emperor realm, he seemed to be unable to bear the pain. In fact, it was normal to have such unbearable pain, because he had to restore his soul origin. Lin Chongqing was about to completely let go of his mind and directly open his soul in front of Qinyu. No matter how exquisite Qinyu's technique was, he still forcibly sealed the power of the sovereign spirit into Lin Chongqing's soul. The pain brought by this technique was no less than the pain of having one's soul extracted and refined. After a total of 14 hours, Qinyu finally managed to completely seal the Emperor's soul into Lin Chongqing's soul origin. After succeeding, Qinyu let out a big sigh of relief. Unknowingly, cold sweat had already appeared on his face. In these 14 hours, Qinyu's spirit did not relax at all, because if there was the slightest mistake, his eldest senior brother would be completely destroyed in his hands. Success! Lin Chongqing opened his eyes and carefully sensed. A dazzling light flashed in his somewhat turbid eyes filled with death qi. It's just the sovereign spirit that made up for the burning of the soul origin. It can't be said to be completely cured, but in the future, you don't need to worry about the loss of your soul origin. Qinyu took out several high-grade divine pills and fed them to Lin Chongqing. If Qinyu had the cultivation of his previous life, he could completely cure the soul origin. But now, he could only seal it to make up for it. That's enough. Lin Chongqing clenched his fists, his eyes full of excitement. As long as his soul origin was no longer lost, he could slowly find a way to recover his cultivation. The reason why his cultivation fell from the Emperor realm to the Martial Ancestor realm, the reason why he had not recovered yet, it was because his soul origin had been burned with a secret technique and could not be completely recovered. That was why he fell into an endless vicious cycle, causing his soul and cultivation to get worse and worse. Little junior brother, with your current cultivation, isn't it a little inappropriate to go to the spirit state? Lin Chongqing, who had recovered a lot after swallowing the divine pill, was also a little worried. The spirit state was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield, where countless masters of the 9 states of the heaven domain gathered. Qinyu's enemies in his previous life, the forces of the Star Luo Empire and the 12 ancient emperors. As long as one went to the extraterritorial battlefield, they would pass by the spirit state. If Qinyu went to the spirit state, the danger would be greatly increased. Let's go to the spirit state first. If the situation is not right, we will leave then. Qinyu naturally knew what Lin Chongqing was worried about, but he was not very worried as he chuckled. As long as his identity was not exposed, even if he encountered danger. With the Sky Emperor Palace as his backer, Qinyu's life was also guaranteed. Compared to the enemy forces in his previous life, Qinyu was more concerned about the Sky Emperor's goal. Chapter 301. Why don't I go to the spirit state with you? Lin Chongqing asked. His soul origin wouldn't fade away now, and his cultivation would gradually recover. He might not be able to return to the peak of the Emperor realm, but he could still recover to the Martial Emperor realm. No, senior brother, although you've taken over a new body, your soul origin hasn't changed. If you meet Xing Luo and the others, you won't be able to hide your identity. Qinyu shook his head. The secret methods of an Emperor realm cultivator couldn't be predicted with common sense. If Lin Chongqing stood in front of Xing Luo now, he would definitely be discovered. Qinyu was different. His soul had been baptized by the power of reincarnation. As long as his soul wasn't searched, and his previous life's 9 secrets of the battle dragon was exposed, Xing Luo and the others wouldn't be able to see through his identity. just like last time in the barbarian god ruins. Although Xing Luo discovered him, he didn't see through his identity. Lin Chongqing heard this and felt that Qin Yu's words made sense. It wasn't a big deal for Xing Luo to see through his identity alone. However, if Qin Yu was implicated because of this, then it would be very troublesome. After a careful discussion, Lin Chongqing sat cross-legged and meditated to recuperate. Qin Yu left the secret room. After visiting Chen Zilian and her brother, Qin Yu gathered all the top elders of the ancient imperial hall. Because of the martial emperor realm, the ancient imperial hall, and the others were still in a state of panic. Qin Yu directly summoned the skeleton ghost king. After the skeleton ghost king devoured the white-haired old man's emperor body, his cultivation had reached the third-grade martial emperor realm. Although he was only a mid-stage third-grade martial emperor, his strength had a huge leap. The ancient imperial hall elders, who were originally anxious, were immediately stunned when they felt the emperor realm power of the skeleton ghost king. Qin Yu didn't talk nonsense and directly said that he was going to the spirit state of the heaven domain. Wei Yuanzhou would temporarily take over the position of the ancient emperor. In the future, when Chen Zilian and her brother obtained the inheritance of the three emperors, the two of them would take over. As for the Zhentian ghost emperor clan, after the news of him going to the spirit state spread, they wouldn't send people to deal with the ancient imperial hall, because doing so would not only be meaningless, but it would also trigger a war between the two great powers. No one in the ancient imperial hall had any objections to Qin Yu's arrangements, nor did anyone dare to rebel. After all, Qin Yu had only left temporarily and had not died. After making the necessary arrangements, Qin Yu quietly left the ancient imperial palace and went to the Sumer realm left behind by Long Hao. After sending countless cultivation resources to his parents, clansmen, and members of the Long family, Qin Yu didn't stay for long and returned to the ancient imperial palace. To ensure the safety of his parents, Qin Yu could only let his parents stay in the Sumer realm for now. There was no place safer than the Sumer realm in the 7 great martial realms. Even a martial emperor would not be able to break the barrier of a sovereign realm expert. After returning to the ancient imperial palace, Qin Yu entered the ancient divine dragon seal. Under the 10 times faster flow of the dragon soul, he began to make detailed preparations. Qin Yu did not know the purpose of the imperial palace. Therefore, in order to be safe, he still had to prepare the necessary means. After 3 days, Sun Shiyu came as promised, and the two set off for the spiritual state. Middle state, Qian realm. In the vast and boundless sea, there was a huge island floating in the air. From afar, it looked like a ferocious giant beast entrenched in the void. On the huge island, immortal qi pervaded the air, spiritual beasts flew, auspicious morning clouds, and it looked like a paradise on earth. This giant island was the famous Ghost Emperor Sacred Island in the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. The Ghost Emperor Sacred Island was an ancient force, and its origin could even be traced back to the ancient times. Even in the middle state of the Qian realm, where there were many experts, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island was definitely a top existence. At this moment, in a glorious palace at the edge of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island, Imperial Palace? Is he the one who might get the ancient immortal token? A calm voice sounded. In the palace, a fat man in a loose black robe sat on the main seat. This man was Bailey Xionghuang's master, Liang Piyuan. This, I haven't found out yet. But one thing is for sure, Xionghuang and the others were killed by him. The white-haired elder, who had been reincarnated, hurriedly said, "What's the use of finding out how Bailey Xionghuang died? Do you want to make trouble for the imperial palace just because a martial ancestor died?" Liang Piyuan said angrily. He had tried his best to suppress this matter, He had even sent 2 martial emperors to get the ancient immortal token. But the result was great. Not only did they not get the ancient immortal token, but they also almost lost a martial emperor. It was a great loss. Since the imperial palace sent Sun Shiyu, one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state, to help, then this Shenfeng must have a high status in the imperial palace. If he is really the Qinyu who got the ancient immortal token, the ancient immortal token is most likely in the hands of the imperial palace now. Zhou Zhaotian said slowly. Liang Piyuan's eyes narrowed. If that was the case, it was basically impossible to get the ancient immortal token back. The imperial palace was the top force in the spiritual state. Unless they told the ghost emperor about this matter and let him come out of seclusion himself. But in that case, the first to be severely punished would be them who hid the information. Therefore, I feel that the most important thing now is to completely suppress this news. It's best if only the 3 of us know. Zhou Zhaotian said eerily, as long as the news of the ancient immortal token was not spread, it would not be spread to the ghost emperor. Then they could completely pretend that this matter had never happened. You mean destroy Green Feather Island? Liang Piyuan understood what Zhou Zhaotian meant. Now, the people who knew that the ancient immortal token was in Qin Yu's hands. Apart from the 3 of them, there was only Green Feather Island. Green Feather Island was the force where Su Xiaoya's faction was. As for the imperial palace, if they really got the ancient immortal token, even so, they wouldn't be so foolish as to spread the news everywhere. We don't have to deal with the entire Green Feather Island. We just need to destroy the Heavenly Moon Palace. Zhou Zhaotian shook his head slightly. Although Green Feather Island was far less powerful than the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, it still had some foundation. If they wanted to completely destroy it, it would inevitably cause turmoil. But it would be much easier to just destroy the Heavenly Moon Palace of Green Feather Island. As far as he knew, Green Feather Island was also full of internal strife. Presumably, as long as they paid a price, someone would be willing to help. Continue to investigate the 7 great martial realms. But don't provoke the forces of the Imperial Palace for the time being. As for Green Feather Island, I will deal with it. Also, thoroughly investigate Shenfeng's background. Find out what his identity is in the Imperial Palace. After pondering for a while, Liang Piyuan ordered. Yes. Hearing this, Zhou Zhaotian and Zhou Zhaotian immediately left. Useless trash. If I had known this, I would not have avoided any danger. I would have gone there myself. After a while, Liang Piyuan's gloomy voice sounded in the empty ancient hall. The reason why he suppressed the news of the ancient immortal token was not to protect Bailey Xionghuang. It was because he wanted to get the ancient immortal token himself. The ancient immortal token was something that even the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, who was one of the ancient emperors in the heaven region, would fight for. There was definitely a big secret that was useful to the emperor realm. If he could get it, he might be able to see the secret of the emperor realm. Unfortunately, it was all for naught now. Chapter 302. Heaven Domain, Spirit State. The spirit state was divided into 4 domains, each of which was vast and boundless. Even a martial emperor would need a year to fly from the eastern domain to the western domain. It would take at least several years to travel the entire spirit state. Only Emperor Realm Masters could travel back and forth between the 4 domains in half a month. Therefore, the ancient teleportation array ran through the 4 domains and countless forces. Northern domain, White Sun Realm. The White Sun Realm was where the main palace of the Heavenly Imperial Palace was located. The entire realm was completely controlled by the Heavenly Imperial Palace. In an ancient stone hall of the heavenly imperial palace, there was a light, trembling sound. Two figures appeared in the ancient hall's teleportation array. These two people were Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu from the ancient imperial martial world. Eldest young lady. Sun Shiyu had just arrived at the stone hall with Qin Yu. A group of people had just arrived at the stone hall. When they saw Sun Shiyu, they all bowed. The leader of the group was a young woman with long hair, fair skin, and charming eyes. She was both charming and cold, like an ice lotus, keeping people 1,000 miles away. "Hey, Sister Shiyu, this little brother looks very unfamiliar. How should I address you?" The young woman noticed Qin Yu and smiled charmingly, sizing up Qin Yu with a smile. Not only the young woman, but the other cultivators of the heavenly imperial palace were also curious about Qin Yu's background. Sun Shiyu had an extremely respected position in the heavenly imperial palace. She was known as the most outstanding genius of the heavenly imperial palace in thousands of years. Sun Shiyu also had killing intent and defeated the younger generation of the spirit state with her own strength. Together with the three ancient divine dynasties and immortal holy lands, they were known as the Four Great Saints. Even the Emperor Realm Masters of the heavenly imperial palace treated Sun Shiyu differently from ordinary geniuses. Now that Sun Shiyu had brought back a stranger, they naturally couldn't help but pay more attention. Shun Feng, the descendant of the Divine Emperor. From today onwards, he will be a core disciple. Sun Shiyu said faintly and left with Qin Yu, not staying for long. Hearing that, Qin Yu looked at that charming woman with a slightly astonished expression. Although Sun Shiyu's attitude along the way was extremely cold, however, Sun Shiyu's attitude toward the charming woman and the others was clearly not cold. Rather, it was cold. From the way Sun Shiyu and the others were addressed as eldest young miss, her status in the imperial palace should be extremely high. If that was the case, could it be that there was internal strife within the imperial palace? Descendant of the Divine Emperor? Strange. I remember that the descendant of the Divine Emperor is a member of the Chun clan. Then what is the background of this Shun Feng? Could it be a descendant of the Divine Emperor who was stranded outside? There are so many descendants of the three sovereigns wandering outside. When have you ever seen the first miss personally bring back anyone? Those from Sky Emperor Palace began to discuss spiritedly. Could that rumor be true? The eyes of the cold and charming woman flashed. Thinking of this, she quickly left the stone hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They are also the descendants of the three sovereigns. After leaving the conveying stone hall, Qin Yu asked, in his previous life, he had come into contact with the Sky Emperor Palace. However, with his status, he had naturally only met the top experts of the imperial palace. Qin Yu knew nothing about the internal situation of the imperial palace. Now that he had come to the imperial palace, he had to have some understanding of the situation of the imperial palace. No, they are the descendants of the 12 generals who followed the three sovereigns in the past. Sun Shiyu also knew the meaning of Qin Yu's question and directly explained the situation of the imperial palace to Qin Yu. The imperial palace was governed by the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns. The descendants of the three ancient sovereigns were the Shi clan of the Stone Emperor, the Sun clan of the War Emperor, and the Chun clan of the Divine Emperor. However, the descendants of the Divine Emperor, the experts of the Chun clan. In the several times of turmoil, they were sacrificed and gradually declined. In the end, they were directly sent to the ancient imperial martial world. Therefore, the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns in the imperial palace. In fact, there were only the Shi clan, the descendants of the Stone Emperor, and the Sun clan, the descendants of the War Emperor. Of course, although the imperial palace was formed by the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns. However, it did not mean that the internal forces were only the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns. When the three ancient sovereigns were famous in the ancient times, there were 12 generals under their command who followed them to conquer the world. Therefore, in addition to the Shur clan and the Sun clan, there was a third force in the ancient imperial palace, the descendants of the generals. The charming woman just now was one of the 12 generals, the descendant of General Qing Gue. Qing Zhu, looking at your relationship, it seems that you are not on good terms. After hearing this, Qin Yu was even more certain of his guess that the imperial palace was not on good terms. You should know that the imperial palace has suffered several calamities since the three ancient sovereigns left the continent. Almost all of those calamities were carried by the three ancient sovereigns. Therefore, it also caused our strength to be greatly depleted. Even your branch had to leave the imperial palace to preserve the legacy. However, the descendants of the 12 generals have gradually developed and strengthened. In the past few hundred years, they have the strength to fight against the descendants of the three ancient sovereigns. Sun Shiyu said faintly, "Don't tell me they want to seize power?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. They had just quelled the chaos in the ancient imperial palace, and now they seemed to have jumped into an even bigger vortex. The ancient imperial palace could not be compared to the ancient imperial palace. There were real sovereign realm figures here. There is no evidence at the moment, but there are signs. So in the future, try not to get involved with the descendants of the 12 generals. Also, you have to be wary of them. Sun Shiyu did not avoid the topic and directly replied. After bringing Qin Yu to a splendid palace, Sun Shiyu left. Tomorrow, she would bring Qin Yu to the ancestral palace to be registered, and from then on, he would officially become a direct descendant of the imperial palace. There are signs of internal strife in the imperial palace, and this girl specially went to the ancient imperial martial world to bring you here. She must have a motive. Qin Yu closed the door of the palace and set up restrictions. The dragon soul appeared from the ancient seal of the divine dragon, frowning deeply. There must be a motive, but she doesn't seem to have the intention to say it now. It seems that it has something to do with the upper echelons of the imperial palace. Qin Yu also pondered. The upper echelons of the imperial palace? They can't be suspecting your identity, right? The dragon soul suddenly thought. In my previous life, I only had dealings with the palace master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. We didn't have any friendship, so they shouldn't have discovered my identity. Qin Yu shook his head. If they really discovered his identity, they would have some scheme against him. Then the one who went to the 7 great martial worlds would not be Sun Shiyu, but an emperor realm figure. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu, who had no clue, stopped thinking about this problem. From the fact that the imperial palace did not put him under house arrest, they should not want to harm him. Of course, no matter what the imperial palace's intentions were, Qin Yu had to follow his own plan. Dragon Soul, from now on, your focus is all on sensing the dragon blood. In the 9 states of the Heaven Domain, Qin Yu had only thoroughly explored the East, South, West, North, and Central states in his previous life. The Spirit, Desolation, Demon, and Divine states were not explored very carefully, because at that time, Qin Yu had already reached the peak of the sovereign realm. His focus had always been on sensing the fluctuations of the ancestral dragon in the graveyard of the immortal god. Therefore, there might be dragons in the spirit state. Chapter 3:03. Okay. The dragon soul nodded and returned to the ancient dragon seal. It sat down cross-legged and used a secret technique to sense. The dragon soul knew that with Qin Yu's current cultivation of LV7 martial progenitor, as long as he obtained a dragon, if nothing went wrong, he would be able to reach the martial emperor realm. By then, he would be able to rely on his various divine powers and secret techniques. Regardless of whether Qin Yu continued to stay in the Heavenly Imperial Palace or left the Heavenly Imperial Palace, he would no longer be restricted. When Qin Yu entered the palace and began to meditate and train, Sun Shiyu came to an ancient altar in the core area of the Imperial Palace. A figure was sitting on the altar with his legs crossed. The man was in his prime and wore a black robe. Although he did not emit a powerful aura, but one look at him would make one's heart tremble and have the urge to worship him. Second uncle. Sun Shiyu bowed respectfully when she arrived. How was it? Did anything happen on your trip to the ancient imperial palace? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at the slender and elegant Sun Shiyu. A gentle smile appeared on his face. I wasn't surprised, but the person that second uncle wanted me to bring back shocked me. Sun Shiyu said, as a crystal appeared in her hand. The images on the crystal kept flashing. It was the scene of Qin Yu and the white-haired elder from the Myriad Ghost Palace. Oh, not only did he obtain all the inheritances of the three emperors, but he also defeated a martial emperor with his martial progenitor realm cultivation. The eyes of the middle-aged man in black flickered. He was quite surprised. With such a genius in the divine emperor's bloodline, it's only a matter of time before they regain their former glory. Sun Shiyu was impressed by Qin Yu's achievements, even though she was known as one of the four ghosts of the spiritual state. Otherwise, with her status, she would not explain the situation of the imperial palace to Qin Yu in person. However, the ghost emperor's sacred island of the middle continent has their eyes on him for some reason and even sent 2 martial emperors. We have to investigate this matter. Sun Shiyu continued. She was a little concerned that Zhou Zhaotian and the other man had their eyes on Qin Yu. If it was just a personal grudge between Zhou Zhaotian and Qin Yu, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if this matter involved the higher-ups of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, they had to be more careful. The central continent was where the divine veins of fortune were located. It was a place where the strongest cultivators of the 9 prefectures gathered. It was known as the Small Heaven region. Although the spiritual state was connected to the extraterritorial battleground and countless masters of the 9 continents of the heaven realm had gathered there, the spiritual state was still in the spiritual state. But compared to the heaven domain, it was still a far cry. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island was famous in the central continent, so it was needless to say how strong they were. Don't worry. The Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island can dominate the central continent. Their foundation is indeed extraordinary. However, the spiritual state is our territory. Unless the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor comes personally, they won't be able to do anything. The black-clothed, middle-aged man didn't seem to mind. He didn't know why Qin Yu had a grudge with the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, and he wasn't interested in finding out. However, he didn't think that Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, was the Ghost Emperor Zhentian. Would he come out of closed-door training personally because of Qin Yu's trivial matter? Second uncle, you asked me to go to the 7 realms personally and bring this Shenfeng here. It shouldn't be just because he has outstanding talent and obtained the inheritance of the 3 emperors, right? Sun Shiyu was relieved when she heard this, but at the same time, she asked with some doubts. If that was the case, they could just send a martial emperor realm elder from the palace. There was no need for her to go personally. Of course, it's not just that. In fact, Shenfeng may have something to do with the prophecy left by our ancestors. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, Ancestors' prophecy. Sun Shiyu was a little confused. Among our ancestors, there was once a master of prophecy. That ancestor left a prophecy before he died. In the future, someone will obtain the inheritance of the three emperors and make the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon submit. That person will ignite the bloodline of the three emperors and let us, the descendants of the three emperors, return to the ancient glory. The black-clothed, middle-aged man said solemnly, "Ignite the bloodline of the three emperors." Sun Shiyu was shocked and couldn't hide her excitement. In the history of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, they had encountered several major disasters. As a result, the descendants of the three emperors with powerful bloodlines kept dying and losing their bloodline inheritance. Today, the bloodline of the three emperors in their bodies was extremely thin. It was also because of this that the Heavenly Emperor Palace seemed to be thriving on the surface, but in reality, they were facing the crisis of the twilight afterglow. They had thought of all kinds of ways, but they couldn't find a way to restore the bloodline power. Because of this, the descendants of the 12 war generals were restless and had the ambition to replace them. The prophecy person is Shen Feng. Sun Shiyu didn't quite believe Shen Feng. Although Shen Feng had obtained the inheritance of the three emperors of the ancient imperial palace, he hadn't awakened the bloodline of the three emperors in his body. How could a person who hadn't awakened the bloodline of the three emperors ignite the bloodline and return to the glory of the three emperors? Since that ancestor left the prophecy until now, he is the only one who has obtained the inheritance of the three emperors and subdued the golden flame, heaven incinerating dragon. The possibility is very high. Of course, I'm not sure whether he is the prophecy person or not. After all, he has only obtained the recognition of the inheritance of the three emperors of the ancient imperial palace. The black-clothed, middle-aged man said. Sun Shiyu understood. The statues of the three emperors of the ancient imperial palace contained the inheritance of the three emperors. However, it was only the seed of the inheritance of the three emperors and couldn't be compared to the inheritance of the three emperors of the Sky Emperor Palace. Of course, if the Sky Emperor Palace were to be destroyed one day, the inheritance of the Sky Emperor Palace would be destroyed. The seed of the inheritance of the ancient imperial palace would become the true inheritance of the three emperors. Therefore, whether Qin Yu was the prophecy person or not, it would depend on whether Qin Yu could obtain the inheritance of the three emperors of the Sky Emperor Palace. Then we can be sure if we bring him to the sacred palace and get in touch with the inheritance of the three emperors. Sun Shiyu couldn't wait to ask. Yes, bring him to the sacred palace after he is registered in the ancestral palace tomorrow and becomes a core member. The black-clothed, middle-aged man nodded. At the same time, in a silver ancient building in the ancient imperial palace, Sun Shiyu left the palace for so long just to bring back a descendant of the divine emperor. The one who spoke was an old woman in a black robe. The old woman's body was stooped, and her face was full of wrinkles. She looked like she didn't have long to live. That's right. Sun Shiyu has already arranged for him to be registered in the ancestral palace tomorrow and become a core member. Beside the old woman in a black robe was the charming woman that Qin Yu had met before, Qin Zhu. So anxious? Did they really find the prophecy person of the three emperors? The old woman in a black robe's turbid eyes flashed with a strange light. Granny, if Shen Feng is really the prophecy's child, then we have to stop him. Once he is registered in the ancestral palace, he will be able to enter the sacred palace and obtain the inheritance of the three emperors. At that time, we will continue to be enslaved by them just like our ancestors. Qin Zhu hurriedly said, Humph. It's not that easy to be registered in the ancestral palace and become a core member. Go and meet the elders of the other branches and tell them that I have something to ask of them. The old woman in a black robe had a sinister look on her wrinkled face. Yes, Qing Zhu immediately went to prepare. Chapter 304. The next day, at dawn, in the ancestral hall of the Sky Emperor Palace, many race elders gathered over. The ancestral hall was a special place in the imperial palace. Inside were the spirit tablets of the descendants of the three sovereigns who had died in battle. Hence, every core disciple of the Sky Emperor Palace had to sign their names in the ancestral hall and burn incense to inform their ancestors. That said, it was only a ritual. However, the descendants of the three emperors did indeed place a lot of importance on this ceremony. It was because of the sacrifice of these experts that the heavenly imperial palace was able to survive several crises, and survive until now. Therefore, when Sun Xiu informed them that some of their clansmen would become core disciples, many martial emperor realm elders and disciples of the heavenly imperial palace gathered to watch. As soon as Sun Xiu arrived at the ancestral hall, her beautiful brows twitched slightly, apart from the martial emperor realm elders who were descendants of the three sovereigns. Among the descendants of the 12 war generals, many martial emperor realm elders with real power had also gathered. This made Sun Xiu feel that something was not right. She did not inform the descendants of the 12 war generals. It was definitely not a coincidence that the descendants of battle generals and other elders had come at this time. Young miss, when they saw Sun Xiu, the martial emperor realm elders in the main hall greeted her. Even the elders who were at the peak of the martial emperor realm were respectful to him. Everyone knew how talented Sun Xiu was. As long as there were no accidents, reaching the emperor realm in the future should not be difficult. This was also the reason why the emperor realm masters of heavenly imperial palace had taken a fancy to Sun Xiu. This was because Sun Xiu was likely to become the strongest emperor of the heavenly imperial palace after the three ancient emperors. I didn't expect that even Elder Qing would come personally today. After Sun Xiu returned the greeting, she looked at the black-robed old woman and the others. During the heavenly demon calamity, the divine emperor's bloodline fought valiantly against the enemy and paid a huge price. His clansmen left the heavenly imperial palace because of this. Now that our clansmen have finally returned, I feel that we should come and observe the ceremony. The black-robed old woman, Qing Gongyun, bowed and said with a smile on her face. Sun Xiu's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. That's true. Your ancestor, General Qing Gui, was originally the divine emperor's most capable general. Your branch should indeed come and observe the ceremony. But at this moment, a hearty voice sounded. A handsome and elegant young man walked in with a group of people. Shi Jingtian, Qing Gongyun, Qing Zhu, and the other members of the Qing Gui battle bloodline. When they heard the words of the handsome young man, their expressions became somewhat unsightly. These words were clearly reminding them not to forget their status as descendants of battle generals. That handsome young man was Shi Jingtian, the genius with the strongest aptitude among the Stone Emperor's descendants. Shi Jingtian was a famous genius in the spiritual state. Of course, she couldn't compare to Sun Xiu. Humph! When the bloodline of the three sovereigns completely disappears from your bodies, you will be able to see through it. I'd like to see how you're going to strut around like this. A cold glint flashed in the depths of Qing Zhu's eyes as he lowered his head. The three ancient emperors had unparalleled divine might. It was a great honor for their ancestors to be able to become battle generals and follow them. But now, the descendants of the three sovereigns were on par with the descendants of battle generals. What right did they have to be ordered around by the descendants of the three emperors? Why couldn't he be the master of the Sky Emperor Palace? Sister Xiu, long time no see. Shi Jingtian looked at the descendant of General Qing Gui and walked towards Sun Shiyu with a smile. Yes. Sun Shiyu nodded lightly as she looked out of the ancestral hall. At this moment, Qin Yu was brought to the ancestral hall. The elders and disciples gathered in the ancestral hall all looked at Qin Yu. He's the descendant of the divine emperor, Shun Feng. He's already a level 7 martial ancestor at such a young age. His aptitude isn't bad. I heard that he has received the recognition of the 3 emperors' inheritance. I wonder if it's true. At the moment when they were sizing up Qin Yu, numerous voices of discussion would quietly sound. It was because Sun Shiyu had said that Qin Yu had received the recognition of the 3 emperors' inheritance. That was why so many martial ancestor descendants of the 3 emperors had come to watch the ceremony. The time has come. Great Elder, you can burn the incense and sign your name. After half an hour, when the sun rose into the sky, Sun Shiyu looked at a white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was the great elder of the Sky Emperor Palace. His cultivation had reached the half-step emperor realm. It could be said that he was the strongest under the emperor realm in the Sky Emperor Palace. Today, the descendant of the divine emperor, Shun Feng, has returned and is now a core member. I hereby burn incense to inform you the white-haired old man stepped forward and burned incense to pay his respects to the spirit tablets. Then he took out the core disciple ancestral book and asked Qin Yu to drip his blood on it. Shi Jingtian, who had been sizing up Qin Yu, saw Qin Yu dripping his blood. The ancestral book did not show any reaction from the bloodline of the 3 emperors, which surprised him. Qin Yu did not awaken the bloodline of the 3 emperors? Then, how did he obtain the divine ability of the 3 emperors? He did not awaken the bloodline of the 3 emperors. The black-clothed old woman, Qin Gongyun, sneered when she saw this. A descendant of the 3 emperors without the bloodline of the 3 emperors was not an exception in the Sky Emperor Palace. However, Shi Jingtian did not expect Sun Shiyu to want Shun Feng, who did not have the bloodline of the 3 emperors and was only a martial ancestor. She wanted him to become a core member of the Sky Emperor Palace. It seemed that the rumors about the prophecy of the 3 emperors were true. Wait. Qin Gongyun gave a signal with her eyes. A voice could be heard. A man with a head full of red hair and a blazing aura walked out, interrupting the naming ceremony. Sun Shiyu's eyes sank. The red-haired man was one of the 12 generals, the descendant of the General Qi Lei. As expected, these descendants of battle generals and elders had gathered here to observe the ceremony with other motives. Elder Qi Muyuan, why did you interrupt the ceremony? The white-haired first elder frowned his brows. Burning incense to inform the ancestors was an important and sacred ceremony. He was unhappy that the descendant of the General Qi Lei had interrupted the ceremony. First elder, according to the rules of the 3 emperors, if you want to become a core disciple of the Sky Emperor Palace, you must either have the bloodline of the Sky Emperor Palace. You must either have awakened the bloodline of the 3 emperors or have reached the martial emperor realm. However, this kid has not awakened the bloodline of the 3 emperors and is only a martial ancestor. I would like to ask, what qualifications does he have to become a core disciple of the Sky Emperor Palace? Qi Muyuan stepped forward and pointed at the blood-stained ancestral book. It's true. What's going on? The person recommended by the first miss has not awakened the bloodline of the 3 emperors, speaking of which, his surname is not the surname of the divine emperor's descendant. Could it be that his identity is fake? Within the ancestral hall, many elders and disciples who had come to watch began to discuss spiritedly. Because of Sun Shiyu, they did not care if Qin Yu had awakened the bloodline of the 3 emperors. Now that Qi Muyuan had pointed it out, they all recovered from their shock. Qin Yu calmly looked at Qi Muyuan. From the corner of his eyes, He was secretly paying attention to Qinggong, Yun, and them. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the descendants of the 12 generals were in cahoots. They must be here to stop him from entering the ancestral hall. But Chapter 305. Why? Questions appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Logically speaking, he had just arrived at the Sky Imperial Palace. He shouldn't have anything to do with the descendants of the 12 war generals. Unless Sun Shiyu's purpose in bringing him to the Sky Imperial Palace was to endanger the descendants of the 12 war generals, only then would the descendants of the war generals join forces to stop him from entering the ancestral hall. In the Sky Imperial Palace, the difference in status and treatment between the core disciples and the ordinary disciples was like heaven and earth. For example, only the core disciples were qualified to comprehend the true skills of the three emperors. Could it really be related to the inheritance of the three emperors? Elder Qi, you're also a senior in the palace. Then, have you ever seen anyone in the palace who has obtained the complete inheritance of the three sovereigns? Sun Shiyu stepped forward, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. It has never happened in the history of the Sky Imperial Palace. Qimu Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly as he slowly shook his head. This was the situation that everyone in the Sky Imperial Palace knew and couldn't refute. But Shun Feng has comprehended all the inheritances of the three emperors. Sun Shiyu said as she looked at Qin Yu. Qin, you understood, and the inheritances of the three emperors appeared one after another. The elders and disciples in the ancestral hall were in a heated discussion. The voices that originally suspected that Qin Yu wasn't the descendant of the three emperors also disappeared, although they had heard Sun Shiyu mention it before. Seeing it with their own eyes was still quite shocking. Such a situation was indeed the only case in the Sky Imperial Palace. Elder Qi, do you think that Shun Feng isn't qualified to become a core disciple with his talent? Sun Shiyu asked. Shun Feng's talent is indeed extremely rare. However, our ancestors fought bravely with their flesh and blood. That was the reason why our Sky Emperor Palace was able to achieve its current glory. Therefore, the rules set by the ancestors cannot be trampled. I still don't agree with Shun Feng becoming a core disciple, since the descendants of the 12 war generals had a plan to not let Qin Yu become a core disciple. Naturally, they wouldn't give in just because Qin Yu had comprehended the inheritance of the three emperors. I think Elder Qi's words make sense. Indeed, the rules set by the ancestors are the foundation of the Sky Imperial Palace and cannot be changed. But with Shun Feng's talent, if we don't focus on nurturing him, wouldn't it be a waste? That's right. Since the establishment of the palace, there has never been such a monstrous genius. Since that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for Shun Feng to advance to the martial emperor realm in the future. Inside the ancestral hall, the three emperor elders and the 12 generals elders were arguing with one another, resulting in a chaotic scene. The elders of the 12 battle generals are all against it. Could it be? Sun Shiyu looked at the 12 battle generals and elders, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Could it be that the 12 battle generals and elders knew about the prophecy left behind by the three sovereigns? I have a plan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the chaotic scene. It was the black-robed old woman, Qin Gongyun. Shun Feng's aptitude is astonishing. If we don't nurture him, it would indeed be a waste of his talent. However, if he was allowed to enter the ancestral hall and become a core disciple, it would be against the rules of the ancestors. Since that is the case, why don't we follow the rules of the three sovereigns era and become a core disciple, so that we can determine if Shun Feng is qualified to become a core disciple? Qin Gongyun suggested with a harmless smile on her face. The rules of the three ancient emperors, the blood demon trial, Sure, Jingtian understood when he heard this. During the three ancient emperors' era, the heavenly imperial palace was at its peak. Therefore, if one wanted to become a core disciple of the heavenly imperial palace, the rules were much stricter. Apart from the bloodline of the three sovereigns, one's cultivation had to be at the martial emperor realm. One also had to go to the blood demon continent to kill blood demons. Only by completing the blood demon trial could one become a core disciple. However, the heavenly imperial palace was in danger, and the descendants of the three sovereigns were injured. As a result, the rules of the trial were removed. That's right. Qin Gong Yun nodded with a smile. Elder Qing, do you mean to let Shenfeng go to the blood demon continent to kill blood demons at the martial emperor realm? Sun Shiyu asked calmly. Her words were meant to test Qin Gong Yun. She suspected that the descendants of the 12 generals had followed her when she was in the 7 great martial worlds. Although Shenfeng is talented, his cultivation is only at the martial ancestor realm. It's impossible for him to kill blood demons at the martial emperor realm. Therefore, as long as he can kill 10 blood demons at the nirvana realm, he will pass the trial. If that's the case, I don't think the other elders will have any objections, right? Qin Gong Yun said to the other elders. The elders of the 12 generals had already discussed this matter, and they naturally nodded in agreement. Shenfeng, what do you think? A faint smile appears on Sun Shiyu's face as she looks at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had killed a rank 3 martial emperor during the battle in the Divine Moon Imperial Tomb. Although he had borrowed the power of the rank 2 contracted puppet, he was still a martial emperor. That was enough to show that Qin Yu's strength was enough to crush ordinary Nirvana realm martial ancestors. As long as he didn't encounter a high-level Nirvana realm martial ancestor, the blood demon trial shouldn't be dangerous for Qin Yu. If Qin Gongyun wanted to use this to prevent Qin Yu from becoming a core disciple, she would probably end up with nothing. I don't seem to have a choice. Qin Yu shrugged. Although Qin Yu said that, he wasn't unwilling. Qin Yu knew about the blood demon continent. That was a rather dangerous place for him right now. However, it was the best place for the skeleton ghost king. Qin Yu had already planned to go to the blood demon continent before he came to the spiritual state. Now, it was a good opportunity for him to go there. Let's do it. Sun Shiyu nodded and agreed to Qin Gongyun's suggestion. Her decisiveness surprised Qin Gongyun and the other elders who were descendants of battle generals. They subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Why was Sun Shiyu so confident in Qin Yu's strength? After reaching the Nirvana realm, the strength of a martial ancestor would change. Even a Nirvana realm martial ancestor would be able to take on 2 ordinary 9th-level martial ancestors. Qin Yu was only at the 7th-level martial ancestor realm. Even if he had the inheritance of the 3 emperors, he shouldn't be able to surpass his cultivation by that much. The white-haired elder glanced at Sun Shiyu, Qin Gongyun, and the others. He ordered someone to prepare the teleportation formation to the blood demon continent. Although the blood demon trial had been cancelled, the blood demon continent was still a place where the disciples of the heavenly emperor palace often went to train their strength. The teleportation formation had always been there. Shenfeng, no one will be watching you during the blood demon trial. However, the heavenly emperor palace has a special method to detect the blood demons you killed. Therefore, don't use the power of your contracted spiritual puppet. After leaving the ancestral palace, Sun Shiyu explained the situation of the blood demon continent to Qin Yu. All right, Qin, you didn't need to use the power of the skeleton ghost king to deal with ordinary Nirvana realm martial ancestors. When you go to the blood demon continent, apart from the blood demons, you have to be careful of the others. If you encounter any danger, crush this talisman immediately. Sun Shiyu gives Qinyu an ancient rune jade talisman, reminding him with a hidden meaning. She wouldn't go to the Blood Demon continent for the sake of justice, but she still had to prepare the necessary measures. Chapter 306. Don't you think it's time for you to tell me your goal? Qinyu took the jade talisman and asked. Today's events made him realize that the situation in the Sky Emperor Palace was more chaotic than he had imagined. The Sun and Sure bloodlines of the three sovereigns were clearly unable to control the descendants of the 12 war generals. Indeed, there might be people playing tricks in the dark during this trial on the Blood Demon continent. Qinyu felt that he had to find out the reason for being involved in this trouble for no reason. Don't worry, I didn't bring you back with ill intentions. When you pass the trial and become a core disciple, I will tell you everything. Sun Shiyu said softly. Originally, he should have explained the matter to Qinyu today. But because of the obstruction of the descendants of the 12 war generals, the Blood Demon trial had appeared out of nowhere. Qinyu nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Granny, it seems that Sun Shiyu is very confident in Shinfeng. Qing Zhu looked at Qinyu and Sun Shiyu leaving the ancestral hall together, and couldn't help but say to Qinggong Yun, there is indeed something strange. It seems that we have to carry out the second plan. Qinggong Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. She felt that Qinyu was related to the prophecy of the three sovereigns. I'll go prepare. Qingzhu understood and left quietly. Sky Emperor Palace, Teleportation Hall. Buzz. After everything was ready, Qin, you stepped into the teleportation array that connected to the Blood Demon continent. With a flash of light, Qinyu immediately disappeared. After a moment of darkness, before Qinyu opened his eyes, a strong smell of blood assaulted his nose. Roar. Then, a roar like that of a wild beast sounded. With a bang, Qinyu was sent flying several hundred meters away by a vast and enormous power. Qin, you stabilized his body and looked around. He found that he was now in a blood-red world. The entire sky was blood-red, and the clouds seemed to be condensed from blood. The mountains and rivers seemed to have been dyed with blood, and the smell of blood was so strong that it made one dizzy. The beast that attacked Qinyu was a 3 zhang tall, blood-red demonic beast. That demonic beast was a Nirvana third cycle martial ancestor. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of intelligence in his eyes, only a bloodthirsty color. This was a demonic beast that had been infected by the power of the Blood Demon. It had lost its intelligence and only had a bloodthirsty instinct. The Blood Demon continent was not in the 9 prefectures. It was in the void space. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, an invincible blood elementalist had appeared in the sky domain. However, he failed to break through the limit of the Emperor realm and lost his mind. He turned into a demon and wreaked havoc in the heaven domain. That calamity caused countless lives to be slaughtered in the 9 continents of the heaven domain and the 10,000 realms continent. Back then, the 10 strongest, unparalleled almighties of the heaven domain had joined forces to suppress the Blood Demon. After the Blood Demon fell, its flesh and blood scattered all over the heaven domain, corroding everything that had spirit. Left with no choice, the sovereign of the heaven domain took action and directly separated this area from the heaven domain. This was the origin of the Blood Demon continent. Originally, the venerable sovereigns of the heaven domain could only be destroyed and sent to the Blood Demon continent. However, the power of the Blood Demon in this continent was too strong. No matter how many times it was shattered, it would gather again. Over time, the venerable sovereigns of the heaven domain no longer cared about the Blood Demon continent. Anyway, the Blood Demon had been completely destroyed and could not be resurrected. However, the blood demons that were born from the power of the Blood Demon on the Blood Demon continent Those top forces would often send experts to eliminate the powerful blood demons. Because of this, almost all the blood demons at the Martial Emperor realm on the Blood Demon continent were wiped out. This continent, which was full of danger, gradually became a place for many great forces to train their disciples. Roar. The bloodthirsty demonic beast stared at Chinyu and let out a roar. It turned into a blood-red light and pounced on Chinyu as if it wanted to tear Chinyu apart and devour him. Chinyu stood in place and did not move at all. Puchi, just as the demonic beast was about to pounce on him. A white light flashed in the air and pierced through the demonic beast's forehead. However, no blood splattered out. It was the skeleton ghost king who had made a move and devoured the demonic beast's blood. You can cultivate here for the time being. Chinyu said, the bloodthirsty demonic beast was only corroded by the power of the blood demon. It was not a blood demon. To Chinyu, killing it was of no use at all. This is a good place. The skeleton ghost king opened its arms, and a look of intoxication appeared on its hideous face. The power of the blood demon on the Blood Demon continent can affect your mind. Don't get too addicted. Chinyu reminded, don't worry. Although I have merged with this emperor's body, when I absorb the blood, I will separate them. I will separate the ghost from the emperor's body, so there won't be any effect. The skeleton ghost king said. Chinyu nods. With a flash, he flies away to look for Shwet Mo. The skeleton ghost king's body flashed and disappeared into the void. After flying for half a day, Chinyu finally encountered a blood demon after killing dozens of demonic beasts. The blood demon was formed by pure blood and the power of the blood demon. It had no form and was a spiritual body that could transform into anything. It was like a fish in water on the Blood Demon continent. Cultivators of the same level would not be a match for the blood demon. The blood devil that Chinyu had encountered had already taken on a human form. Its facial features were even faintly visible. Unfortunately, its cultivation was only at the 9th level martial progenitor realm. It was just short of the Nirvana martial progenitor realm that the Heavenly Imperial Palace had requested. Whoosh! Chinyu was not interested in fighting. However, the blood demon pounced toward him with a gust of bloody wind. His speed was so fast that it was like a graceful swan. In a flash, he had arrived in front of Chinyu. Its human form immediately turned into a bloody wave that tried to devour Chinyu. Sizzle! Chinyu threw out a palm, and golden flames burned in his palm. It was the golden heaven incinerating flame. The moment the bloody wave came into contact with the golden heaven incinerating flame, black smoke was emitted. It was quickly burned. The power of the two was not on the same level. The power of the blood demon belonged to the evil Tao. The golden heaven incinerating flame was a martial skill of the dragon tribe. The power of the blood demon was suppressed when the two met. However, the blood demon was still able to fight back after being suppressed by the golden heaven incinerating flame. As the bloody mist rolled, a blurry seal was formed on the blood demon's body. The aura of the seal was rather mysterious. That's interesting. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and waved his right hand. A godly glow appeared as a fiery ancient bell over 10 zhang wide descended from the sky and trapped the blood demon. Ancient godly weapon, the Tao incinerating godly bell. Dong! The godly bell let out a long chime as a faint purple godly flame was ignited. Its power was enhanced by the golden heaven incinerating flame. The blood demon let out a sharp cry before it turned into a bloody mist and dissipated. Only an inch-wide bloody mark was left behind. Chinyu withdrew the Tao incinerating godly bell and summoned the bloody mark. Within the crimson mark, there was a vast and boundless blood demon power. If he was not mistaken, the bloody mark was most likely the blood demon's origin force. If it continued to grow, it would be able to form the heart of the blood demon. In other words, the blood demon had the potential to rank up to the martial monarch realm. Unfortunately, its intelligence had yet to be awakened. It only knew how to kill and had died in Qin Yu's hands. Chapter 307. Qin Yu retrieved the crimson imprint. He had no use for it, but it would serve as a great supplement for the skeleton Phantom King. Following this, Qin Yu stumbled into a few blood demons. However, their cultivations were not strong. They were all low-level blood demons in the Wusheng realm. Only 2 of them had reached the Nirvana realm of the martial progenitor realm, which Qin Yu easily sealed. Qin Yu's current cultivation was at the 7th layer martial progenitor realm. He did not even need to use the heaven-battling Azure Dragon to deal with the Nirvana realm blood demons. He could easily crush them with the martial arts and secret techniques of the 3 martial emperors. Rumble! Qin Yu, who was searching for the Nirvana realm blood demons, halted in his tracks and glanced at the crimson glow in the distance. In the distance, a giant crimson beam was fired into the sky. The crimson clouds covered a distance of over 10,000 li, shook the heavens and earth. Monarch realm aura? Qin Yu was startled as he was about to take a look. He saw a figure flying toward him at a rapid pace. More precisely, it was fleeing for its life. The reason for that was because behind the figure there were 3 streams of blood mist rushing toward them. They were 3 Nirvana realm blood demons, and judging from their auras, they were all in the advanced Nirvana realm. A cultivator? The person who was fleeing immediately flew toward Qin Yu as if she had discovered Qin Yu's presence. As she got closer, Qin Yu took a closer look. The person being chased by the blood demons was a young woman. She was wearing a light blue martial robe. Her cultivation had reached the 9th cycle of the Nirvana realm. However, her aura was in a mess, indicating that she was severely injured. 7th layer martial progenitor realm. Su Yiweqing initially thought she had stumbled into a savior. However, when he sensed Qin Yu's level of cultivation, he was disappointed. Her original escape route was also to the side. She did not continue to head toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu let out a smile. It seemed like this person was not a bad person, as she was not trying to divert the trouble away. However, Su Yiweqing did not intend to lure the 3 blood devils over. However, Qin Yu did not intend to let them go. Along the way, the number of Nirvana blood devils they encountered was truly too few. There was no reason not to eat this fat meat that was already in his mouth. Boom! Su Yiweqing, who had just changed her position, suddenly felt a vast divine might descend. She turned around and saw a purple flame divine bell that was 100 feet long flying towards her. The 3 blood devils that were chasing after her were immediately enveloped by the purple flame divine bell and let out sharp screams. With a flash of light, a figure covered in golden flames charged into the purple flame divine bell. As the dazzling divine light radiated, Su Yiweqing discovered something. The 7th layer martial progenitor, whom she had underestimated, had killed the 3 blood demons in the blink of an eye. His actions were clean and efficient, making her feel as if she had seen a martial emperor expert. Which force is this genius from? Su Yiweqing stopped. Her eyes were filled with shock as she sized up Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not seem to be older than her. However, he actually possessed such a terrifying ability to fight enemies above his level. This was simply too shocking. If Qin Yu had a cultivation of the 9 Nirvana cycles of the martial progenitor realm like her, Su Yiweqing would not be so shocked. However, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the 7th layer martial progenitor realm. In terms of cultivation alone, he was significantly weaker than her. However, his strength was on par with hers. After sealing those 3 blood devils, Qin Yu dispels the purple flame divine bell and raises his head to look at the distant horizon. Although the aura emitted by the crimson beam had yet to reach the martial monarch realm, it did not seem to be too far away. It was most likely that the blood devils were evolving. Wait, don't tell me you're going there? As Qin Yu was about to make his move, Su Yueqing blurted out, "Do you know what that crimson beam is?" Qin Yu's figure halted as he glanced at Su Yueqing. Su Yueqing. Since he had fled in that direction, there was a high chance that he knew something about it. Furthermore, her injuries should have something to do with that blood-colored beam of light. Otherwise, with her cultivation of the 9 nirvana cycles of the martial progenitor realm, she would not have been chased by 3 7th-layer nirvana cycles of the 9 nirvana cycles. Since you've helped me, I'll give you a piece of advice. There's a blood devil's heart being born there. You're about to reach the martial monarch realm. Although you're not weak, you'd better not go there. Su Yueqing reminded him. As I thought. Qin, you no longer paid attention to Su Yueqing. With a flash, he flew toward the soaring blood pillar, although it was difficult for the blood devils to gain intelligence. Once they reached the martial monarch realm, their intelligence would be on par with humans. Therefore, once the blood devils reached the martial monarch realm, they would avoid human cultivators. On the blood devil continent, it was extremely rare to see a martial monarch realm blood devil. This was because the blood devil's heart in the martial monarch realm blood devil was an extremely rare divine medicine. Many rare and precious emperor pills required the blood devil's heart as a catalyst. Therefore, martial monarchs would often come to the blood devil continent to hunt martial monarch realm blood devils. This directly made the already rare martial monarch realm blood devils even rarer. Qin Yu was not interested in the blood devil's heart or the divine medicine. Instead, it was the blood devil's heart that was beneficial to the skeleton ghost king. It was as good as absorbing the blood chi of a martial monarch. Now that they were in the spiritual state, the skeleton ghost king's martial monarch realm cultivation had to be improved as soon as possible. Sayu, I shouldn't have told you. Seeing Qin Yu fly away immediately after hearing the news, Su Yueqing was speechless. Wasn't he a little too confident in his own strength? One must know that even with her cultivation, she was still seriously injured. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, could he deal with a blood devil that was about to reach the martial monarch realm? Shaking her head, Su Yueqing withdrew her gaze and looked around. Then she entered a crimson mountain to recover from her injuries. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who was flying at high speed, arrived in front of the crimson light pillar in a few breaths' time. In front of him was a vast sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the crimson water in the sea of blood was swirling wildly around the gigantic crimson light pillar. The entire sea of blood had turned into a huge whirlpool. Within the blood-colored light pillar, there was a huge blood-colored ball of light. It was a vast and boundless ball of light. An unfathomable and terrifying aura spread out and swept across the land. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. If the skeleton ghost king was not by his side, it would be difficult for him to deal with a martial monarch realm blood devil. However, the blood devil had just reached the martial monarch realm, and its foundation was not stable yet. Therefore, it was not as difficult to deal with a martial monarch realm blood devil. Puff, puff. When Qin Yu flew above the sea of blood was broken apart. One after another, crimson silhouettes pounced toward Qin Yu. Those were martial progenitor realm blood devils that were at the peak of the nirvana realm. There were dozens of them, and they were charging at him menacingly. Great! With a thought, a divine light flashed and filled the land. Qin Yu executed the three sovereigns' super skill. At the same time, the spiritual array disc in Qin Yu's left hand trembled. Mysterious spiritual inscriptions merged with the surrounding space and turned into a spiritual array inscription that restricted the land. Murderous aura surged, and it was shocking. Chapter 308. These blood demons were significantly stronger than the three Nirvana realm blood demons that Qin Yu had slain previously. Apart from their outstanding cultivations, the auras of these blood demons vaguely resonated with the blood ocean. It was as if they were able to control the power of the blood ocean. Bang, bang, bung as expected. The bloody mist on the blood demons exploded, causing the entire blood ocean to vibrate vigorously. A giant bloody wave over 100,000 zhang tall erupted like a volcano, crashing toward Qin Yu. The force had surpassed the limit of the martial progenitor realm and was close to the martial monarch realm. Roar! With a thought, the spiritual runes that had merged with the space around Qin Yu appeared. They transformed into a vivid Shenron over 100 zhang long around Qin Yu's figure. The Shenron formed by the spiritual runes was only 100 zhang tall. However, the might it emitted was not at all inferior to the might of the tens of thousands of blood waves. It was one of the formations that Qin Yu had prepared before coming to the spiritual state after his cultivation had reached the seventh layer martial progenitor realm. The ancient battle dragon formation. The Shenron, over 100 zhang long, let out a roar and lunged forward in an imperious manner. The giant bloody wave collided with the Shenron. An earth-shattering destructive power exploded at this moment, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. The Nirvana realm blood demons hiding in the bloody waves seemed to be aware that the ancient battle dragon formation was not easy to deal with. One by one, they charged out from the crimson waves. With boundless might, they charged toward Qin Yu's body. Fire God Talisman, appear. Qin Yu remained fearless as he performed a hand seal with his hands, causing a mystical glow to flicker. An ancient fire talisman was formed and flew into the sky. In the next instant, flames that were as vast as the sea poured out in torrents with the power to burn the heavens and extinguish the earth. More than half of the blood ocean was covered in flames. The Nirvana realm blood demons that were charging toward Qin Yu were instantly devoured by the flames. A sizzling sound could be heard from the blood ocean. A huge area of the blood ocean was burned by the flames, causing a black mist to rise. Die! Qin Yu stretched out his right hand. Divine light condensed in his palm, and the sky splitter spear appeared. Taking a step in the air, Qin Yu charged into the sea of flames and unleashed killing moves one after another, fiercely fighting with those Nirvana realm blood devils. Although those blood devils were spiritual bodies condensed from blood chi, they didn't have physical bodies. However, the fire deity talisman and the golden heaven incinerating flame were innately effective against them. On the other hand, Qin Yu relied on the indestructible stone emperor seal and the dragon god tyrannical body. Even though he was fighting one against many, he was not at all inferior. In fact, it could even be said that he was completely suppressing the blood demons. Pung, pung, pung. It wasn't long before the Nirvana realm blood devils were incinerated by Qin Yu. When the last Nirvana realm blood demon was killed, the incinerated waves of blood suddenly exploded and turned into blood water that scattered back into the sea of blood. However, Qin Yu did not disperse the ancient battle dragon formation. Instead, he continued to set up the formation. Only after the blood-colored light pillar and the blood sea within a radius of 10,000 miles were filled with ancient spiritual rune formations. Only then did Qin Yu stop, because at this moment Qin, you could clearly feel that. The terrifying violent fluctuation in the blood-colored light pillar was becoming more and more intense. That violent fluctuation had already appeared when Qin Yu was killing those Nirvana realm blood devils. However, this violent feeling had clearly reached its limit. Needless to say, Qin Yu also knew that it was the blood devil that was transforming in the blood-colored light pillar. It had sensed the danger of the killing formation he had set up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Yu flies up high. Only when he is level with that huge mass of blood does he stop in midair. Then, Qin Yu pointed his finger. Mysterious ancient runes continued to gather and were inserted into the blood-colored light pillar. After 2 breaths of time, a deafening explosion sounded. A 10,000-foot wide area of destruction appeared on the blood-colored light pillar. Human, you deserve to die. The moment the blood-colored light pillar exploded, an intermittent thought that contained monstrous killing intent spread out from the blood-colored light pillar. The blood-colored ball of light was also affected, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the ball of light. Boom. In the next moment, a huge blood-colored claw grabbed at Qin Yu from the blood-colored light pillar. This blood-colored claw contained a majestic and invincible aura that seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. Dragon-capturing claw. Qin Yu did not dodge at all. After the sky-splitter spear in his right hand dissipated into divine light, it transformed into a lifelike dragon claw. Even the dragon scales were flowing with divine light and mighty power. As the dragon-capturing claw struck the void, a dragon roar came from Qin Yu's body. A vast and majestic battle dragon, true energy erupted from the 40-branch dragon veins in his body. Boom! The 2 claws met, and the void shook violently. Faintly, tiny spatial cracks spread out from where the 2 claws collided. Qin Yu's body shook violently as a terrifying force exploded from the blood-colored claw. Even the indestructible ancient emperor's seal trembled and showed signs of collapsing. Thump! Thump! Qin Yu's feet stomped on the ground continuously. A visible blood-colored ripple exploded from the soles of his feet. This was the force of the blood-colored claw being released from Qin Yu's body. The timing is perfect. Qin Yu, who took the blow from the blood-colored claw, smiled even more brightly. The blood demon's cultivation had indeed reached the martial emperor realm. However, it had just reached the martial emperor realm, and its foundation was not stable yet. Therefore, Qin Yu was able to block the attack of the blood-colored claw without even using the azure dragon battling the heavens. Come out! Qin Yu flicked his left hand, and a flaming ancient talisman shot toward the blood-colored light pillar that was filled with cracks. It was the Fire God talisman. At this moment, Qin Yu's face turned pale and weak. When the Fire God talisman came into contact with the blood-colored light pillar, it immediately turned into rolling flames and burned fiercely. The fire was so fierce that it instantly covered the entire blood-colored light pillar. There was also a shocking flame that was crazily drilling into the light pillar. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly. The blood-colored claw moved violently and crazily. Blood, mist surged as it tried to extinguish the flames of the Fire God talisman. Unfortunately, the Fire God talisman was a divine flame created by the famous Fire God, heavenly exalted from the primordial age. It was condensed from thousands of fire seeds in the universe. It was said that the heavenly sovereign Fire God had once used the Fire God talisman to burn thousands of continents in an instant. Its divine power was so strong that it was definitely one of the top divine weapons of the fire path in the history of the sky domain. Moreover, this divine flame was like a maggot attached to a bone. Once it came into contact with something, it would not be extinguished until it was completely burned. The only way to do so would be to disperse it with an even stronger power. Boom! Indeed, after burning for close to 10 breaths, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored light pillar. The blood-colored light pillar directly exploded, the surging divine flame on it, accompanied by the blood-colored light, splashed in all directions. Finally, the blood demon that had advanced to the martial emperor realm appeared in front of Qinyu. It was 10 feet tall and had the appearance of a tiger. It had 2 heads, but its facial features were similar to that of a human. There was also a pair of blood-colored wings on its back. As the blood demon appeared, a berserk aura that broke through the ages suddenly erupted. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sky became dark and oppressive. Although the blood demon had just advanced to the martial emperor realm, the berserk aura on its body was earth-shattering. Chapter 309. How dare you disturb me? You deserve to die. The blood demon with a human head and a tiger body spoke in human language. Both of its faces were filled with murderous intent. There was also a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. It looked as if it couldn't wait to tear Qinyu into pieces. Since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I can spare your life if you hand over the heart of the blood demon. Qinyu chuckled and said indifferently, "Arrogant." The blood demon was enraged. The blood-red wings on its back flapped, stirring up a violent blood-red wind as it charged towards Qinyu. There was also a destructive force hidden in the violent blood-red wind. What was surprising was that the destructive force directly merged into the void and was difficult to detect. The 2 of them, one in the light and one in the dark, attacked one after another. Space-type mystique. Qin, you was a little surprised. The blood demon, on the other hand, had comprehended an extraordinary ability. However, compared to the Dragon Soul's space-time mystique, the blood demon's space-time mystique, the difference was more than 100,000 miles. Buzz, buzz. Qinyu opened his hands, and a mysterious formation ripple spread out. Like a butterfly effect, the formation ripples appeared on Qinyu's body. Ancient runes appeared in the void of the blood sea, forming a monstrous formation. It covered the sky. The entire ancient formation shone with dazzling divine light, dazzling and bright. If one looked down from the sky, the formation looked like a huge ancient cauldron. Qinyu was in the center of the ancient cauldron, and the blood demon had already entered it. The ancient sky-burying cauldron. This was an ancient killing array, and it could also be said to be an ancient divine weapon. This was formed by Qinyu's All Heavens War Emperor transformation and the ancient killing formation, and its power could destroy heaven and earth. Rumble! The blood demon's violent blood-red wind and destructive force collided with the ancient sky-burying cauldron. The collision of the 2 caused a shock wave that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire blood sea boiled and exploded, and the waves drowned the earth. In the midst of the battle, Qinyu's body shook violently before returning to normal. He blocked the blood demon's attack. This astonished the blood demon, who had advanced to martial emperor. He found it hard to believe. It was aware of the difference between the martial progenitor realm and the martial monarch realm. But now, Qinyu actually ignored the difference between the 2 of them, the difference between heaven and earth. Someone is approaching. At this time, the dragon soul's voice came from the divine dragon ancient seal, reminding Qinyu, "Ancient cauldron buries the sky." Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He let out a low growl and raised his hands in the air. The huge formation that looked like an ancient cauldron suddenly flipped in the sky. Qinyu and the blood demon were both shrouded in it, making it impossible for others to see what was going on inside. The moment it flipped through the air, the ancient runes that covered thousands of miles all gathered inside the ancient sky-burying cauldron. The ancient sky-burying cauldron also rapidly shrank, becoming 1,000 feet in size. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard from the cauldron. The azure dragon seal spread out from Qin Yu's body, covering his limbs and bones, and penetrating his flesh and organs. At this moment, Qin Yu's aura immediately soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the limit of the martial progenitor realm. With the help of the ancient sky-burying cauldron formation, Qin Yu's aura was no weaker than the blood demons. How did you? The blood demon was even more astonished and in disbelief. However, Qin Yu did not give it any time to react. With a flicker, the godly spear pierced through the sky. A long gap was torn open in the sky, from which a pitch-black, chaotic ripple of space was emitted. Roar! The blood demon's soul shuddered as it sensed the danger of death. It let out a primordial roar as a destructive aura gathered, causing its aura to skyrocket. 9 Serenity's Purgatory, Heaven-Devouring Dragon Seal. Qin Yu charged forward and executed the 2 mystical abilities of the dragon tribe. A vast aura swept across the place, forcefully shattering the blood demon's attack and its defense. If you want my blood demon's heart, exchange it with your life. The blood demon, whose body was being destroyed by the terrifying power, let out a desperate and deranged cry. The sea of blood within the sea of blood penetrated the void and merged into its body, crazily suppressing it. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. The blood demon wanted to self-destruct its blood demon's heart, sealing divine light. Qin Yu naturally would not let it succeed. He struck out with his palm. A divine light that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted, suppressing heaven and earth. The blood demon's berserk blood demon's power was directly sealed in the void. The sea of blood that penetrated the void was also condensed. It was as if time had stopped. It could not move at all. Puchi, Qin Yu's left hand formed a claw, and the blood demon's body was pierced. A palm-sized blood-colored heart was pulled out. Although the heart seemed to be condensed from blood, it was crystal clear like a gem. It faintly flickered with a blood-colored light. That blood-colored light did not have the slightest smell of blood. Instead, it had a dreamy beauty that made one feel intoxicated. That was the blood demon's heart. As the blood demon's heart was taken away, the sealed blood demon immediately turned into a bloody mist and disappeared from the world. The blood-colored light pillar that shot into the sky and the sea of blood quickly dried up. Soon, they turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures flew over from the distant horizon. These people were all young men and women. They did not look very old, but their cultivations were not weak. The weakest among them was a Nirvana 5th Revolution martial progenitor. They were all very talented, judging from their clothes and symbols. It was clear that they were from 3 different factions. This what happened. Before the dozens of people could get close to the gradually disappearing blood-colored light pillar, when they saw that the sea of blood was rapidly drying up, they were all astonished. A sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see was drying up. This scene was very visually impactful. The blood demon's aura disappeared. What's that? A cold-looking woman in blue, with a green leaf embroidered on her collar, frowned. She looked into the distance at the rapidly disappearing blood-colored light pillar. Her eyes flickered with a faint blue light. She saw the sky burying ancient cauldron formation as the blood-colored light pillar disappeared. Could that be an ancient godly weapon, the sky burying ancient cauldron? A shocked voice was heard. The one who spoke was a muscular young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was wearing a red robe with a fire wolf carved on the back of the robe. He recognized the sky-burying ancient cauldron. The moment these words came out, a commotion broke out among the surrounding cultivators, all of them shocked. They had heard a very few sky-bearing ancient cauldrons. However, the words ancient godly weapon were enough to tempt them. Godly weapons were not divine weapons. Even emperor weapons could not be called godly weapons. In the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain, only the immortal sacred grounds, supreme orthodoxies, and ancient divine dynasties had ancient godly weapons. Now, an ancient godly weapon had appeared here. This naturally shocked them. They felt that they had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. Chapter 3:10. That's not right. There's a fluctuation of divine runes. That's not the real heaven-burying cauldron. Someone has created the heaven-burying cauldron with the runes. Among the 3 factions, a handsome young man in a blue robe was surrounded by a gust of wind. He blurted out in astonishment after seeing the ancient formation covering the sky. A formation that could create an ancient godly weapon was not something ordinary people could do. The person who had set up the ancient formation was most likely no ordinary person. Does that mean the blood demon that has ranked up to the martial monarch realm has fallen into someone else's hands? The cultivators of the 3 factions reacted with different expressions. It was extremely lucky to stumble into a martial monarch realm blood demon on the blood demon continent. It was extremely rare for a martial progenitor realm blood demon to rank up to the martial monarch realm. After all, they could not handle a real martial monarch realm blood demon. However, they were confident that they could handle a martial progenitor realm blood demon that was trying to rank up to the martial monarch realm. Therefore, they had teamed up. To their surprise, someone had beaten them to it. Could it be a martial monarch realm expert? Just as these dozen or so people were having doubts in their hearts, a voice suddenly rang out. The heaven-bearing cauldron turned into a series of mysterious runes and disappeared into the air. Following that, Qin Yu's figure appeared. Martial progenitor realm. The dozen or so young geniuses were slightly taken aback when they saw this scene. They did not expect the person who had appeared to only possess a 7th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivation. Such a cultivation could be considered the weakest in the blood demon continent. Although there were no martial progenitor realm blood demons on the blood demon continent, there were many of them. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Even the martial emperors of the human tribe would occasionally fall. Therefore, even if the factions had sent their disciples here to train themselves, their cultivations would at least rank up to the nirvana martial progenitor realm. It was extremely rare to see a 7th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator in the middle region of the blood demon continent. As a matter of fact, it had completely exceeded their expectations. Besides, how could a 7th-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator defeat a blood demon that was about to rank up to the martial monarch realm? I understand now. The blood demon must have failed in its transformation. That's why he was able to succeed. A young man with a cultivation of the 7th-layer nirvana realm seemed to have realized something as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the other young geniuses nodded in agreement. This was the only possibility that a 7th-level martial progenitor would be able to deal with the blood demon who was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. He has the heart of the blood demon. At this moment, the blue-clothed ice-cold woman, the red-robed robust youth, and the azure-robed handsome youth all appeared. They had all noticed the heart of the blood demon in Qin Yu's hand. For some reason, Qin Yu was currently staring at the heart of the blood demon. It was as if he was trying to discern whether the heart of the blood demon was real or fake. However, this caused a fiery expression to appear in their eyes. They had joined forces to come here for the blood demon's heart. Now that there was a ready-made blood demon's heart in front of them, they would naturally be moved. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and led their people to fly towards Qin Yu. Seal ripples. At this moment, Qin Yu was indeed looking at the blood demon's heart in his hand. However, he was not trying to discern whether the heart of the blood demon was real or fake. He had discovered half of a mysterious ancient artifact seal in the heart of the blood demon. The ancient artifact seal was emitting a faint ripple, which caught Qin Yu's attention. He could sense a unique sealing force from the ripple. If Qin Yu had not obtained the succession of the 3 martial emperors and comprehended the sealing light, he would not have noticed it. At this moment, Qin Yu slightly raised his head and saw the group of people flying toward him in 3 different groups. Looking at the situation, it seemed like they were about to surround him. Qin Yu faintly looked in a certain direction. Then he flipped his right hand. After storing the heart of the blood demon into his Sumeru ring, Qin Yu calmly glanced at the group of people. Needless to say, these people were here for the heart of the blood demon. However, these people were not enough to catch Qin Yu's attention. They are trying to kill me with a borrowed knife. In the dragon god, ancient seal, the dragon's soul sneered. With his perception, he naturally discovered that someone had been hiding in the dark all this time. It was just that he had not revealed himself. This trip to the blood demon continent is indeed not peaceful. A chill flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. Although he had not seen the person hiding in the dark, Qin Yu instinctively felt it. That person was definitely related to the Sky Emperor Palace. Thinking of the ancient talisman that Sun Shiyu gave him when he entered the blood demon continent, Qin Yu did not crush it. He felt that it was better to investigate the matter of the Sky Emperor Palace himself. I am Dao Songhai, a core disciple of the Golden Feather sect of the spiritual state. What is the name of the stone platform? At this moment, when those dozen-plus people were several tens of feet away from Qin Yu, they all stopped in a tacit understanding. The handsome young man in green stepped out with a gentle smile and cupped his fists towards Qin Yu. The Golden Feather sect was located in the southern region of the spiritual state. It was also one of the ancient great forces of the spiritual state. Shunfeng, northern region of the spiritual state, Sky Emperor Palace. Qin Yu said lightly, Sky Emperor Palace? Shunfeng? Dao Songhai raised his eyebrows in surprise. He naturally knew about the Sky Emperor Palace that was famous in the spiritual state. He originally thought that with Qin Yu's cultivation level and alone here, he would not have any background. He did not expect that he would be from the Sky Emperor Palace. However, even if Qin Yu was from the Sky Emperor Palace, he did not care. The 2 royal bloodlines and the 12 royal bloodlines of the Sky Emperor Palace did not have the surname Shun. It seemed that Qin Yu was not an important person in the Sky Emperor Palace. Brother Qinfeng dared to come here alone to train. Such courage is truly admirable. My Xian, Yu Mountain likes to make friends with heroes like you. The brawny young man in red robes laughed heartily. In fact, he was inquiring about Qin Yu's situation. He wanted to see if Qin Yu had any elders with him. Xian, Yu Mountain was from the Xianyan Manor. The Xianyan Manor was also a top force from the southern region of the spiritual state. It had an extraordinary foundation and many strong masters. Since I'm here to train, I naturally came alone. Qin Yu smiled faintly, as if he did not notice the intentions of these people. You were the one who killed that blood demon that just advanced, right? Hearing this, the cold woman in blue could not help but ask. Her name was Murong Shuiqing, a member of the Murong family in the Greenwood Ridge. The Greenwood Ridge was located in the western region of the spiritual state. Although it was named as a ridge, it was actually hundreds of thousands of miles wide. The Murong family was the strongest force in the Greenwood Ridge. That's right. Qin Yu nodded. The heart of the blood demon is very important to me. Can you give it to me in exchange? Murong Shuiqing said. Exchange. Qinyu looked at Morong Shuiqing and smiled. The heart of the blood demon was not only a true divine medicine, but also extremely rare. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. A heart of the blood demon was equivalent to several emperor-grade spiritual herbs. This Morong Shuiqing actually wanted to trade. Could it be that she could take out a few emperor-grade spirit herbs? Chapter 311. I have 3 2,000-year-old sacred herbs in my hand. How about exchanging them for your heart of the blood demon? If you agree, you will be an honored guest of the Morong family. When you come to the western region in the future, I will personally entertain you. Seeing Qinyu's appearance, Morong Shuiqing thought that Qinyu was moved by her. She flipped her fair palm, and 2 sacred herbs appeared in her hand. A rich and exotic fragrance immediately filled the air, making people feel refreshed and energized. Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan looked a little strange, and they looked at each other secretly. You want to exchange 2 sacred herbs for the heart of the blood demon? Do you think I'm stupid? Qin, you didn't even look at the 2 sacred herbs. Did this woman think that she could bewitch him just because she was a little pretty? Then tell me, what do you want in exchange? Morong Shuiqing's expression changed slightly, and a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. She was born a proud daughter of the heavens, and had never been treated like this. But thinking of the heart of the blood demon, she still suppressed it. Of course, if Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan weren't still here, she was afraid that Qinyu would be recruited by them. She would have fallen out with them long ago, so why would she talk nonsense with Qinyu? Morong Shuiqing's thoughts were actually the same as Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan. With so many people present, if they were to kill Qinyu, they would definitely be killed. It was equivalent to having their weakness in the hands of the other party, even if the forces behind them were all top forces in the spiritual state. They were still inferior to the Sky Imperial Palace. Of course, the forces behind them weren't afraid of the Sky Imperial Palace, but they couldn't represent their respective forces. Therefore, they all wanted the heart of the blood demon, but they didn't want to become enemies with the Sky Imperial Palace. That was why they were in a deadlock here. Little did they know that Qinyu was deliberately wasting time with them because he had a plan in mind. 10 imperial-grade spiritual herbs, or equally rare divine herbs. Qinyu said lightly, "Humph, 10 imperial-grade spiritual herbs. You really dare to ask for so much." Morong Shuiqing snorted coldly. Although the blood demon's heart was rare and precious, it was definitely not worth 10 emperor-grade spiritual herbs. Not to mention that she didn't have any emperor-grade spiritual herbs on her. Even if she did, she wouldn't trade them. If that's the case, then I have nothing to talk about. Goodbye. Qinyu waved his hand, as if preparing to leave. You can leave, but the heart of the Bloodseeker must stay. Morong Shuiqing waved her sleeve, and a 10-meter-long vine appeared in the air, blocking Qinyu's path. The young men and women of the Morong family all activated their true yuan, and cold-killing intent surrounded Qinyu. What? Are you planning to rob me? Qinyu stopped in his tracks, but his expression did not change. Saber young master, Xian young master, you can't just watch and let him take away the heart of the blood demon, right? Of course, if you don't mind, I won't be the bad guy. Morong Shuiqing sneered and said to Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan, even if she snatched the heart of the blood demon from Qinyu's hands, Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan would definitely not let her leave with the heart of the blood demon. Therefore, she naturally had to drag the 2 of them down with her. No matter who got the heart of the blood demon in the end, they had to have a share in this matter. You've seen the situation before you. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, then hand over the heart of the blood demon. That divine herb isn't something you can touch. Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan could only step forward when they saw the situation. There were no cultivators in the surroundings, so it was the best time to make a move. But if they let Qin Yu leave, then there would be more trouble if they wanted to make a move. The item is with me. If you want to take it away, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Let me remind you that once you make a move, there's no turning back. Qin Yu chuckled. He had a carefree expression and did not put them in his eyes at all. You overestimate yourself. Dao Songhai and Shui Yueshan were filled with murderous intent when Qin Yu did not know what was good for him. Any one of the more than 10 of them would be able to crush Qin Yu. Qin Yu was simply courting death. Whoosh! Before Qin Yu finished speaking, the green vine lying in the air moved like a huge python. It was extremely fast. With a flash of cyan light, it has bound Qin Yu. Crack! But in the next moment, a golden light flickered, and a huge golden pair of scissors appeared and cut down. The green vine was directly cut into several pieces and lost all vitality. It withered like a piece of dead wood. Golden serpent scissors! Shui Yueshan exclaimed. He recognized the golden serpent scissors that Qin Yu had created this time. Could this be the rumored secret technique of the Sky Emperor Palace that can create countless divine weapons? Dao Songhai's eyes flashed. First, it was the ancient sky-burying cauldron. Now, it was the golden serpent scissors. It reminded him of a rumor about the Sky Emperor Palace that he had once heard. Did this mean that Qin Yu was from the 2 royal bloodlines of the Sky Emperor Palace? However, the surname Shun was indeed not among the 2 royal bloodlines and the 12 royal bloodlines of the Sky Emperor Palace. It could not be that Qin Yu had purposely used a fake name. Humph! The green vine's vitality was destroyed. Murong Shuiqing, who was connected to the green vine, groaned, and her aura became slightly chaotic. That green vine was her contracted creature. Now that it was killed by Qin Yu, she would naturally suffer a backlash. Kill! Seeing this, the Murong clan's martial artists all attacked with murderous intent, wanting to kill Qin Yu. Slash! Qin Yu's divine light flashed, and a clear tearing sound could be heard in the air. The Nirvana realm martial progenitors of the Murong clan were charging at him. They were cut at the waist like pieces of cloth. Blood and flesh splattered in the air. In an instant, all of the people from the Murong family were killed. How is this possible? Murong Shuiqing, whose carelessness had led to the destruction of the green vine, had her eyes open wide. She froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. He had killed more than 10 Nirvana realm martial progenitors with a single attack. Even she, who had achieved the 9th cycle of the martial progenitor realm, could not do it. Was Qin Yu really a martial monarch? Crap! That's definitely not the strength of a martial progenitor. Could it be that he's a martial monarch realm expert, and his cultivation dropped after the battle with the blood demon, Dao Songhai Xian Yueshan, and the others could feel their hair standing on end, as if they had fallen into an icy cave? A 7th-layer martial progenitor could kill a Nirvana realm martial progenitor as easily as an ant. His strength had completely surpassed their imagination. At that instant, Qin Yu slightly raised his head with a cold grin. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from his body. Young Master Shenfeng, it's just a misunderstanding. We have no intention of stealing the heart of the blood demon. Dao Songhai Xian Yueshan and the others shuddered as they blurted out. Even the way they addressed Qin Yu had changed. I've said it before. Once the battle begins, there's no turning back. Qin Yu's cold voice could be heard. Before he could finish his sentence, ancient runes appeared in the sky, forming a giant killing formation. Chapter 3:12. Whoosh! The sky splitter spear in his hand changed, and Qin you charged out like a ferocious beast. Although Dao, Songhai, Xian Yueshan, and the others did not make a move, they had their killing intent. However, they also had the intention to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu naturally would not let them off. Damn it! Even if you're a martial emperor, you'll still have to pay a price to kill you. Dao Songhai and Xian Yueshan's faces changed. They did not expect Qin Yu to be so straightforward. He did not care about their background at all. Murong Shuiqing, who originally thought that she was going to die, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The three of them were Nirvana, ninth, refinement stage martial ancestors. They were just a step away from the martial emperor realm. If the three of them were to join hands, then even though Qin Yu's battle prowess was extraordinary, he would still have a chance. Bang! Bang! However, the result was a bucket of cold water poured over Murong Shuiqing's head. Qin Yu's fighting strength was enough to kill Nirvana realm martial ancestors easily, now that he had set up a killing formation, Murong Shuiqing, and the others were naturally no match for Qin Yu. In just a few breaths' time, everyone was blown apart, their souls dispersing. Say, you've been watching for so long. Isn't it time for you to show yourself? You're a martial emperor, after all. Aren't you lowering your status by being so sneaky? Qin Yu waved his hand, and Murong Shuiqing and the others turned into dust. Shortly after, Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the sky before him. You actually noticed me. You're not simple. As Qin Yu spoke, a voice sounded. A figure appeared in the sky, without any warning. It was an unremarkable man. He was the type that no one would remember if he was thrown into a crowd. However, the aura that this man emitted was very shocking. He was a true martial emperor. Furthermore, his cultivation was a rank 2 martial emperor. The man crossed his arms and stood in the sky, looking at Qin Yu indifferently. There was a trace of mockery in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. I'll give you a chance. Tell me who sent you, and I can spare your life. Qin Yu's expression didn't change at all because of the man's cultivation. When Qin Yu was setting up the array to deal with the martial emperor realm blood demon, he had already noticed the man's arrival. Qin Yu originally did not suspect the Sky Emperor Palace. After all, there were still martial emperors on the blood demon continent. However, that man had been hiding in the void ever since he arrived. Even after Qin Yu killed the blood demon, he didn't appear. This made Qin Yu even more concerned. Since they weren't here for the heart of the blood demon, naturally, they were here for him. Other than that, there was no other reason. When Qin Yu was entangled with the disciples of the 3 sects, he was even more convinced of his theory. That man probably wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife and let the disciples of the 3 sects kill him. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Qin Yu's strength. Spare my life? Ha! Brat, you really overestimate yourself. That ordinary-looking man flew over in the air, as if he had heard an extremely funny joke, and laughed loudly. Buzz. Qin Yu chuckled and didn't say a word. With a thought, the ancient array around him shook, and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, spiritual inscriptions appeared and covered the void. The ancient sky-burying cauldron array that had dissipated gathered in the void once again. Qin Yu had dispersed the ancient sky-burying cauldron array previously, but it was just a feint. His purpose was to confuse the martial emperor. I see. It seems that you have discovered me long ago. However, do you think that you can deal with a real martial emperor with this array? That unprepossessing man looked at Qin Yu with a disdainful expression. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Did he think that he could deal with him just because he had used this array to kill a blood demon? How naive. I remember that the last guy who said that almost had his soul destroyed. Chinyu's expression was calm, as usual. Victory was in his hands. The man raised his eyebrows. Chinyu's expression didn't seem to be boasting. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but carefully examine the ancient sky-burying cauldron array. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was only a divine array. It could deal with a martial ancestor. However, it was impossible for it to deal with a martial emperor who had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. Oh, that's right. His cultivation is even stronger than yours. He is a rank 3 martial emperor. The smile on Chinyu's face grew even wider. The person he was talking about was naturally the white-haired old man from the 10,000 Ghost Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that the rank 6 martial emperor Zhou Xiaotian had helped him that day, that white-haired old man would definitely end up with his soul scattered and scattered. What shameless boasting. Today, I will show you what a real martial emperor is. Hearing those words, the man laughed with disdain. There were 9 ranks of martial emperors. There was a huge gap between each rank. You actually said that he could kill a rank 3 martial emperor with a divine array. This was simply a fantasy. The man was certain that Yu was only scaring him. Rumble! After he finished speaking, a lightning sword appeared in the man's hand. Dense lightning revolved around it. He raised the lightning sword high up. As the lightning patterns on the sword flickered, surging black lightning clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, illuminating heaven and earth. A frightening lightning heavenly might was emitted, causing all living things to tremble. Unfortunately, if you had attacked earlier, you might have been able to escape. However, now, Yu stood where he was. He did not have the slightest intention of attacking. He merely looked at the man with an indifferent gaze. Heavenly lightning demon. The man's eyes were like lightning. His might was extraordinary. With a loud shout, he raised the lightning sword high up and slashed it at Yu. The sword slashed down. Within the layers of dark thunderclouds, a sky full of thunderbolts descended and gathered on the thunder sword. In an instant, the lightning sword became 300 meters long and surged with lightning might. At the tip of the lightning sword, there was a sinister and frightening lightning demon condensing. With boundless lightning might, it pounced at Yu with bared fangs and brandished claws. This sword strike contained an unparalleled sword might and the destructive intent of lightning. Even if it was an ordinary martial emperor, it would most likely be killed by this sword strike. Bang! Just as the destructive lightning demon was about to hit Chinyu's body, a white light flashed. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared in the sky, causing violent waves to appear. In an instant, the 300-meter-long lightning sword was destroyed. The lightning demon exploded into lightning that filled the sky. Who is it? The ordinary-looking man's face suddenly changed. The power of that fist aura was more than just a little stronger than his. He focused his gaze and saw a white figure appear in front of Yu. It was a white skeleton. The skeleton's entire body flowed with divine light and emitted an aura of desolation. It was the skeleton ghost king. The reason why Yu was talking nonsense with the disciples of the 3 sects was because he was waiting for the skeleton ghost king. He was stalling for time, waiting for the skeleton ghost king to arrive. With Yu's battle strength, he could only protect himself if he encountered a true martial emperor. If he wanted to kill a martial emperor, he would need the help of the skeleton ghost king. That is, a contracted spiritual puppet, a late-stage rank 3 martial emperor? Damn it! When the ordinary-looking man saw the skeleton ghost king's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his hair stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately turned around and prepared to escape. Buzz! 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 When Yu saw this, the smile on his face grew wider. The runes on the formation trembled, and the ancient sky-burying cauldron formation turned into an ancient cauldron that sealed the surrounding area. The ordinary-looking man, who was preparing to escape, was immediately trapped in the ancient cauldron, unable to escape. Chapter 3:13. Boom. At this moment, the skeleton ghost king threw a punch. The mighty emperor's aura descended like a mountain, crushing the air until it exploded. The pale-faced man swung his sword with all his might. Lightning exploded like a river, trying to block the skeleton ghost king's punch. However, as the deafening explosion sounded, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The man's divine weapon, Thunder Sword, was shattered by the destructive power. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded, filling the sky. The skeleton ghost king's terrifying punch not only shattered the Thunder Sword, but also entered the man's body. The man's great Tao protective shield and divine armor were useless. They were as fragile as tofu. Pucci, the man suffered a fatal blow. His body trembled, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His aura became weak and chaotic. Even the great Tao energy in his body went berserk and went out of his control. Body escape. When he saw the skeleton ghost king throw another destructive punch, he couldn't care less. The man didn't care about anything else and immediately released his sovereign soul, wanting to escape. Seal. However, right at this moment, Qin suddenly attacked. As the void trembled, a mysterious and ancient fluctuation filled the void. It was a fluctuation that could seal everything in the world. The sovereign spirit that had left the man's body was directly sealed. Soul refining. Qin, whose palm was covered in divine light, shouted. The sealing divine light seeped into the man's sovereign soul. Soon, Qin obtained the man's memory. The man's origin was as Qin had expected. He was one of the descendants of the 12 generals of the heavenly imperial palace, Qing Gui, who had sent him. As for the specific purpose, the man didn't know. The descendant of the battle general Qing Gui, the order that Qing Gongyun gave this man was to kill Qin. Although the man was a martial emperor, he didn't have a high status in the heavenly imperial palace. After all, his talent was limited. He would probably remain a rank 2 martial emperor for the rest of his life. The heavenly imperial palace is obviously not a peaceful place. Why don't we take this opportunity to leave? The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal said after seeing the man's memory. From what happened in the ancestral hall, the descendants of the 12 war generals in the Sky Emperor Palace were obviously strong enough to fight against the descendants of the 3 emperors. This kind of confrontation was not a confrontation between martial emperor realm elders, but a confrontation between top-level emperor realm masters. Otherwise, given Sun Shiyu's status in the imperial palace, it was impossible that Qin didn't have the right to become a core member of the clan. Furthermore, the Azure Ghost Ward general's descendant was able to hide from the 3 sovereigns' descendants and send martial emperors to hunt down Qin. The descendants of the 12 war generals had more control over certain aspects of Sky Emperor Palace than the descendants of the 3 emperors. There's no rush. Let's wait and see. Qin fell into deep thought. Although the situation in the Sky Emperor Palace was troublesome, its position was also the best protection. As long as he was in the Sky Emperor Palace, no matter how strong the descendants of the 12 war generals were, they would not be able to threaten him. Another point was that Sun Shiyu's 3 emperors' superpower was obviously stronger than his. Qin felt that even if he wanted to leave, he would have to obtain the true sacred art of the 3 emperors first. Now that he was in the heaven domain, the 9 secrets of the battle dragon was not suitable to be used in public. Therefore, the 3 emperors' divine ability was the best way to deal with it. This blood demon's heart is for you. Don't destroy the imprint inside. Qin Yu came back to his senses. He saw the skeleton ghost king devouring the man's vitality. He put away the man's withered body and took out the blood demon's heart. The blood demon's heart. The skeleton ghost king was overjoyed. The man's vitality had already allowed his cultivation to reach the peak of rank 3 martial emperor. Now that he had the blood demon's heart, he was certain to become a rank 4 martial emperor. Chi. Without hesitation, the skeleton ghost king took the blood demon's heart and immediately started refining it. The skeleton ghost king absorbed a vast amount of chi and blood energy. Although the blood demon's heart did not look big, the energy it contained was more than 10 times that of the blood sea. Moreover, the purity of the blood was also more than 10 times. After all, this was a martial emperor blood demon that had cultivated for countless years. The vitality it contained was immeasurable. Boom! As expected, after absorbing the blood essence of the blood demon's heart, the blood essence of the blood demon's heart disappeared. The skeleton ghost king's cultivation had successfully broken through to rank 4 martial emperor. Its strength had greatly increased. The other half of the ancient stone artifact seal had also come from the blood demon's heart. Qin Yu carefully observed the half of the ancient stoneware seal. The ancient stone artifact seal was very light and did not seem to be made of stone. When viewed from the side, this ancient stone artifact seal looked like the head of a key. All of a sudden, the stone artifact seal trembled slightly, as if it wanted to fly in a certain direction. Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the direction where the ancient stone tool seal was emitting ripples. That direction was the core region of the blood demon continent. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then flew towards the direction of the ancient stone tool seal with the skeleton ghost king. Qin Yu could faintly feel that the sealing fluctuations emitted by this ancient stone artifact seal were not left behind by an ordinary person. If he hadn't comprehended the God Emperor's sealing divine light, Qin Yu probably wouldn't have noticed it. The skeleton ghost king was a rank 4 martial emperor. Along the way, all the blood demons and blood-transformed demonic beasts were easily squashed to death. Finally, Qin Yu followed the ancient stone artifact seal and arrived in front of a blood mountain. In the blood mountain, there was a stone cave that didn't seem to have any abnormalities. However, when Qin Yu stepped into the stone cave, the half of the ancient stone artifact seal trembled even more violently. As they went deeper into the stone cave, Qin Yu saw many forked paths in front of him. As they went deeper, the paths became even more intertwined. The interior of the stone cave looked like a maze. After a few hundred miles, Qin Yu finally felt that something was wrong. His soul perception was suppressed, and he could only sense 100 feet in front of him. The crucial point was that Qin Yu still didn't know when his perception had been suppressed. When he realized it, he was already deep into the maze. He didn't know who could set up such a natural trap that even he couldn't detect it quickly. This doesn't look good. The dragon soul scanned the surroundings and formed hand seals. The space-time energy revolved around his body. This maze made him feel even more dangerous than when he encountered a martial emperor. It's rumored that the blood demon continent is filled with danger. Qin Yu didn't cower. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. However, Qin Yu, who continued to travel 1,000 miles deeper, did not encounter any dangers. When Qin Yu reached the end of the passageway, an ancient palace appeared before his eyes. That's right, there was an ancient palace buried at the bottom of the mountain. It was unknown when the ancient palace was built, but it was blood red in color. At first glance, it looked like it was made of blood. Qin Yu looked around cautiously. When he didn't find anything abnormal, he stepped into the ancient palace. The ancient palace wasn't very big. It was only about 10 miles wide. There weren't any decorations in the palace. It looked empty. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. However, there was a blood pool in the depths of the ancient palace. The blood in the pool was boiling, and there was an intoxicating fragrance coming from it.